The episode begins with a car moving on the highway. Inside the car, a boy is playing a game on his phone. His father, who is driving, asks the boy, whose name is Gilsoo, to get off his phone, but Gilsoo does not respond. As the car enters the tunnel, Gilsoo's mother tells him that his father is talking to him and he should at least respond. Gilsoo's father, watching him through the rearview mirror, appears annoyed. Gilsoo, still not responding, continues staring at his phone screen, thinking that his father probably regrets having a weak, pathetic son like him. His thoughts drift to memories of being bullied by other students at his previous school. His mother then tells him that if the kids at the new school bully and hurt him as well, he should just quit, adding that she wants him to live a life where he feels more comfortable. Hearing his mother's words, Gilsoo thinks to himself that she is a liar, recalling how she was the one who insisted they move so he could transfer schools when he said he wanted to quit. Then he loses his game and sits helplessly, appearing visibly disturbed as thoughts of suicide crossed his mind, wondering if he should just end his life. Soon, he arrives at his new school, Six Gates High School. As he walks through the school gate, he thinks about wanting to run away, imagining scenarios like an earthquake or a North Korean invasion to save him from this moment. Walking through the corridor with a teacher, similar thoughts linger in his mind. When he enters the classroom, he introduces himself, stating that his name is Lee Gilsoo. He is from Seoul and has never been to this area before. He then bows his head and politely says, "Nice to meet them all." He wishes time would stop and hopes nothing bad will happen as he stares at his feet. However, the class starts clapping and welcoming him, saying it's nice to meet him. He is taken aback by their behavior, finding it unexpected. Some students even comment with excitement that they finally have a Seoul person in their class, making the atmosphere feel very different. Then, a boy offers him a seat. Gilsoo appears visibly stunned, perhaps not anticipating such warmth and kindness. As Gilsoo sits, two students approach him, causing him to feel frightened and think to himself that he knew it. He recalls his previous experiences with bullies. However, one of the boys places a hand on Gilsoo's shoulder and introduces himself as Jin Do-il. He tells Gilsoo that he must not be used to things yet and suggests going to the convenience store together, adding that they can show him around the school on the way. As Gilsoo walks with them, he thinks to himself that it is his first time going to a convenience store with someone as a friend. Jin Do-il points to his partner and, in a taunting tone, asks Gilsoo if he has ever seen eyebrows like those before. While holding a juice, Gilsoo hesitates, wanting to respond. Do-il adds mockingly that the eyebrows might explain why his partner's girlfriend broke up with him. Confused and unsure how to respond, Gilsoo replies that he thinks the eyebrows are charming in their own way. Internally, he reflects that he hadn't expected such a question. Do-il then mockingly asks Gilsoo if he is sure his eyes are okay. Do-il's friend responds by telling him to worry about his own face. Watching them bicker playfully, Gilsoo thinks about how strange this school feels. He notices other boys sitting and chatting happily and reflects that everyone seems so cheerful. The thought crosses his mind that maybe he, too, can live a normal life here. While lost in these thoughts, Gilsoo accidentally bumps into someone, spilling juice on the guy's shirt. The guy remarks that the juice got on him. Troubled, Gilsoo begins apologizing, offering to pay for cleaning and asking the guy to come to class later. However, the guy places a hand on Gilsoo's shoulder and calmly walks away, saying it's fine but appreciating the offer. As the guy walks away, Gilsoo watches him from behind, thinking to himself how kind he is. The thought reassures him that maybe he can have a normal life here. Meanwhile, placing his bag on the table, he reflects that this is enough for today. The atmosphere of the school feels completely different from his old one. He notes how everyone seems nice and sweet, realizing that his earlier worries were unfounded. A sense of relief washes over him as he thinks he is glad that he moved. As Gilsoo is lost in his thoughts, Do-il approaches him again and asks if he has any plans for the day. When Gilsoo replies that he doesn't, Do-il remarks that it's good and invites him to go somewhere together. Without much thought, Gilsoo agrees. By nightfall, they are still walking through the streets, and Gilsoo starts feeling uneasy, thinking they have been walking for quite a while. Hesitantly, he asks Do-il where they are heading and mentions that it feels like they have been walking for a long time. Do-il responds that he wanted to show Gilsoo a particular place, adding that it's a spot everyone visits when they are new to the school. Gilsoo, however, is left puzzled, unsure of what Do-il means. Gilsoo looks back at the city and thinks to himself that they are getting farther from the inner city. Then, Do-il asks him if he has ever done boxing or anything similar. Gilsoo replies that he hasn't. Do-il responds, asking if that's so, and then tells him that he will need some courage for what's ahead. He urges Gilsoo to hurry up, mentioning that they are almost there. Gilsoo becomes more suspicious as he notices the scars on Do-il's arm, thinking to himself that he hadn't noticed them earlier, but now he sees scars all over him. He wonders what might happen next, recalling how badly he was treated by other students in the past and worrying if the same thing could happen again. Feeling uneasy, Gilsoo stops and tells Do-il that he thinks he needs to leave, suggesting they come back another day. Do-il stops him by placing a hand on his shoulder and assures him that they are almost there. He encourages Gilsoo to just take a quick look, promising that he will enjoy it too. As they get closer to their destination, Gilsoo begins to feel scared, thinking to himself that he has let Do-il take him away like a helpless idiot. He feels that it was all just a lie, the kindness, the sweet smiles, it was all just leading to him being bullied again. When the door opens, Gilsoo, overcome with fear, closes his eyes. But when he opens them again, he is shocked to see a large group of students chanting and 2 students engaged in a battle. Gilsoo is confused and doesn't understand what is going on. Gilsoo is visibly shocked, and Do-il notices, telling him that he must be surprised. When Gilsoo asks what this is, Do-il explains that it is their school's fighting arena, a special privilege allowed only to their school's students. Gilsoo's eyes widen as he takes in the sight of the fighting arena. Just then, a huge figure named Jang Chung, the president of Six Gates High School, approaches them. Do-il greets him, and Jang asks who is with him. Do-il replies that Gilsoo transferred to his class that day. As Gilsoo observes Jang's imposing appearance, he mutters to himself, wondering if Jang is really a high school student, as he looks incredibly intimidating. Just then, the guy whom Do-il had mocked for his eyebrows approaches them and tells Do-il to come over, saying they have been waiting for him. He adds that Do-il will regret making fun of his eyebrows. Do-il, in response, says that he will be there soon and leaves. Afterward, Jang Chung turns to Gilsoo, introduces himself as the student council president of Six Gates High School, and warmly welcomes him to the school. Gilsoo still in shock seeing his huge appearance. Gilsoo notices the loud chanting as Do-il and others engage in an intense battle, and he wonders why they are fighting, thinking that they seem to be friends. Observing them, Jang Chung comments that this year's freshmen are not bad. Gilsoo, still puzzled. Jang Chung then tells Gilsoo that this is the true face of their school. Gilsoo, not understanding, asks for clarification. Jang Chung explains that while their school does not have bullies, they do have violence, but it is confined to the arena. He adds that Gilsoo must have gone through a lot in school and suggests he can distress here. He explains that at their school, everyone is equal when it comes to violence, and the Six Gates fighting arena is where this happens. Gilsoo, puzzled, thinks to himself about how everyone can be equal in the face of violence. However, Jang Chung then grabs Gilsoo and says that he doesn't like complicated things and isn't going to repeat himself, so he should listen closely. Jang Chung then explains the rules to Gilsoo. He says that the first rule is that only students of Six Gates High School are allowed entry into the arena. Entry is not permitted after graduation, dropping out, or exclusion. The second rule is that all fights must be one-on-one and without weapons, and no third person is allowed, no matter what. The third rule is that the Student Guidance Council will act as the referees for the fights, and they are the ones who decide when a fight ends. As Jang Chung is explaining the rules, the guy on whom Gilsoo had spilled juice approaches them. Upon seeing Gilsoo, he says that he has been looking for him and asking where he has been. Gilsoo, troubled, widens his eyes in recognition, thinking that this is the same guy from earlier. The guy then challenges Gilsoo to a fight, suggesting that they make up for the cleaning fee. Jang Chung interrupts, asking Gilsoo if he already has an opponent, and advises him to learn as he goes. He then stops Gilsoo and reminds him of rule number 4, explaining that any kind of violence outside the fighting arena is strictly banned. He adds that any negative feelings towards someone will be resolved in the arena. Jang Chung assures Gilsoo not to be scared and just to have fun. Gilsoo, frightened, thinks to himself that enjoying a fight is the last thing he can do, as his daily routine had always been getting beaten up. Gilsoo, frightened, stands on the battlefield facing the guy as the referee finishes the countdown. He thinks to himself that he's up against someone like him, and his 3 years of experience as a bullying victim is telling him that he needs to get out of there. As the referee orders the fight to begin, the crowd erupts in chants. Meanwhile, Do-il remarks to his friend that the transfer student is really unlucky to have been picked by Kang In-hee on his first day. His friend, curious, asks about Kang In-hee, wondering if he's famous and pointing out that he's a first-year student. Do-il explains that Kang In-hee is the younger brother of a well-known figure and mentions that he joined their school this year. On the battlefield, Kang In-hee, standing opposite Gil-soo, asks him why he isn't making a move. He taunts Gil-soo, saying he is planning to give him a handicap since it's his first time. Gil-soo, paralyzed with fear, thinks to himself that he is scared and that his body won't move. He wonders why he is even fighting Kang In-hee all of a sudden. Seeing his hesitation, Kang In-hee starts moving toward him, saying that if Gil-soo doesn't come to him, then he will come to Gil-soo. As Kang In-hee swiftly approaches, Gil-soo, overwhelmed with fear, screams in his mind for him to go away, squeezing his eyes shut. Meanwhile, the crowd grows more excited, eagerly anticipating the fight. Suddenly, the crowd's excitement fades, and their expressions shift as they watch Gil-soo unexpectedly vomit on Kang In-hee. Kang In-hee appears troubled by this unexpected behavior, and the referee steps in to stop the fight. Laughing, the referee jokingly comments that it was a vomit attack and that the transfer student is truly amazing. Meanwhile, Kang In-hee, still troubled, asks for a towel. Gil-soo feels both ashamed and frightened, thinking to himself how someone like him, who has never rebelled in his life, could even consider hitting someone else. He concludes that he simply can't do it. The next day, the class is abuzz with discussions about Gil-soo. One student asks another if they went to the fighting arena the previous day, mentioning that they heard it was insane. The other laughs and replies that they should have seen it, explaining that the transfer student vomited and caused chaos. The first student, surprised, remarks that vomiting must have been so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Gil-soo sits in the toilet, frightened and thinking to himself that he is utterly screwed. He reflects on how he initially believed the school was normal and that the people there were just like regular students. Gil-soo recalls Jang Choong's words about having fun and thinks to himself that the idea of enjoying it is impossible for him. He reflects on how he couldn't even extend his arm during the fight and worries that something similar to what happened yesterday might happen again today. However, he tries to reassure himself by remembering that as long as he avoids the fighting arena, there won't be any violence within the school grounds. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Jang Choong is doing push-ups with two students sitting on his back. As Gil-soo approaches, he is amazed by Jang Choong's strength. Jang Choong proudly announces that he has finally completed 1,000 push-ups and plans to try with 3 people next time. Watching him, Gil-soo wonders if Jang Choong is really a high school student. Noticing Gil-soo, Jang Choong asks what he wants. Gil-soo hesitates, saying it's nothing, but then admits that he has something to ask about the fighting arena. Jang Choong responds with a smirk, asking if Gil-soo has developed another skill besides vomiting. A student mocks Gil-soo, calling him Vomit Boy and joking that they became fan after yesterday's incident. Another student chimes in, asking if Gil-soo will be coming to the fighting arena again that day. Gil-soo, trying to stay composed, replies that he wants to make it clear he won't be going to the fighting arena anymore. Everyone is surprised by Gil-soo's response. Jang Choong, curious, asks him why he made that decision, pointing out that he wasn't injured during yesterday's fight. Gil-soo explains that while he isn't hurt, he doesn't have the confidence to fight anyone. He adds that he doesn't want to hit anyone and doesn't find the fighting arena enjoyable. He admits that he doesn't understand the whole concept of the arena and concludes by saying that he won't participate anymore. Jang Choong grabs Gil-soo by the neck and, with a smirk, asks him to repeat what he just said. He then adds that it means he can now beat Gil-soo up as much as he likes. A troubled Gil-soo, taken aback, nervously asks Jang Choong what he means. Jang Choong declares with a commanding tone that, as the school president, he officially announces that the first-year student, Lee Gil-soo, will no longer be protected by the rules of the fighting arena. Saying this, he leaves. Gil-soo sits in the classroom, confused and troubled, wondering what Jang Choong meant by being protected by the fighting arena. Meanwhile, Kang In-hee and his group arrive in Gil-soo's classroom. Spotting him, Kang In-hee remarks loudly that this must be the class he had heard about. He addresses Gil-soo, saying he heard the transfer student wasn't going to the fighting arena anymore. Recognizing them as the same group from yesterday, Gil-soo grows anxious. Kang In-hee approaches and forcefully hits Gil-soo's head against the desk, mockingly telling him that he will slowly teach him what it means to refuse the fighting arena's protection. With a cruel smirk, he adds that he has been needing a slave and declares that Gil-soo is his from now on. The other students in the class remain indifferent, continuing with their own activities as if nothing is happening. Meanwhile, Kang In-hee strikes Gil-soo's head with his knee, sending him crashing into the cupboards. Smirking, Kang In-hee remarks how impressive his knee strike is. One of Kang In-hee's friends commented that he heard Gil-soo transferred to this school because he was beaten up at his previous one. Kang In-hee crouches near Gil-soo, mockingly asks if that is true, and adds that he could tell just by beating him up. He then orders Gil-soo to come to his class every time there is a break. Frightened, Gil-soo thinks to himself that he now fully understands what Jang Chung means by the fighting arena's protection. He realizes that refusing to participate makes him the only student for whom violence is allowed. As Kang In-hee and his friends continue hitting him, Gil-soo despairingly thinks that his personal hell has begun all over again. In the staff room, a teacher asks Gil-soo if he is really going to drop out after only a week. Gil-soo responds affirmatively, explaining that he is already preparing for the exam, which is more important to him. The teacher nods and remarks that nothing can be done if that is what Gil-soo wants. As Gil-soo leaves the school, he reflects that he has done everything he could and feels sorry for his parents for having such a worthless son. Walking away, he thinks to himself that his horrific school life is finally over and resolves to live normally starting tomorrow. While lost in thought, Jang Chung approaches him and demands to know why he isn't fighting, pressing him to explain the problem. Gil-soo notices the school president, apologizes, and thinks that someone who is obsessed with fighting could never understand how he feels. After hesitating, Gil-soo confesses that he has trauma from violence, explaining that he was severely bullied in his previous school and has now reached his limit. He admits he just wants to give up, as he has done everything he could. Hearing this, Jang Chung grabs Gil-soo by the shoulder and exclaims that he is more pathetic than expected. He tells Gil-soo that no one said he needed to fight like a professional and scoffs at the idea of requiring skill. Jang Chung explains that if someone doesn't have teeth, they should use their gums, and if they don't have strength, they should use their willpower, as that is the essence of fighting. Gil-soo, confused, asks what Jang Chung means by this sudden advice. Jang Chung grabs Gil-soo by the shirt and sharply tells him that, at this moment, he doesn't even have the will to protect himself. Gil-soo clenches his teeth in fear, his thoughts racing as he wonders why the school president is acting this way and what he did wrong to deserve it. Jang Chung then sternly asks him if he truly believes the outside world is full of sunshine and butterflies just because he plans to drop out. Without waiting for a response, Jang Chung bluntly states that if Gil-soo leaves, he will remain a loser for the rest of his life. As Gil-soo walks away, questioning himself and thinking that Jang Chung doesn't understand what it's like to be weak, he tells himself he is done. His thoughts are interrupted when Kang In-hee approaches him, commenting that he heard Gil-soo would no longer be coming to school starting tomorrow. Kang In-hee sarcastically asks how Gil-soo could consider dropping out without informing them. Gil-soo, puzzled, wonders how they found out. Kang In-hee then remarks that if Gil-soo leaves, he will lose his sandbag, adding that ever since Jang Chung established the fighting arena, he hasn't had a slave. Kang In-hee then angrily tells Gil-soo that dropping out won't make everything stop and orders him to follow. He takes Gil-soo to a hidden location, where his followers begin to beat him. As the assault continues, Gil-soo, overwhelmed with pain and fear, thinks to himself that he is going to die and silently pleads for them to stop. Meanwhile, Kang In-hee, holding a cigarette, mockingly tells Gil-soo that he should feel lucky because if it were during the time when his brother was at 6 gates high, Gil-soo would have been killed. Then, as he checks his phone, Kang In-hee asks one of his fellows if the address he previously sent was accurate. Confused and frightened, Gil-soo wonders what Kang In-hee is talking about. The fellow confidently replies that the information is always reliable. Kang In-hee smirks and comments about the nice place where Gil-soo lives, causing Gil-soo's eyes to widen in shock. Laughing, Kang In-hee threatens that they will visit his house next time, and mockingly suggests that they should see each other often now that Gil-soo has chosen not to participate in the fighting arena. Gil-soo shouts at Kang In-hee, demanding to know what they are doing and what they plan to do with his address. Hearing Gil-soo's response, Kang In-hee laughs and remarks that he is fighting back. He then orders his followers to hold Gil-soo still, threatening to take a photo of him all beaten up and send it to everyone. As Kang In-hee captures the photo, Gil-soo thinks to himself, wondering why they are doing this to him. He questions what he did wrong, feeling trapped and helpless. He had hoped that everything, this painful hell, was over, and that he had escaped it. But now, everything has taken a turn for the worse. In his mind, he searches for a way out, wondering what he can do to escape this ongoing nightmare. Gil-soo recalls Jang Chung's words, telling him to fight like a pro and that there's no need for skills. He remembers how Jang Chung had said that he didn't even want to protect himself. After recalling all this, Gil-soo screams so loudly that Kang In-hee struggles to keep him under control. Kang In-hee laughs, calling Gil-soo's screaming funny and orders his fellows to hold him tighter. Gil-soo shouts, questioning why this is happening to him and what he did wrong. Kang In-hee, still laughing, tells his friends to hold him tighter as Gil-soo continues to struggle. At that moment, Gil-soo hits Kang In-hee's hand, causing his phone to fall to the ground. He thinks to himself that if he doesn't have teeth, he'll use his gums. Gil-soo screams again, louder this time, and when Kang In-hee tries to stop him by placing his hand over his mouth, Gil-soo bites his hand so hard that blood begins to flow. In his mind, Gil-soo repeats Jang Chung's words that he will use his gut if he doesn't have strength. He will struggle. In pain, Kang In-hee pulls his hand away and throws Gil-soo aside. He growls, asking if Gil-soo wants to die, as the pain from the bite intensifies. Gil-soo, wiping his face, retorts, asking if it hurts, implying that it's just as painful as what he's been enduring. Kang In-hee is left wondering at Gil-soo's response. Gil-soo then adds that if he's going to die, he will drag Kang In-hee down with him. Kang In-hee remarks to his fellows, pointing out that even a rat bites back when cornered. As his fellows approach Gil-soo, he asks if he's ready. Gil-soo, thinking that he doesn't need to look cool while fighting and just needs to do what he can, throws sand at them. Kang In-hee, puzzled, mutters that Gil-soo must have grabbed the sand when he fell. Gil-soo then runs away, and Kang In-hee orders his fellow to catch him. While running, Gil-soo thinks to himself, questioning his sanity, wondering why he would fight them here and now. He eventually reaches the fighting arena, where Jang Chung notices his arrival. Gil-soo declares that he will join the fighting arena, ready to participate. Gil-soo declares that he will fight in the arena. As Kang In-hee and his fellows approach him, Jang Chung smirks, remarking that Gil-soo is more interesting than he had initially thought. Gil-soo stands on the battlefield, facing Kang In-hee. Yang-ho, the second in command of In-hee's gang, grumbles that it should be him, not In-hee, beating up the nerd. He expresses his frustration with the fighting arena, but another member of the gang tells him to keep his voice down, reminding him that they aren't alone. Yang-ho responds, acknowledging that he knows they always have to be careful. In-hee punches Gil-soo, mocking him with every blow, asking if he really thinks he could do something in a one-on-one fight. He punches him again and throws him aside, sneering at the delusions of someone like Gil-soo. In-hee then kicks Gil-soo in the face, taunting him further and asking if he regrets it. He grabs Gil-soo by the shirt and demands that he lower his eyes. Gil-soo remains silent, staring at him defiantly. In-hee punches Gil-soo in the face again, taunting him for trying to crawl his way up without knowing his place. He mocks Gil-soo, saying that if he's a loser, he should act like one and stay down, questioning if Gil-soo thought things would go like some scene from a webtoon. In-hee kicks Gil-soo hard and throws him far away. The viewers watch in awe, with some wondering if Gil-soo is dead, while others think they heard something break. In-hee, momentarily concerned, wonders if he went too far but dismisses the thought, thinking that Gil-soo can't be dead. As Gil-soo struggles to rise, In-hee's frustration grows. He curses, surprised that Gil-soo is still trying to stand, and warns him not to act tough, threatening that if he pushes any further, he might actually kill him. Gil-soo, struggling but determined, kneels and asks if In-hee plans to kill him. He then unexpectedly grabs In-hee by the waist and pushes him back, thinking that this pain is nothing compared to what he has endured in the past. With a surge of strength, Gil-soo throws In-hee down and sits on him, surprising the viewers. Some exclaim that the Vomit Boy has some moves, while others laugh, commenting on how his sudden rage was hilarious. In-hee, caught off guard and visibly surprised, wonders what just happened, as he had expected Gil-soo to give up. Instead, Gil-soo fought back fiercely. As Gil-soo starts punching him, In-hee quickly counters, hitting him in the face and mocking that he is waiting for Gil-soo to stop with the slow punches. Gil-soo clenches his teeth, thinking that if he doesn't have the strength, he will use sheer willpower. With determination, he drives his head into In-hee's face, landing a clean hit. The viewers are stunned, commenting that the transfer student has landed a solid blow, and some even say this is more exciting than they expected. Jang Chung, observing from the sidelines, thinks to himself that even though the adrenaline must be dulling the pain, Gil-soo has likely taken quite a bit of damage. He acknowledges that Gil-soo certainly has resilience. In-hee punches Gil-soo in the face and throws him far away. As he stands and wipes his face, he sneers, calling Gil-soo a piece of shit and asking if he has a death wish. Gil-soo, still dazed, wonders to himself what the hell just happened. He realizes that all his fear of their gang was misplaced, and this is all they have to show in the fighting arena. The viewers start chanting his name, Gil-soo, and he feels a sense of appreciation for their support. Clenching his teeth, he pushes himself to his feet and charges toward In-hee, thinking to himself that he shouldn't have been scared of these punks all along. However, In-hee easily dodges Gil-soo's punch, retaliates with one of his own, and knocks him down. As Gil-soo falls to the ground, In-hee smirks and says that he won't let Gil-soo catch him off guard again. The referee then announces Kang In-hee as the winner. After the fight, Gil-soo lays on the mattress in the arena, slowly opening his eyes. He wonders where he is and questions if he faints. He reflects on his actions, thinking that he never expected to win in the first place. He only rushed in, hoping to land a hit on In-hee. He wonders if he should have approached the fight more calmly or targeted In-hee's lower body, though he knows that wouldn't have worked unless In-hee had let his guard down. He thinks to himself that if he were just a little bit stronger, maybe things would have turned out differently. As Gil-soo is lost in his thoughts, Jang Chung approaches and sees him sitting up. He asks if Gil-soo is feeling more clear-headed now. Gil-soo responds, wondering if Chung is still around because of him. Chung tells him that as the student council president, it's his duty to look after students who pass out, and the arena is not meant to kill people, it's there to protect them. Gil-soo, feeling defeated, lowers his head. Chung, while leaving, reassures him that it is just for today, though, as Gil-soo won't be allowed in the arena starting tomorrow since he's not a 6th grade high student. He tells Gil-soo to take care. Gil-soo then asks, feeling desperate, what he needs to do. Chung turns back and asks him to clarify. Gil-soo firmly states that he's not going to drop out and asks what he should do to become stronger. Chung, with a devilish smile, tells him that training the weak is also part of the student council president's duties. He asks if Gil-soo is ready, then suddenly hits him in the stomach. Gil-soo screams from the pain. Chung asks him how it feels, implying that it's nothing compared to what's to come. He tells Gil-soo that this is just the beginning, and he will make him endure these punches. Gil-soo continues to scream in pain, unsure of what he's gotten himself into. The next day, as Gil-soo heads to school, he clutches his stomach, thinking to himself that the punch had hurt like hell. He wonders how hard Chung had punched him, feeling like something might be broken. Gil-soo then recalls Chung's words, remembering that he told him to come find him during breaks, promising that he'd become strong if he kept doing so. Gil-soo wonders if that alone will really make him strong. His thoughts are interrupted by Do-il, who remarks that he thought Gil-soo was going to quit. Gil-soo replies that he has changed his mind. Do-il, grabbing Gil-soo in a friendly manner, says that he must have liked the fighting arena, noting that he's got quite the guts. Gil-soo smiles and humbly responds that it's not really like that. Then, In-hee and his fellows approach Gil-soo, with In-hee remarking that the sandbag is back. Gil-soo, seeing him, thinks to himself that In-hee is strong. In-hee then comments that he didn't expect Gil-soo to return, asking if he came back for revenge, but warns him to know his place, saying he might actually kill him next time. With that, he leaves. Gil-soo clenches his teeth, determined to become firm so he never has to lose to In-hee again. Gil-soo approaches Jang Chun, who had beaten him so harshly before. Chun grabs him by the shirt and orders him to keep his eyes open and face his fist, not being scared. As he says this, he punches Gil-soo in the face. He then informs Gil-soo that he is not allowed to fight until their training is finished. Gil-soo, troubled by the situation, protests, asking how this could possibly be called training. Chung responds by delivering another punch to his face. Over the course of several days, their training takes place on the school's rooftop, where Chung relentlessly beats Gil-soo. However, the training feels more one-sided, with Gil-soo taking all the hits. After several days in the fighting arena, In-hee defeats another student, and the referee declares him the winner. Two students in the crowd discuss the situation, with one commenting that In-hee has been especially merciless ever since his fight with Gil-soo. The other agrees, speculating that In-hee's ego was likely hurt. They discuss what the results might have been if Gil-soo had headbutted him again. He says that In-hee's weakness seems to be headbutting, adding that they shouldn't forget about the barf attack either. Then, In-hee approaches the students and asks if they are so confident and why they don't fight him. He pushes them aside as they apologize, thinking to himself that all these idiots are just so predictable. He then asks his fellow if they have seen Gil-soo today. One of them replies that they haven't seen him around lately, and another says that they haven't even seen him during breaks. They wonder if he's been coming to the arena at all. In-hee, after a brief pause, remarks that if that's the case, then it isn't Gil-soo basically rejecting the arena altogether. Then, In-hee recalls when Jang Chun told Gil-soo that from that day onward, Lee Gil-soo would not be protected by the arena. A smile spreads across his face and says that he has an idea, a way to mess with some losers. Meanwhile, Gil-soo runs, reflecting on the harsh training he is enduring under Chun, questioning whether that method can truly make him stronger. He concludes it isn't enough and resolves to grow stronger much faster. While running, a bike collides with him, and he barely manages to avoid a severe fall. The biker Sangchul accuses Gilsoo of scratching his bike, and soon, other bikers surround him. Sangchul, irritated, claims that his beloved bike is destroyed because of Gilsoo and demands compensation, estimating the repair cost at 5 million won. Gilsoo replies that he has no way of producing that much money on the spot. Sangchul, enraged, grabs him by the hair and strikes him in the face, asking what he just said and calling him a loser. He accuses Gilsoo of trying to scam him. The other bikers laugh, with some claiming they are witnesses and pointing out how Gilsoo barely survived the punch. One even remarks that beating him up would be easy. Sangchul mocks Gilsoo further, crudely asking if he is ignoring him intentionally. Gilsoo, however, feels a strange defiance rising within him and wonders why he isn't scared. Continuing his demands, Sangchul clarifies that he doesn't truly expect 5 million won, but wants all Gilsoo to have money now and in the future. At that moment, Gilsoo, recalling the brutal beatings he has endured, pulls his hand away from the biker's grip and punches him square in the face. He declares that there is no way he will give money to someone like him and realizes he isn't afraid anymore. Gilsoo lands a punch on the biker's face, but the Sangchul grabs his arm and mockingly asks if that weak punch is supposed to hurt him, showing no signs of being affected. Gilsoo, shocked, wonders why his punch has no impact. He starts punching the air in frustration, screaming louder as he thinks about his predicament. He realizes with dismay that he has never learned how to cause damage, only how to endure getting hit. Sangchul kicks Gilsoo in the face, sarcastically asking if he is trying to perform a skit. Meanwhile, the other bikers grab him, mocking him further. One remarks that Gilsoo looks like a windmill, while another comments they mistook him for an idiot. Sangchul sneers, saying Gilsoo is a loser all along, and instructs his fellows to hold him tightly. He adds that Gilsoo will come to his senses once he gets beaten up and realizes he overstepped for no reason. With a mocking tone, the biker tells Gilsoo to clench his teeth as he prepares to strike. As Sangchul moves to attack, a figure suddenly jumps toward him. Sangchul, startled, wonders who it is, but before he can react, the figure Do-il lands a powerful knee strike on his face, sending him crash to the ground. Gilsoo, startled, wonders as he sees Do-il. Do-il, noticing Gilsoo, smiles and remarks that it was him all along. Meanwhile, another biker charges at Do-il, demanding to know where he had come from. Do-il swiftly counters, striking the biker's arm and delivering a powerful punch to his face. As another biker rushes toward Do-il, brandishing a pipe, Do-il reacts just as quickly, landing a precise punch to his face and knocking him unconscious. The girl with the bikers tries to wake up the guy Do-il knocked out, asking how he could faint and leave her alone. Meanwhile, Gilsoo, still in shock, wonders how strong Do-il really is. He had thought Do-il was just a regular guy, but now he's questioning if he was always this strong. The girl approaches Do-il and warns him, saying that they are the strongest first years at Jinsang Technical High School. She threatens that if they inform their upperclassmen, Do-il will be in serious trouble. Sangchul stops the girl, telling her that bringing those guys won't make a difference. He points to Do-il's clothes and explains that he's from 6 Gates High. While carrying his unconscious fellow, he continues, saying that he initially thought the loser was just acting strange, but now it seems they messed with the wrong person. He tells the group to leave, adding that if he had known Do-il was from 6 Gates High, he wouldn't have touched him in the first place. With that, he sits on his bike, and the group leaves the area. Seeing the bikers leave, Do-il asks Gilsoo how he ended up getting involved with those boys. They sit down, and Gilsoo explains his situation, telling Do-il about the training. Do-il is surprised and asks if he's really serious about the fighting arena, mentioning the special training from Jang Chun. Gilsoo confirms it, saying that although he is still weak, he was doing stamina training on his own when he encountered the bikers. Do-il laughs heartily and teases him, saying he saw him when Gilsoo was punching in the air. Gilsoo feels embarrassed but can't help laughing as well. Standing around the fire, one of In-hee's fellows asks if he has a way to deal with that loser and questions what he means by that. Another fellow inquires if In-hee has found a way to get rid of the fighting arena or something similar. In-hee, smoking calmly, responds that the loser has effectively shot himself in the foot. He explains that the guy is the first in the entire school to openly reject the fighting arena. In-hee elaborates, stating that as long as someone has arms and legs, anyone whether a bully or a loser can participate in the arena. He describes it as a place where everyone is equal in the face of violence, reflecting the core principle of 6 Gates High fighting arena. However, In-hee critiques this notion, saying that if one takes a closer look, it becomes clear that there are cowards who only enjoy watching others fight and never engage in the battles themselves. Concluding, he remarks that the loser's mindset remains that of a loser. The red-haired fellow agrees, remarking that it's true those guys never get into fights at all. Another one adds that they just hide behind the rules and have a comfortable time at school. In-hee, taking a drag from his cigarette, explains further, saying that the idiot who exposed this was none other than the transfer student, Lee Gil-soo. He then poses a rhetorical question, asking what would happen if those cowards who hid behind the rules were now challenged to fight. The blonde Young-ho responds, suggesting that they would feel compelled to fight at all costs to avoid becoming like Gil-soo. In-hee nods with a sly grin, agreeing wholeheartedly and concluding that the fighting arena has now turned into their playground. Afterward, In-hee has a conversation with Chung and asks if there is a problem, adding that he doesn't think he broke any rules. Chung responds by warning him not to engage in a pointless show of bravado. In-hee smiles and apologizes for causing a commotion. He assures Chung that he will be more careful next time. During training, Chung continues to hit Gil-soo mercilessly. Gil-soo, feeling as though he's about to die, suddenly manages to block Chung's attack with his arm. He thinks to himself that, despite everything, he's not as scared as he used to be. Chung notices this and comments that it seems like Gil-soo is getting used to the punches. Feeling a surge of determination, Gil-soo attempts to strike Chung, but Chung effortlessly dodges. Gil-soo realizes that, in the end, if he wants to win, he has to land a hit. Struggling, he punches the air in frustration before attempting another strike. Once again, Chung dodges and hits him in the stomach, leaving Gil-soo to scream out in pain. Chung tells Gil-soo not to make strange sounds while attacking, saying it makes him look like a loser. Gil-soo coughs in pain, thinking that Chung is hitting him much harder than usual. Chung explains that mastering the 1-2 punch is essential and adds that with it alone, Gil-soo can win any fight. Chung takes Gil-soo to an old arcade club. Looking at the worn-down building, Gil-soo asks why they are there. As he opens the door, he notices a punching machine inside and wonders about its purpose. Chung steps forward to demonstrate, instructing Gil-soo to raise both fists to his chin, tuck his chin in, stand with his feet shoulder-width apart, and move lightly on his feet. He explains that the 1 should be thrown lightly with the front hand, while the 2 requires putting weight into it, rotating the hips, and striking with full force. Chung then punches the machine powerfully, the sound resembling a gunshot. Watching in amazement, Gil-soo determines with resolve that it is now his turn to try. Following Chung's instructions, Gil-soo punches the machine with great effort and thinks to himself that he is getting the hang of it. However, when he looks at the score, he notices that it hasn't changed at all. Chung then punches the machine again and tells Gil-soo that weak punches won't achieve anything. He explains that the machine has been broken for a long time and only responds to precise, powerful impacts. He adds that the punches need to be strong enough to make the machine resist them, proving that the person can deal real damage to an opponent. Pointing at the scoreboard, Chung tells Gil-soo to find his own form and not to show up in front of him again until he reaches that score. A student in the school, fully focused on texting on his phone, accidentally bumps into another student and immediately apologizes, saying he didn't see him. However, Young-ho, one of In-hee's fellows, whom he bumped, kicks his leg, causing him to fall and his phone to break. Laughing, the blondie mockingly apologizes, claiming he didn't mean to bump into him. The student, upset, asks if Young-ho did it on purpose. With a devilish smile, the blonde-haired guy denies it, sarcastically saying it was just a mistake and taunting the student about his expression. He challenges the student, suggesting they settle it in the arena. The frightened student quickly denies any issue, apologizing and admitting fault. Laughing, the blondie agrees, saying it was indeed the student's fault. As he walks away, he adds with a smirk that there should be no misunderstandings. What just happened wasn't school violence, but merely a mistake where he bumped into him, advising the student to be more careful next time he leaves. Just then, Do-il quickly helps the student to his feet, angrily accusing the blondie of doing it on purpose. He suggests they report the incident to the Student Guidance Council. However, the student refuses, saying it's not worth making a big deal out of it. During the lunch break, Gil-soo quickly eats, thinking that he has been punching the machine throughout his break. Yet no matter how much he eats, he still feels hungry. He must have punched the machine 100 times, but the score remains the same. He wonders how much harder he needs to hit. Just then, Young-ho tells Gil-soo to be careful before throwing his food plate at Gil-soo's face. He laughs, saying sorry, then adds that he hasn't seen Gil-soo much lately and asks where he disappears every break. He hits Gilsu's back and sarcastically says that he missed him, continuing to hit him while saying it's good to see him again after so long. He then goes to hit Gilsu again, asking if he feels the same. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy tells In-hee about the incident with the student, saying it was hilarious when Young-ho pushed and then apologized for it. In-hee responds that Young-ho is slowly getting the hang of how school works. He then says they should get Gilsu into the arena to show him what's what and make sure he knows what happens when someone messes with them. Young-ho tells In-hee that he will handle it, assuring him that In-hee doesn't need to get involved in dragging an insect out. In-hee asks how he plans to do that, and Young-ho simply tells him to trust him. As Young-ho is ready to hit Gilsu, Gilsu grabs his hand. Young-ho taunts him, saying that their dear Gilsu has learned to resist now, even getting cuter when he's angry. Gilsu, feeling conflicted, thinks to himself that he doesn't know what to do. He recalls Chung's words, telling him that he was banned from the arena until his training was complete. Chung had told him not to, but with things escalating like this, Gilsu feels that he has no choice. He clenches his fist, determined, thinking that he has trained hard. Suddenly, Do-il, visibly annoyed, throws his plate and says that he's trying to eat and that they should shut up. He hurls the plate at Young-ho's face, saying that no one should bother a dog when it's eating. Young-ho, holding his face, shouts in frustration, while Do-il, irritated, tells him to know his limits. Young-ho shouts at Do-il, asking if he's gone crazy, as the spice from the plate burns his eyes. He screams in pain and then demands to know if Do-il wants to die. Do-il calmly responds, apologizing but insisting that this is not school violence, claiming his hand just slipped. He then laughs and adds that he had been wanting to fight Young-ho anyway, so this situation works out perfectly. He invites Young-ho to the fighting arena, saying he will educate him properly there. Afterward, Do-il is washing his shirt when Gilsu approaches him and apologizes, saying it's his fault. Do-il, without looking up, tells him there's no need to apologize, as he didn't act out because of him. He explains that although it seemed like Young-ho was targeting Gilsu, his actions weren't meant to defend him. Instead, Do-il reveals that he had been wanting to deal with In-hee's gang for some time now, as he couldn't stand their behavior in the fighting arena. When Gilsu asks what he means by acting up, Do-il sits on the bench and explains that Gilsu might not know because he hasn't been around the arena lately. Gilsu, curious, asks if something happened. Do-il then shares that In-hee's group has been unilaterally choosing weaker opponents and assaulting them in the fighting arena, driven by absurd negative emotions and picking fights out of nowhere. Worse, when they get scared, they use Gilsu's refusal to participate in the arena as justification for their actions. Do-il admits he hadn't had a proper opportunity to confront them until now and adds that he couldn't just stand by and watch the fighting arena be ruined like this. Gilsu then sits closer and asks why Do-il is so intent on protecting the fighting arena. He points out that someone as strong as Do-il shouldn't need to care whether the fighting arena exists or not and wonders if Do-il has a deeper reason. Do-il admitted that he once had a dark period in his life too. He recalls being fat and painfully shy when he was younger, which made him a target for severe bullying throughout middle school. The torment was so unbearable that he once thought it might be better to end it all. But then, Do-il reveals, someone pulled him out of that darkness, the director of a nearby boxing gym. He shares how he tried boxing for the first time and quickly became obsessed with the sport. That passion transformed him, both physically and mentally. After his transformation, he emphasizes, no one dared to bother him again like before. Do-il explains that even In-hee's gang, who pretended to be gangsters, turned out to be nothing when he faced them. Gilsu listens, surprised and wondering if Do-il, who seemed so strong now, had once been bullied. Do-il continues, admitting that although the rules of the fighting arena created by Chung might be excessive, he appreciates how it allows people to fight using their own strength, free from the fear of being ganged up on. He adds that this is why he feels so strongly about preserving it, as it gives him the chance to face and defeat someone like Young-ho directly. At night, the fighting arena buzzes with energy as the crowd chants in anticipation of the fight between Young-ho and Do-il. Young-ho, smirking confidently, taunts Do-il, questioning how he had the nerve to challenge him and warning him that he would regret his decision. Do-il, unfazed, responds calmly, asking if Young-ho intended to fight with words instead of actions and urging him to stop talking and get started. Young-ho sneers, remarking on Do-il's eagerness to begin. Among the spectators, Gilsu watches anxiously, silently rooting for Do-il to win. As the tension builds, the referee steps forward, signaling the fighters to prepare and officially start the match. As the fight begins, Young-ho lunges at Do-il with a punch, but Do-il swiftly dodges it. Young-ho follows up with a rapid barrage of punches, but Do-il evades each one with precision, delivering a counterpunch to Young-ho's face. The crowd watches in amazement, murmuring about Do-il's incredible speed and reaction time. His movements leave them stunned. Young-ho's nose begins to bleed from the single punch, and he steps back, startled. He silently acknowledges that Do-il is faster than he had anticipated and begins to wonder if boxing is Do-il's martial art. The fluidity of Do-il's footwork impresses him. As Do-il moves toward Young-ho to punch him, Young-ho dodges, thinking that Do-il is fast, but his punches are weak. Surprised for a moment, Young-ho then believes he is stronger. He throws a punch at Do-il, who dodges it with a plan. This causes Young-ho to fall, and Do-il takes the opportunity to punch him on the chin, causing his mouth to bleed. Do-il thinks to himself that it was a nice shot, while Young-ho realizes that Do-il intentionally lured him in. The audience chants excitedly, and Gil-soo is surprised, thinking that Do-il is incredibly strong, as Young-ho hasn't even landed a single blow on him. Another onlooker comments that if Do-il has always been this strong, Young-ho's winning streak might break at this rate. Gil-soo wonders if Young-ho is actually undefeated. As Young-ho launches multiple attacks at Do-il, who precisely blocks each one, he feels troubled, wondering why he can't land a single blow. Trying again, he makes a wide attack, but Do-il comments that if his jabs aren't landing, his wide attacks won't work either. He then punches Young-ho in the face, telling him that the smaller punches need to land for the bigger ones to do damage. With that, he throws Young-ho far away. Do-il mocks Young-ho, saying that after talking so much, this is all he's got. He tells him that he's weak, but keeps starting fights with others and warns him to stop messing with the fighting arena. Frustrated, Young-ho sees In-hee standing in the audience. With a devilish smile, he thinks to himself that he won't lose. He then admits to Do-il that he is better than him at boxing and says he will fight properly now. The audience, including Gil-soo, is surprised as Young-ho adopts a boxing stance and tells Do-il to come at him. Seeing Young-ho's position, Do-il quickly recognizes that he is planning to kick. He runs toward him, apologizing and stating that he can kick, too. As he delivers the kick, Do-il feels the impact, but wonders why his kick doesn't seem to affect Young-ho at all. Young-ho tries to hit Do-il, but Do-il moves away, creating distance between them. As he moves backward, Young-ho approaches him, asking where he is going. Young-ho then kicks Do-il again. Do-il attempts to block the kick with his arm, but fails, falling back from the force. He wonders why Young-ho's kick is so strong, as the damage still feels significant despite his attempt to block it. Young-ho kicks Do-il again, and this time, Do-il tries to block it with his arm, but he fails. The onlookers, including Gil-soo, become worried for Do-il. Then Young-ho kicks Do-il again, throwing him far. With an attitude, he mocks him, asking what he's doing and if he's scared, telling him to come at him like before. Do-il, seemingly frightened, wonders to himself why Young-ho's kicks are so strong, feeling that they're on another level compared to his punches. Young-ho moves toward Do-il again, but instead of kicking him, he starts punching him in the face, taunting him by saying his punches are landing. Do-il, distracted by the fear of Young-ho's kicks, realizes he can't react properly to the punches. Young-ho then mocks him, saying that Do-il had told him not to mess up the fighting arena with such nonsense and asking who Do-il thinks he is. He kicks Do-il in the leg, making him fall to his knee. Looking down at him, Young-ho scoffs and calls him weak, questioning what makes him think he can lecture him. Do-il is in extreme pain, thinking that his legs have given out and that he can't continue. Young-ho is about to deliver a final kick, preparing to say goodbye to Do-il. Do-il closes his eyes, overwhelmed with fear. However, just as the kick is about to land, third-year student council member Hyo Junheng steps in and stops it with his leg. He warns that if the opponent is no longer in a condition to fight, continuing the attack will be considered a foul. Young-ho says that they just got started and asks why he's being stopped now. He then walks away, commenting that it was fun, the first time in a while. Noticing Gil-soo present, he remarks that maybe that's why some kids he hasn't seen in a while are here. He tells Gil-soo that the fighting arena will become even more fun in the future, so he should come by more often. After the fight, Gil-soo carries Do-il and takes him to his home, asking if it hurts a lot. Do-il responds that more than the pain, he is pissed about losing. He adds that now he has only boosted the confidence of those causing chaos in the fighting arena. Gil-soo tells Do-il that he was definitely winning in the beginning, but it was the sudden kicks that changed everything. Do-il replies that the kicks were much stronger than he expected, and he wonders what was going on with those kicks. Afterwards, Gil-soo drops him off at his home. Doyle thanks him for supporting him, saying that he must be tired and offering him some water before he leaves. Gil-soo refuses, stating that he has somewhere to go. Doyle asks where he could be going at this hour, but Gil-soo quickly runs off, saying yes, bye. Doyle watches him run very fast and wonders why he is in such a rush. The next day, in the classroom, some guys bring sneakers for In-hee. Upon seeing them, In-hee asks why they are bringing these, calling them useless. One of the guys explains that their gang still accepted them, and they wanted to show their appreciation. In-hee responds that for him, talent matters more than appreciation. The guy insists that if it's about talent, there is no problem. In-hee then tells them to do their best from now on. Just then, Young-ho approaches In-hee and mentions that he doesn't think Lee Gil-soo came to school today. In-hee asks Young-ho what's going on and what he meant by mentioning Gil-soo. Young-ho responds, asking if it's not the right time to beat him up. In-hee places his hand on Young-ho's shoulder and takes him outside, telling him that the situation has changed, thanks to him. He explains that by beating Doyle, they have properly proven their strength. Those who once thought they were weaker than Doyle are now terrified. Young-ho agrees, saying they definitely had been. In-hee then adds that if they go after people like Gil-soo now, it will only ruin their reputation. The red-haired guy asks what they should do now, suggesting they spread flyers around the fighting arena to recruit for their gang. In-hee replies, saying no since they've already beaten the first year as planned. It's time to move on to the next step. As In-hee and his gang enter the cafe, where third-year student Sun Seok-woo is playing cards, Seok-woo looks at them and asks who they are. In-hee replies that they came because they wanted to meet him. Seok-woo dismisses them, saying he has nothing to say to first-year students, calling them small-timers and questioning where they think they are. In-hee responds that they must seem like small-timers in Seok-woo's eyes, considering him as a member of the legendary generation of his brother. Seok-woo quickly recognizes In-hee, thinking that he is the younger brother of that bastard. In-hee tells him that now, after being pushed aside by Chung, Seok-woo is hiding away like a senior citizen. Furious, Seok-woo grabs In-hee by the neck, ready to punch him, saying that he is arrogant and how dare he speak like that. He adds that it is because he is disappointed. In-hee responds that since then, he's had to fight alone, but not anymore, the situation has changed. Seok-woo doesn't understand what In-hee means. Meanwhile, Junheng speaks to Chung, saying that they need to take measures in the fighting arena. He warns that watching them abuse the rules like this will shake the entire foundation of the fighting arena, and they can't continue to overlook the first year's immature actions. Junheng also points out that In-hee is Kang In-hee's younger brother. Chung replies that even if they have abused the rules are still the rules. Junheng asks if Chung means they should just watch. Chung responds that even if he intervenes and resolves the situation, the fighting arena will never be the same again. Just then, his phone rings and he sees that it's Lee Gil-soo calling him. In the gaming club, Chung approaches Lee Gil-soo, who is sitting on the floor. Chung says that he is sure he told him not to contact him until he ranks up some points. He asks if Gil-soo has already given up. Gil-soo replies that this is exactly why he called him. Chung then notices the punching machine nearby. Lee Gil-soo mentions that he has met the conditions Chung set for him. Wiping sweat from his face with his injured hand, Gil-soo says, "Teach him the next lesson." While running, Gil-soo thinks about Young-ho's power, telling himself that he needs to hurry and become stronger. Upon reaching the club, he begins hitting the punching machine with all his strength, telling himself that working hard is the only thing he can do since he has nothing else. He resolves that even with his weak fists, if he strikes tens of thousands of times, he might be able to achieve his goal. He recalls Chung's words, where Chung told him that he needed to hit hard enough for the machine to register the punch, as only then would it prove that he could deal damage to his opponent and find his form. Determined, Gil-soo analyzes his technique, acknowledging that he lacks weight and power. He decides to widen his stance more than before and use a full swing to put more power into his punches. As the points on the machine gradually increase, he intensifies his efforts, striking harder and faster until he finally reaches his goal. Exhausted and with his fists badly injured, he sits down, huffing, and tells Chung to teach him the next lesson. Chung happily remarks that Gil-soo's progress is faster than he expected. Gil-soo responds, saying he has no choice because he doesn't have time to waste in a place like this. Chung acknowledges this and tells him they will move on to the next training, warning him to prepare himself as it will be much harder. Exhausted, Gil-soo moves closer and collapses onto Chung, his body drenched in sweat and huffing for breath. Chung reassures him, saying that rest is also an essential part of training. The following night, Young-ho stands in the arena, glancing at the few people around him. He comments that this is all there is, noting that it's not even half the usual crowd and asking if everyone is scared. A second-year student and council member, Choi Seok-won, approaches him and questions who he thinks is scared, adding that it seems he needs to educate a first-year who lacks respect. Seeing Seok-won, Young-ho wonders what's about to happen. Seok-won tells Young-ho that he has hated the dragon tattoo on his arm since the first time he saw it, saying that's a good enough reason to fight. He mocks Young-ho, pointing out that he's been picking fights over petty reasons all along. Watching them, Jun-haeng thinks they can no longer stand by, believing an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is the only way. Just then, Sun Seok-woo enters the arena, asking what's going on with the atmosphere. He mentions hearing rumors about the fighting arena being fun lately, which brought him there. He notes the second year trying to fight a first year, and asks if he needs to spice things up. Jun-haeng, seeing Seok-woo, angrily asks how he dares show up. Seok-woo laughs and says he came to the fighting arena to fight, reminding everyone that he's a student of Six Gates High School too. Jun-haeng clenches his teeth, accusing Seok-woo of causing that incident and questioning his reason for coming back. Seok-woo dismisses the past, suggesting they focus on enjoying the student council instead. At that moment, In-hee interrupts, asking Jun-haeng why he's acting so stiff. He points out that with fewer people around, it's actually nice to have new faces. In-hee asks Jun-haeng if he doesn't agree, prompting Jun-haeng to glance at him angrily. In-hee then questions if Jun-haeng is really scared. On the other hand, Chung takes Gil-soo to a reconstruction area. Gil-soo wonders what kind of training Chung plans to conduct in such an obscure and gloomy place, even thinking it feels eerie enough for a ghost to appear. Chung tells Gil-soo that he has never found his way properly. Turning to Chung, Gil-soo asks him what kind of training he is talking about. Chung then asks Gil-soo if he has ever heard about the Six Gates High School of the past. Confused, Gil-soo responds with a question, asking what he means. Chung explains that in the past, the high schools in the Yongneung area battled for the title of the strongest, and the school that achieved an overwhelming victory was Six Gates High School. He adds that after Six Gates dominated the territory, the other schools scattered to their own areas. Gil-soo thinks to himself, wondering what any of this has to do with the training Chung has planned for today. Chung tells Gil-soo that the place where he is currently standing is the territory of Jinseng Technical High School. He explains that although fights between schools no longer occur if members of another school enter this territory, it will be seen as a clear provocation. Troubled, Gil-soo asks him what he means, and, realizing the danger, he quickly tries to run and escape. However, Chung swiftly closes the entrance and locks it, telling Gil-soo that the gate on the other side is open and challenging him to find his way out on his own. He adds that there is no better experience than facing a real fight. Frightened, Gil-soo shouts at Jang Chung, asking what he is doing. Overcome with fear, he pleads desperately for Chung's help. The Jinseng Technical High School students, who were riding bikes that night, arrived, and Sangchul asked who was being so loud in their territory. Spotting Gil-soo, they quickly recognize him, mocking him as the Six Gates loser. Gil-soo also recognizes them and thinks to himself that the name Jinseng sounds familiar. One of the girls remarks to Gil-soo that the situation is different this time. Sangchul expresses his delight at seeing Gil-soo there, mocking him for being fearless enough to come on his own, but warning him that he's dead today. Laughing, the boy touches Gil-soo's head, taunting him for standing still and asking if he is already scared. Noticing that Gil-soo is mumbling something, Sangchul demands that he speak properly before he breaks his jaw. Meanwhile, Gil-soo plans to attack, following the training Chung taught him. He recalls the steps, raise his fist to his opponent's chin, pull the chin back, keep his legs shoulder-width apart, and ensure his steps are light. On the count of 1, he lightly punches with his upper hand, and on the count of 2, he shifts his weight onto his front leg and delivers a full-force punch. Gil-soo's punch lands hard on Sangchul's face, making his mouth bleed. Delighted by his success, Gil-soo exclaims happily that the technique works. In the fighting arena, Seok-woo grabs Seok-won by the neck as Seok-won pleads desperately, begging for his life and admitting defeat. Seok-woo mocks him, saying that if he had known the fighting arena was this entertaining, he would have come much earlier. He adds that he didn't realize the student council was this week. Jun-haeng enters the arena and warns Seok-woo not to go overboard, suggesting that he should face someone on his level before boasting. Seok-woo smirks, agreeing that they have a lot to settle, but pointing out that they're the only ones left in the arena. Jun-haeng looks around and notices that even the few remaining students have left. He reflects on how the arena's rules have been abused, and how even Seok-woo, who previously kept a low profile, has now shown up. He assumes the students left to avoid being targeted and wonders if this was Kang In-hee's plan all along to bring Seokwoo into the arena. In-hee then interjects, addressing them as seniors, and proposes that if they really want to fight, they should schedule a proper match elsewhere instead of continuing in the fighting arena. He adds that the arena is no longer worth protecting. Seokwoo turns to Junheng and tells him to listen carefully. He instructs him to relay a message to Jang Chun. They should have a real fight somewhere more fitting, not in what he calls a child's playground. Sang-chul angrily moves toward Gil-soo and punches him in the face, demanding to know how dare he swing his fist in their territory. However, Gil-soo remains unfazed by the punch and casually remarks that fists from someone like him don't hurt at all. Gil-soo then punches Sang-chul back and throws him aside. Another member of the group charges at Gil-soo, angrily asking where he thinks he is. Gil-soo quickly retaliates, landing a punch to his face and tossing him away as well. Sang-chul, observing the scene, wonders what the hell is going on with Gil-soo. Meanwhile, Gil-soo, wiping his face, wonders if the person he's facing is the same one from before. The girl with the group angrily abuses Gil-soo, asking if he realizes what he's just done and calling him stupid. As more guys approach Gil-soo, one of them remarks that they've got a kid from 6 gates high here and suggests taking him out. Seeing the growing number of opponents, Gil-soo, troubled, wonders how many of them there are. He realizes it will be impossible to fight them all head-on, and starts thinking of a way to handle the situation. The girl mocks him again, asking if he understands now and whether he's ready to get curb stomped. Gil-soo sits on the bike, and the girl shouts at him, demanding that he get off. However, Gil-soo revs the bike, thinking that if he can't fight them directly, he'll have to use a tool. The group of guys approaching him wonders what he's doing when they see him coming toward them, carrying the bike along. Gil-soo realizes that riding the bike is much harder than he expected, and the guys mock him, saying it's cute to see him struggling with it. They joke that they're more embarrassed just watching him. But then, Gil-soo abandons the bike, letting it crash into the group, and knocking several of them down. They retort Gil-soo, saying they never said they were going to ride it. Gil-soo punched one of them and told him to get out of the way. He quickly runs off, thinking that at least he managed to escape the situation. He reflects that, if he fought them one-on-one, he could win. He then realizes that he never thought he'd miss the fighting arena. Gil-soo suddenly stops in his tracks, thinking that even if it's not the fighting arena, he'll fight here. The group of guys chasing him think they've caught up to him. They find him standing on the stairs in front of them, challenging them to come up and fight. One of the guys remarks that Gil-soo must have hit his head while running for his life, claiming there's nowhere left for him to run. They charge at him, but Gil-soo punches them one by one, throwing them down the stairs. He thinks to himself that, in a narrow staircase, he can fight them one by one, and having the high ground makes it easier to fight. He notices that they're starting to lose momentum. Gil-soo believes that if he can just beat these guys, he'll be able to leave. However, just as he's about to continue, someone throws a bowl at him. As Gil-soo demands they just fight him so he can knock them out and leave, the bowl hits him in the head, and with a swift kick, he falls from the stairs. He is the senior who says he was eating black bean noodles, and then a 6 gates high uniform appeared in his sight. Gil-soo, while falling on the stairs, thinks someone must be on the floor above. Then, a senior punches him, causing his mouth to bleed. Gil-soo, in pain, wonders about the strength of his attacker, noting it's on a completely different level from the others. The senior tells the group of attackers that he'll give them 10 minutes to beat Gil-soo and bring him to him, before walking away. The senior mutters about wasting a bowl of black bean noodles because of the situation and insists that they finish in 5 minutes. As Gil-soo is being beaten, he realizes that the senior's presence has given the others the courage to attack. He tries to defend himself, thinking that fighting them won't get him anywhere. The senior hears some strange noises and complains about the first-year students being untrustworthy, mentioning it takes all of them just to deal with a loser like Gil-soo. However, to his surprise, Gil-soo comes toward him, managing to defeat the others. Gil-soo declares that he doesn't even need 5 minutes and headbutts the senior, sending him to the ground before running off. The senior, now furious, tells the others to catch him, warning them that if they fail, they will face serious consequences. Gil-soo, relieved to have escaped, runs toward the rear entrance. He spots it and says to himself that he found it. Just as he's about to reach it, he hears a bike approaching. The rider is Hong Hyuk-jin, the boss of Jinseng Technical High School, who circles Gil-soo and says it was he who beat up their member, Sang-chul, whom he dragged with him. Hyuk-jin expresses disbelief that Gil-soo has defeated Sang-chul, and then gets off the bike, calling Gil-soo cute. He adds that he likes cute things. Gil-soo clenches his teeth. thinking about how Sang-chul had been dragged behind on the bike, wondering what's up with this psycho. He then notices the senior and other students approaching from behind. Hyukjin, seeing them, comments that it looks like they lost to Gilsoo. He says he will give them some love too. The senior, frightened, shouts at Hyukjin, insisting that they will take care of Gilsoo themselves. Hyukjin then exudes an intimidating aura, telling the seniors and the other students not to touch his prey. The seniors and students are visibly scared by his presence. Gilsoo, also feeling the pressure, thinks to himself that this must be the boss of Jinsang Technical High. Despite Hyukjin being shorter and less muscular than Chung, Gilsoo wonders if he might be able to take him on. Deciding not to waste any more time, he runs toward Hyukjin. Gilsoo attempts to use the 1-2 combo technique taught by Jang Chung to punch Hyukjin, but Hyukjin easily dodges the punch, grabbing Gilsoo by the legs. He mocks Gilsoo, saying he's too cute for coming at him first, and then throws him far away. Gilsoo wonders at Hyukjin's strength, thinking that it's insane. Hyukjin then grabs him by the shirt, telling him that he can't pass out yet and that they should play a little longer. He lifts Gilsoo by the waist, turns him upside down, and slams his head into the ground. Gilsoo's mouth bleeds, and he feels troubled, thinking that he might die. One student watching the scene comments that it serves him right, wondering why he had come here and tried to mess things up. The senior responds, telling the student to shut up, as it's their turn after Hyukjin is done with Gilsoo. Hyukjin grabs Gilsoo by the neck and lifts him up, saying that he hasn't passed out yet and should struggle a bit more, calling him cute. Gilsoo, however, hits Hyukjin's face with his foot and retorts, questioning why someone like Hyukjin, who is short, is calling others cute, and instead calls him cute. Hyukjin, surprised, asks if he is cute, to which a senior watching them comments that Gilsoo might actually die. Another student asks for clarification, and the senior explains that Hyukjin had been bullied when he was younger for being short, and the word cute is a sensitive topic for him. After that, Hyukjin loses his grip on Gilsoo's neck, causing Gilsoo to wonder why the atmosphere has changed. Gilsoo attempts to punch Hyukjin, but Hyukjin grabs him, takes him between his legs, and says that he should come into his hell. Gilsoo, struggling, realizes he can't breathe or move, thinking to himself that he is helpless. Hyukjin, holding him, thanks him for being such a cute and feisty meal. The senior, still watching, mentions that it has just started, and that the move Hyukjin is using is called the triangle choke from hell. He explains that anyone caught in this technique cannot use their arms or legs and is beaten helplessly, unable to escape until they lose consciousness. Hyukjin then, while hitting Gilsoo's head, asks if he still thinks he is cute, demanding Gilsoo tell him. Gilsoo, overwhelmed, thinks that this is a completely different level of fighting and feels as though he is going to die. Everyone watching is surprised when Gilsoo manages to lift Hyukjin with his head. Gilsoo, thinking that he can't break here, refuses to give up. Hyukjin, mocking him again, calls him cute and says that he likes him, and that he is his now, forever. Hyukjin then grabs Gilsoo by the neck from behind and slams him to the ground, stating that the record at Jinsang is 7 seconds and asking how long Gilsoo can last. Gilsoo, struggling, wonders if he is about to black out, but he forces himself to hold on, determined not to lose to Hyukjin. Acting as though he has fainted, Hyukjin, satisfied, remarks that Gilsoo is cute again. He then drags him by the shirt, saying he is going to take him and play some more. The senior watching, relieved, comments that it seems Hyukjin has lost interest in them, and they decide to take the opportunity to leave. As Hyukjin drags Gilsoo, Gilsoo suddenly opens his eyes, thinking about the fainting game. He recalls how, before transferring, his bullies would often play this game, betting on how long he could last while they found entertainment in his pain. In those situations, the only way he survived was by using his pinky to protect his carotid artery. This was the survival method of the weak. With a rock in his hand, ready to attack, Gilsoo prepares for the moment when Hyukjin notices him. Gilsoo then remarks that this blow, born from the pain his past self endured, is nothing less than a miracle. Gilsoo throws the rock at Hyukjin's head, thinking that he has knocked him out. He then quickly runs toward the gate, excited, thinking he has succeeded. As he rushes toward the exit, he hears Hyukjin shout, demanding that Gilsoo stay and play with him. Gilsoo, troubled, realizes that despite being hit with a rock, Hyukjin is still able to move. He is so close to escaping, but as Hyukjin reaches him, ready to catch him, Jang Chung arrives. Chung tells Hyukjin that his next attack will be seen as an attack against all of 6 gates high. Gilsoo, noticing his feet, thinks to himself that he has already left their territory. Hyukjin, noticing Jang Chung, remarks that he suspected something was off, realizing Gilsoo had been with him. He then adds that it was fortunate, as he had been wanting to fight Chung. Hyukjin finishes by declaring that the era of 6 gates is over, and now it's the era of Ginseng Technical High. As Hyukjin charges toward Chung to attack, Chung punches him, causing Hyukjin's mouth to bleed. Chung remarks that, as expected, the kids at Ginseng Technical haven't progressed at all, they only respond when they are hit. With that single punch, Hyukjin is knocked out. Chung then turns to Gilsoo and tells him that he has passed this stage as well. He adds that the only thing left is the final step, instructing Gilsoo to come to the roof tomorrow. The next day at school, Doyle's arm is bandaged. Yang Ho approaches him and mocks him, calling him weak and questioning whether his arm is genuinely broken, or if he is just pretending because he is afraid of fighting again. Yang Ho touches Doyle and taunts him, telling him not to just stand there but to say something. He then shoves Doyle backwards and remarks that, after all the boasting Doyle had done in the cafeteria, it seems he has finally learned his place. Placing his foot on Doyle's injured arm, Yang Ho cruelly asks if it is really broken. Other students watch fearfully as Yang Ho claims he only stepped on it by accident. Despite his pain, Doyle tells Yang Ho that he is trying to break the school rules. This angers Yang Ho, who grabs Doyle by the shirt and demands to know what rules he is referring to. Clenching his fist as if preparing to punch, Yang Ho scoffs, saying that since no one goes to the fighting arena anymore, there is no reason to follow such rules. As Yang Ho moves closer to punch Doyle, Gilsoo interrupts and blocks Yang Ho's punch. Gilsoo reflects on how there is no more time to train and tells Yang Ho to meet him in the fighting arena afterwards, declaring that it is time to prove himself. Yang Ho looks at Gilsoo with surprise and mocks him, calling him Vomit Boy. Noticing the bandage on Gilsoo's arm, Yang Ho grabs it and sarcastically asks if Gilsoo has been training alone and learning how to guard. Gilsoo pulls his arm away and demands an answer, challenging Yang Ho to a match in the fighting arena later. Yang Ho, amused, places his hand on his face and laughs, expressing curiosity about Gilsoo's sudden burst of bravery. He agrees to the match, remarking that it sounds fun and suggesting Gilsoo would be better off taking the beating in the arena. As Yang Ho walks away, he tells Gilsoo to look forward to it, promising to show him what the fighting arena is like these days, laughing as he leaves. Meanwhile, Chung is waiting for Lee Gilsoo on the roof when Junheng approaches him and asks about his whereabouts the previous night. Junheng asks if Chung is even aware of what happened at the fighting arena, informing him that Sun Xiaoku showed up there with Inhe. He reminds Chung of his warning, emphasizing that leaving things unresolved would only worsen the situation, and urges him to take action quickly. Chung smiles and remarks that Xiaoku coming to the fighting arena is interesting. Junheng, puzzled by Chung's reaction, questions him, pointing out that the fighting arena is on the verge of collapsing. Chung responds calmly, stating that if it is going to collapse over something like this, then it deserves to collapse. He explains that the reason they were able to enjoy the fighting arena wasn't because he suppressed it with power or created perfect rules. It was the opposite, akin to how a polluted river naturally purifies itself. He further adds that if the fighting arena changes solely because of one person's power, then the situation will be different, but if it doesn't, then it is meaningless. Meanwhile, Yang Ho informs Inhe about Gilsoo's challenge. Inhe, surprised, confirms by asking if it was Lee Gilsoo who challenged him to a fight. Yang Ho confirms with a laugh, remarking that Gilsoo, who suddenly went AWOL while showing off, seems to have been working out and even had his arms bandaged. Yang Ho assures Inhe that he will make sure to finish Gilsoo off properly in the arena. Inhe begins to contemplate something, prompting Yang Ho to ask if there is a problem. Inhe responds that getting involved with a loser like Gilsoo at this moment won't benefit them, and that they should have focused on taking down Jang Chung instead. Yang Ho laughs and dismisses the concern, saying he will cripple one of Gilsoo's arms so that Gilsoo will never dare to mess with them again. Inhe, however, emphasizes the importance of perception, explaining that while winning is given, it matters how others view the situation. If someone like Gilsoo can challenge them so easily, it might undermine their efforts to bring down the fighting arena. He advises Yang Ho to win flawlessly and warns him not to underestimate Gilsoo, noting that Gilsoo, if nothing else, is persistent. Gilsoo sits on the bench, and Doyle, along with his friend, asks him what he was thinking challenging Yang Ho to a fight. They remind him that they've all seen how Yang Ho fights and even Doyle couldn't beat him. They wonder how Gilsoo plans to overcome such an opponent. Gilsoo sits quietly, thinking to himself that he acted on impulse and blurted out the challenge. He wonders if it is right for him to disobey Senior Jang Chung's words, especially since it is the last training session. Doyle tells Gilsoo to cancel the fight immediately. He explains that even though Gilsoo trained with a senior like Chun, it's still too dangerous to face Yongho. He adds that since Gilsoo just transferred, he doesn't know much about Yongho. Doyle warns that Yongho is the kind of person who does all sorts of nasty things with the runaway kids outside of school, and the outcome of the fight is already clear. He advises Gilsoo not to get involved and assures him that once he recovers, he will handle them. Gilsoo tells Doyle that he can't cancel the fight. He reminds Doyle that he got hurt while fighting to protect him, and asks what happened to him in the hallway earlier that morning. Gilsoo reflects that it used to happen to him all the time, being ignored and becoming a spectacle for others, like watching a clown show at a circus. He says he doesn't want to become like that. He wants his first opponent to be Yongho, and he wants to finish the fight that he couldn't in the cafeteria. Gilsoo asserts that it doesn't matter how dangerous Yongho is because he is ready. With that, he leaves. At night, as students gather in the fighting arena, some discuss rumors about Lee Gilsoo completing special training. One student remarks that even if it's true, there's no way Gilsoo could take on Yongho. Still, another says they're curious to see what happens. The arena is packed with students, and Doyle's friend notes that it's the first time since they enrolled that such a large crowd has gathered. Doyle explains that Gilsoo's impact from his last 2 fights was huge. He adds that the real fun of the fighting arena lies in the fact that it doesn't matter if you're strong or weak, what matters is being able to go at each other. Meanwhile, Yongho, standing in the arena, curses, annoyed that Gilsoo is showing up late. His friend suggests that maybe Gilsoo is too scared to fight and runs away, to which another student agrees, saying it's typical of Lee Gilsoo. Yongho then says that if Gilsoo did run, it would be even better because they could finish him off outside. The students, including Jang Chun, are waiting for the fight to start, with some commenting on how they still haven't heard anything. One student wonders if it's all just a joke and suggests someone go get Lee Gilsoo. Yongho sarcastically says they've all been tricked, and Gilsoo isn't going to show up. He tells everyone that Gilsoo should just drop out for real this time. Doyle's friend also questions whether Gilsoo is really not coming and wonders if he's actually run away. However, Lee Gilsoo soon appears, remarking that he wouldn't drop out now that he's finally started to feel like coming to school is worth it. He's cut his hair short, which changes his appearance completely. Yongho, seeing Gilsoo, bursts into loud laughter, mocking him and asking if he cut his hair to make some kind of resolution. The audience laughs and mocks Gilsoo as well. Standing in the arena, Gilsoo declares that they can laugh all they want, but they won't be laughing for long. Yongho responds by recalling how Doyle was confident at first, too, until he took a beating. Gilsoo confidently says they'll see who gets beaten. The referee then signals for the match to begin. As Gilsoo stands determined, he thinks to himself that the old version of him is gone, and he's ready to win even if it means risking his life. Gilsoo moves toward Yongho and attempts to punch him, but Yongho quickly dodges the attack. He comments that Gilsoo's forward movement shows good spirit, but just having spirit isn't enough. With that, Yongho retaliates by punching Gilsoo in the face, warning him that he will make him regret fighting without fear. Yongho starts hitting Gilsoo relentlessly, treating him like a punching bag in a boxing gym. As Gilsoo defends himself, he thinks to himself that Yongho is too strong. His speed and power are both incredible, far beyond anything he's encountered. He feels helpless, only able to absorb the blows. Gilsoo then tries to throw several punches, but Yongho effortlessly dodges them, binding Gilsoo's hands behind him and mocking him. He tells him that his punches are too slow. With that, Yongho lands another powerful punch, throwing Gilsoo far away. The audience starts mocking Gilsoo, shouting at him, asking what he's doing and why he's just getting hit. They tell him that he's about to lose and encourage him to try counterattacking, questioning where all his initial spirit has gone. Junheng, watching from the sidelines, comments to Chong that it's just as he predicted. Gilsoo is getting blown away. He adds that if things continue like this, the Inhe gang will start shouting even louder. Chong, however, replies calmly, stating that it's not about what others see. He points out that the real focus should be on who is more dedicated to the fight, implying that Gilsoo is still determined. Yongho, seeing Gilsoo standing still, remarks that Gilsoo takes hits well, calling him a born punching bag. He notices that Gilsoo isn't defending anymore and asks what he's doing. Gilsoo, however, thinks to himself that his fight is just beginning. He recalls a moment when he approached Chong on the roof, apologizing for violating the senior's rule of not fighting until the training was finished. Out of frustration, Gilsoo had signed up to fight, unable to hold back. Chong had then responded by suggesting they change the training plan and move toward Gilsoo to initiate a sparring match, saying that this quick course would replace the final training. Gilsoo had been troubled when Chung attacked, throwing him far away. He wondered why they suddenly had to spar and whether Chung had gone crazy. At that time, Gilsoo didn't fight back, but Chung had insisted that in the arena, there would be no room for half-hearted efforts. He had urged Gilsoo to attack seriously. Gilsoo, now determined, began to strike back, but Chung dodged and blocked his attacks, criticizing them as slow and weak. He remarked that no one fought like this in the city. Gilsoo, though, kept his resolve and acknowledged that after only a few training sessions, he couldn't expect to be stronger immediately. Despite that, he thought to himself that he had to win. As Gilsoo lands a punch on Chung's face, Chung asks if Gilsoo really wants to win, suggesting that he drop his defense. Meanwhile, in the arena, Doyle watches Gilsoo's actions and wonders why he is shouting and dropping his punches in the air. He thought Gilsoo had given up, but now he didn't expect Gilsoo to raise his fists like this. Doyle reflects that if Gilsoo is fighting this way, then all the training with senior Jang Chung must have been meaningless. Young-ho laughs at Gilsoo, questioning what is wrong with him. He mocks Gilsoo, saying that in the end, he's just using his fists. He wonders if Gilsoo really thinks swinging wildly like that will land a hit. With that, Young-ho punches Gilsoo in the face. However, Gilsoo doesn't give up and attempts to grab Young-ho by the waist, struggling to push him, even as he continues to fight and fight back. The two onlookers comment that their fight is so boring, with one remarking that it would be refreshing if the fight had some style, while the other agrees, saying it's just a one-sided fight. As Gilsoo tries once more to grab Young-ho from the waist, Young-ho tells him to stop flailing and just attack. Gilsoo, however, thinks to himself that everything is going according to plan. He recalls Chung's words while they were sparring, where Chung had told him that whether it's grabbing the nape or the body, after dropping the defense, one must grasp the opponent's movement. Only then does the fight truly begin. Chung admitted that it's really hard to predict the opponent's moves, but when they stop, it becomes easier. Chung had struck him and said, like this. Of course, if he grabs too tightly, he will get hit by the opponent's punch. In that case, just endure it. Chung had encouraged him, reminding him that he had endured the training well so far. From that day on, Chung advised him not to aim for effective hits at the start. Instead, make the opponent fall into traps. In the end, the fist will find its mark. As Gilsoo grabs Young-ho, he remembers Chung's instructions and makes a fist, aiming for an unpredictable strike to Young-ho's stomach. Young-ho is visibly troubled by the punch. Gilsoo follows up with another punch, and Young-ho, feeling overwhelmed, thinks to himself that this situation is becoming too troublesome. He then tries to grab Gilsoo, but Gilsoo lands another punch to his stomach and taunts him, asking if it must hurt, suggesting that it could be considered dirty boxing. Doyle watches and begins to understand Gilsoo's plan, realizing that the chaotic punches are preventing Young-ho from getting a firm grip on him. Young-ho, sensing the shift, pulls away and moves back. Gilsoo thinks to himself that Young-ho has dropped his defense, giving him an opening. As Gilsoo advances toward him to land another body punch, Young-ho dodges and mocks him, pointing out that his plan of hitting the body first and then targeting the face seems too obvious. Gilsoo recalls Chung's final words, that his training had come to an end, but in the ring, everything learned must be forgotten. A battle, Chung had said, is full of surprises, and one can't simply rely on learned techniques. As long as one persists, there will be a chance. With that, Gilsoo grabs Young-ho by the hair, determined he is ready to strike him in the face. Young-ho's expression shifts to one of visible fear, and then Gilsoo delivers a powerful punch, causing him to fall back. Everyone is amazed as they watch Gilsoo's display of strength. Young-ho, frustrated and humiliated, begins to curse at him. Gilsoo responds confidently, saying that he's just getting started and that Young-ho should prepare himself. The audience, witnessing his resolve and unexpected strength, starts chanting his name. The crowd's admiration for him grows as they appreciate his persistence and determination. Young-ho stands up, convinced that his earlier defeat was just a fluke, that Gilsoo had gotten lucky with wild swings. Determined, he moves toward Gilsoo to attack. Gilsoo, however, counters with a precise 1-2 punch technique, landing 2 devastating hits on Young-ho. Junheng watches, surprised, commenting that Gilsoo is better than he initially thought. Able to turn the tide so suddenly, Jang Chung observes the fight with a focused expression, stating that in battles of this level, stamina and mental strength are crucial. He explains that unexpected attacks can disrupt an opponent's concentration, and with this, the momentum of the fight has shifted in Gilsoo's favor. Gilsoo stands firm while Young-ho struggles with the situation. Doyle comments that, although he doesn't know why, Young-ho seems a bit off, looking uneasy. Yang Ho then looks at In Hee, recalling his words about the efforts they made to bring down the fighting arena and the need for him to win flawlessly. Feeling embarrassed, Yang Ho mutters to himself and then makes a kick stance, saying that he is done humoring Gil-soo's pathetic struggle. Gil-soo notices this shift and gets ready, thinking that now Yang Ho is preparing to use his kick stance. Gil-soo thinks that there's no time to hesitate, and that he needs to finish the fight quickly while he has the momentum. He rushes toward Yang Ho, but Yang Ho's kick sends Gil-soo backwards. Gil-soo is troubled by the kick, feeling his mouth bleed, but Yang Ho delivers another. As the battle intensifies, Yang Ho continues kicking him and insulting him, calling him a loser and telling him to stay down like the insect he is, a worthless piece of trash. Gil-soo thinks that each blow feels like being struck by a cannonball, with no openings to counterattack. He wonders what he should do, recalling the warning Doyle had given him. Doyle had said that, while it didn't matter how dangerous Yang Ho was, Gil-soo had to be ready. He also recalled Doyle's concern, saying that Yang Ho might have done something to his legs and that his kicks were far from ordinary. Gil-soo now understands why Doyle was so cautious, feeling as though he were being hit with an iron rod instead of a leg. Gil-soo clenches his teeth as he faces Yang Ho. Yang Ho mocks him, commenting that the scared look suits him perfectly and telling him to beg for his life like a dog. He then assumes his kick stance and moves toward Gil-soo, ready to kick him again. However, Gil-soo manages to dodge his knee kick, but Yang Ho still lands a hard blow on him. Gil-soo notices the enjoyment on Yang Ho's face and thinks to himself that this pleasure in his pain reminds him of the bullies from his past, those who tormented him using any means available. He reflects on the demons who took pleasure in his suffering, realizing that Yang Ho is just like them. He cannot afford to go down like this. As Yang Ho attempts another kick, Gil-soo evades the blow with his butt. The audience is left in shock, wondering what just happened. Gil-soo, still determined, taunts Yang Ho, telling him to hit him as much as he wants, as he knows where a hit hurts less. Yang Ho, frustrated, responds by saying that Gil-soo is ridiculous and that such tricks won't stop him. He then begins to strike Gil-soo's butt, causing the crowd to laugh and mock him. Doyle commented that Gil-soo was quite clever, noting that while it might seem silly, the buttocks were one of the most padded parts of the body and might be the best defense Gil-soo could manage at that moment. As Yang Ho kicked hard at Gil-soo, visibly tired, he cursed and challenged Gil-soo to try defending with his head. Yang Ho attempted a head kick, but Gil-soo dodged it, mentioning that the kick was slow enough for him to see clearly. He recalled his earlier fight with Yang Ho, reflecting on how, despite Yang Ho's powerful kicks, there seemed to be an odd reluctance to fully commit to them. Gil-soo realized that the more powerful the kick, the higher the risk involved. Yang Ho landed multiple kicks on Gil-soo, but Gil-soo managed to dodge them all. However, Gil-soo soon noticed something about Yang Ho's feet. He began to understand what was going on, but before he could react, Yang Ho punched him in the face, taunting him as if he hadn't seen it coming. Gil-soo fell from the punch, and Yang Ho laughed, claiming that his persistence had finally been dealt with. With a final kick to Gil-soo, Yang Ho gloated, saying that no matter how tough Gil-soo was, he couldn't withstand a soccer kick and that he would now understand what happened when one acted tough. As Yang Ho kicked him again, Gil-soo muttered that Yang Ho's kicks had become slower, and with a sudden move, he grabbed Yang Ho's leg and threw him to the ground. Gil-soo realized that something was definitely off. The strange sensation of being hit by an iron rod continued, but the more Yang Ho kicked, the slower his kicks became. During the decelerating kicks, Gil-soo noticed something shiny, and with a determined effort, he grabbed Yang Ho's leg, tearing his trousers and declaring that he had finally caught him. Gil-soo tore Yang Ho's trousers and discovered iron armor wrapped around his leg. Gil-soo remarked that it was no wonder he had been losing strength so quickly during the fight. The audience erupted in outrage, accusing Yang Ho of cheating and mocking him for using iron armor while pretending to be unbeatable. Junhang observed that there was a reason why Yang Ho's kicks had felt so unusual and asked Chung if they should intervene and stop the match. Chung, however, calmly replied that they should wait and watch, as it seemed the fight was nearing its conclusion. Gil-soo began punching Yang Ho, who thought to himself that Gil-soo must be insane, wondering how he still had strength left. As Gil-soo continued hitting, he noticed Yang Ho's expression and remarked that it was exactly the look he had wanted to see, the expression of fear at its peak, with no ability to resist. It reminded him of how he used to feel when he was bullied. Determined, Gil-soo prepared for a final, decisive punch. He declared that the old version of himself was gone and shouted loudly before delivering a powerful strike to Yang Ho's face. With that blow, Yang Ho collapsed to the ground. The referee immediately stepped in, stopping the match and declaring Gil-soo the winner. The audience began chanting Gilsu's name and showered him with appreciation. Gilsu thought to himself that he had done it, he had defeated Young-ho with his own fists. The crowd continued to cheer for him. Meanwhile, Young-ho, lying on the floor, was in disbelief, thinking it couldn't be true and questioning how he could have lost. As he turned his gaze, he noticed In-hee leaving the scene angrily. Desperate, Young-ho called out, asking them to wait, insisting that it wasn't over yet. However, In-hee dismissed him coldly, calling him useless, while Young-ho pleaded, asking them not to leave him behind. The audience, filled with anger, began hurling trash at Young-ho, shouting insults and calling him pathetic. They demanded that he leave the arena. Trash continued to rain down on him from all directions. Amid the chaos, Gilsu stepped forward, extending his hand toward Young-ho. He urged him to pull himself together, stating that despite cheating, Young-ho had still lost. Gilsu expressed his disappointment, saying he had hoped for a fair fight. However, he reminded Young-ho that rules were rules and suggested they settle things fairly the next time. Junheng observes the situation and remarks that the new student is more intriguing than he thought, especially after initiating a handshake. Chung responds thoughtfully, saying that Gilsu is now starting to resemble a true 6 Highs student. However, he speculates whether Gilsu might be even more unpredictable than he initially imagined. Amid the discussion, Seokwoo steps into the arena, catching everyone's attention. With disdain, he questions whether 6 High School has sunk so low that people actually gather to watch such a foolish match. The crowd turns their gaze toward him, intrigued by his sudden presence. Seokwoo then approaches Young-ho, grabbing him by the hair. He berates him, saying he couldn't even beat someone like Gilsu, and yet pretends to be 6 High's top dog. He expresses frustration, questioning how he is supposed to face their seniors after graduation given Young-ho's humiliating performance. Chung enters the ring and asks him what he wants. Seokwoo, with a smirk, remarks that it has been a long time since they last met. Moving closer to Chung, he declares that he can no longer tolerate the trash that is in this arena. He questions the legitimacy of such a place and announces that, from this moment forward, he will become the ruler of 6 Highs. Chung, unfazed, retorts that he thought Seokwoo had disappeared or died in some forgotten corner, but is intrigued to see him show up there instead. With a hint of challenge, Chung agrees, saying that he will show Seokwoo what a real arena is like. Both Seokwoo and Chung stand face to face, ready to confront each other. The audience, abuzz with excitement, remarks that they never expected to witness such a showdown before graduation. Some comment on how wild today's lineup is, marveling at the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Gilsu, curious about the man challenging Chung, asks Doyle who son Seokwoo is. Doyle, surprised, responds by explaining that Seokwoo was the one who competed with Jang Chun for the title of the strongest in 6 Highs before the arena was established. Hearing this, Gilsu is left wondering about the depth of their rivalry. Seokwoo, standing in a fighting stance, comments that it's been a while since their last match, and he's ready for a rematch. Chung responds, saying that it brings back memories of their past rivalry, and asks if Seokwoo is already scared. Without wasting a moment, Seokwoo charges toward Chung, determined to attack, taunting that Chung went through all this trouble to achieve his current position, only to face a crash like this. The audience is shaken by Seokwoo's fierce energy, wondering about the monstrous strength he possesses. The tension in the arena builds as if it's about to explode. However, Chung remains calm and dodges Seokwoo's attack effortlessly, remarking that Seokwoo is targeting his waist. Seokwoo then attempts another kick, but Chung continues to evade his strikes with precise movements. Gilsu watches the fight in amazement and comments on Seokwoo's nimbleness, wondering how his body can move so quickly. Doyle responds, acknowledging that senior Jang Chong is doing well to dodge Seokwoo's kicks. Gilsu, concerned, asks what will happen if Chung loses. Doyle explains that if Chung loses, the arena will be dissolved, and 6 Highs will return to its previous state. He then adds that Seokwoo is like the reincarnation of Kang Han-hee. Gilsu, confused, asks who that is, and Doyle describes him as a coward who only knows how to run away. Seokwoo growls, claiming that resting on past victories means nothing, and that the current version of him is completely different. He charges toward Chong, landing a punch that causes Chong to bleed from his mouth. Seokwoo, pleased with his hit, taunts Chong, expressing satisfaction in finally landing a blow. He continues to strike Chong, injuring him further and insulting him, saying that if he had known, he would have taken care of him much earlier. With that, Seokwoo punches Chong again and throws him aside. Gilsu watches in disbelief, wondering how Chong could ever defeat such a monster. Doyle remarks that it seems Seokwoo is stronger. pointing out that while Chong has better skills, Siakwu is dominating in the current situation. Chong, observing Siakwu's transformation, amusingly comments on how Siakwu seems to have secretly trained, as his body looks completely different. He concludes that whatever training Siakwu received is working well, and with that, Siakwu delivers a powerful kick, shocking the audience. But then Chong punches Siakwu in the face, sending him crashing into the ring. Siakwu, stunned, struggles to regain his footing. Chong, unimpressed, remarks that it's a waste of time and insists on ending the fight quickly. With that, he relentlessly attacks Siakwu, not giving him any opportunity to counter. Chong continues to land blow after blow, dominating the fight. Chong delivers a powerful hit that sends Siakwu flying, causing the audience to cheer excitedly, calling him amazing. With a single punch, Chong breaks the ring and Siakwu falls out, collapsing. The audience begins to speculate whether this was the match between the strongest at 6 High School. Meanwhile, Young-ho tries to sneak away quietly, but Chong notices him and asks where he's going. Chong reminds him that breaking the rules comes with consequences and orders him to come forward and lie down, threatening to show him the punishment for breaking the arena's rules. Young-ho sits in the ring, troubled as he sees Chong standing in front of him, holding a stick. He thinks to himself that if Chong plans to beat him with that stick, he won't survive the hit from someone as powerful as Chong. Fearful, he begins to beg, asking the senior to spare him. He internally believes he is going to die. As he clutches Chong's leg, he desperately pleads, claiming that he was forced into his actions and that he is a victim. He promises not to act this way again, begging Chong to spare him this time. Chong bends down on one knee and clenches his teeth, telling Young-ho that he had already ordered him to lie down. Terrified, Young-ho quickly lies down, thinking that his life is over and he won't survive this. Crying in fear, he wonders how he will make it out alive. Chong prepares to strike him and warns that if he doesn't want to be beaten, he must never act like this again. As Chong gets ready to hit Young-ho's butt, Young-ho, overwhelmed with fear, loses control and urinates in his pants. The audience begins mocking and laughing at him. Chong, clearly disgusted, scolds him for his shameful behavior in the arena. He tells him he will spare him this time, but warns that there won't be a next time before throwing the stick aside. In-hee, feeling ashamed, stands silently among the audience. Chong then strikes his foot against the floor, shouting for everyone's attention. He declares that everyone has witnessed what a real arena is like, where each person must rely on their own strength to win. He emphasizes that cheating is not allowed, and only fairness prevails. He warns that anyone who provokes others outside of the arena has broken the rules, and as long as he is the leader, such individuals won't survive. In-hee, overhearing this, feels a surge of anger. Chong continues, stating that only true warriors, those who act based on their strength and the rules of the arena, are worthy of respect. He declares that these warriors are the ones who truly deserve the respect of the 6 High Arena and everyone else. The audience begins chanting in support. Chong finishes by proclaiming that he is the true leader of the fighting arena. The next day, Chong is busy with his boxing training when Gil-soo approaches him, muttering to himself about how Chong is still training after yesterday's fight. Chong notices Gil-soo and tells him that he has nothing more to teach him. If he came to seek training, he should go home. Gil-soo replies that he didn't come to ask for training, but to tell him something. As Chong continues his boxing exercises, he tells Gil-soo not to be tense, reassuring him that he's just doing what he needs to do. Gil-soo agrees but internally wonders why Chong is so cold. He then asks a question, wondering why Chong has helped him so much, especially since it seems like he's the first person Chong has trained. He mentions that he's learned a lot from him. Chong responds that, of course, he also wants to use Gil-soo to prove something to everyone. Gil-soo, curious, asks for clarification. Chong moves closer and pats Gil-soo on the shoulder, saying that in order to improve, one must train with all their might. He acknowledges that Gil-soo has gone through a lot. Gil-soo is left wondering about Chong's unexpectedly warm behavior. In the fighting arena, a fight is about to happen, and the arena is returning to its usual state. Every day, there are intense battles and violent encounters. In the prison, In-hee meets with the former leader of the 6 Highs, who greets him, saying that it has been a long time since they last met. In-hee mentions that Jang Chong has grown quite fast. The former leader replies that it's fine even without a master around, adding that Jang Chong can't really be called a master. He then asks In-hee, recalling that he had promised good news the next time they met, how things are going. In-hee informs him that there is someone breaking the law, and surprisingly, Senior Siakwu is no match for Jang Chong. Meanwhile, Gilsoo bows his head in front of Jang Chong, thanking him. He reflects that he didn't fully understand what the senior had said, but the arena returned to normal after Jang Chong's speech. The intensity is higher than he imagined. He also realizes that he has changed by continuously fighting through fierce battles, learning how to finish a fight, and how to use his fists to create power. It has been some time since he felt this excited and passionate. Gilsoo feels completely drawn to the arena, intrigued by the unordinary atmosphere, so much so that he cannot ask any further questions when the opportunity arises. He begins to feel the flow of the battles. In-hee says to former leader Hyun and reassures him that he will do whatever he can. He mentions having a plan and, if it doesn't work within the school, he can always try another method. Hyun responds to In-hee, telling him that only those who have experienced putting a leash on themselves can control others. He advises In-hee not to mess around and to know his place. Hyun continues, saying that his father has promised to help him, and he believes he'll be out in a few months. In-hee, relieved, asks if that's true and expresses his relief. He then tells Hyun to stay low and not tarnish the family's reputation, assuring him that once he's out, everything will be resolved. In-hee agrees to stay quiet for now. Doyle's friend, Jungmin, sits in front of Doyle and Gilsoo, excitedly telling them that, finally, he got asked out on a date. Jungmin loudly asks Doyle and Gilsoo for help. Gilsoo responds that he has never done something like that, while Doyle raises his hand and says that he, too, cannot help, as he has to train in the gym on weekends. Jungmin then shows them his friend Jihai's messages, telling them that he has a good feeling this time. He explained that Jihai had asked him out first. Doyle comments that this could just be flirting, and he has already lost count of how many times Jungmin has gotten his hopes up. Jungmin shouts that she asked him to hang out on the weekend, insisting that it is a 100% clear signal. Gilsoo suggests to Doyle that, since Jungmin is asking so desperately, they should help him out, as it might actually be a real signal this time. Doyle tells Gilsoo that he doesn't know, but Jungmin is a master at making wrong guesses. He sighed and agreed to treat them to a hamburger for dinner. Doyle then asks for dessert to be added as well, and Jungmin reluctantly agrees. At the restaurant, while they are drinking, Jungmin drinks a lot and seems troubled, nervously asking why he's so nervous. Doyle laughs and comments on how many drinks Jungmin has had. Meanwhile, Gilsoo mutters that this is the first time he's seen Jungmin this nervous and wonders just who Jihai is to him. A pretty girl enters the cafe, and Gilsoo thinks to himself that it can't be her, wondering if Jungmin has such high standards. However, he notices two other girls behind her, and then the red-haired girl, Jihai, waves at Jungmin. Gilsoo quickly realizes he was mistaken. Jungmin, seeing her, stands up, and Jihai apologizes for being late. She then introduces herself, saying they must have had a hard time coming. She introduces the others, saying these are her friends, Doyle and Lee Gilsoo, and greets them, saying they should have fun today. While drinking, Gilsoo thinks to himself that this is the girl Jungmin likes, and he wonders whether he should have come, as the situation feels so awkward. The pretty girl sits in front of Gilsoo and greets him, introducing herself as Jang Mai and saying it's nice to meet him. Gilsoo responds and thinks to himself that he's glad he came. Jihai then asks how Jungmin is at school, expressing curiosity since she only sees him at the academy. Gilsoo replies, saying that he's just normal, the same as he is at the academy. However, Doyle adds that Jungmin never listens in class and only watches idol fan cams. Jihai asks about fan cams, and just then, Jungmin tells Doyle to stop saying such things, claiming he never does that. But Doyle continues, adding that Jungmin just sleeps in class. Jihai is surprised, asking if that's true, but adds that Jungmin studies hard at the academy. While drinking, Gilsoo thinks to himself that it seems like everyone is having fun chatting, but he feels like he's unable to join in the conversation. Jang Mai looks at Gilsoo and asks if he doesn't like talking. He, feeling troubled, denies it, thinking to himself that she was the one who spoke to him first. She then says that she doesn't really like the noise either and finds the others to be too excited. Gilsoo agrees, saying he knows what she means. Jang Mai then adds that she feels strangely left out whenever they hang out. Gilsoo replies that he feels the same way, as though he's being dragged by the atmosphere. She asks if he's also a listening type, to which he confirms, explaining that he finds it somewhat awkward to take the lead in conversations. She smiles and asks about his hobby, mentioning that it feels like they share the same one. Gilsoo starts to say something, but then Doyle interrupts, suggesting they go to a nearby coin karaoke place that can fit 6 people. He asks what they think, adding that he plans to sing a lot there. Gilsoo, thinking it's a shame since they were starting to feel comfortable, reflects on the interruption. They all go to the coin karaoke, and Jihai asks Doyle if he's good at singing. He responds, saying he's somewhat average. She remarks that people who are good at singing always say that. He smiles and replies that she can check for herself later. She responds, saying he seems confident. Doyle admits he's a little excited. Jungmin, feeling jealous, grabs Doyle by the shoulder and tells Jihai that they should go ahead while he and Doyle go to the washroom. Jihai agrees. Doyle then tells Jungmin that he has already gone to the washroom earlier and will pass this time. Jungmin, angry, asks Doyle what's going on with him today. Doyle asks what he means. Jungmin responds, saying that he can forget about helping him, and mentions how Doyle was saying meaningless things to Jihai. Doyle, confused, says he was just answering honestly. Jungmin, even angrier, asks why Doyle is suddenly being so honest and why he's getting along so well with Jihai. Doyle calmly says he only helped because Jihai was embarrassed by Jungmin's boring jokes. Jungmin, furious, insists that Jihai always laughs heartily when they're alone. Doyle, still calm, says that from what he can see, Jihai is definitely faking it. Jungmin, now enraged, suggests they go to the arena right now. Gilsoo, noticing their tension, steps in and says they look like they want to have a long conversation, so he'll go inside first to avoid worrying the others. As Gilsoo walks away, he thinks to himself that it's always like this when they're together, always fighting. He also thinks that despite everything, Jungmin is great for being honest, while he's always stuttering like a fool. Gilsoo smiles, thinking about how beautiful Jang Mai is and wishing to become closer to her. He wonders if her family name is really Jang and guesses that her first name must be a single syllable. He also thinks that even her name is pretty. As he enters, he notices a guy trying to touch Jang Mai. The guy asks her what's wrong, telling her not to play hard to get. But Jang Mai jerks his hand away and replies that there's something wrong with him and that they have partners. The guy, not convinced, tells her that it's an obvious lie and invites her to join them, saying that they have 2 more guys in the next room, and that it would be perfect for a 3-on-3. Gilsoo, angry, shouts at the guy, asking what he's doing. The guy notices Gilsoo and says that he really had a partner but questions why she would play with such a loser instead of him. He also brags about being from the Beekson group and claims that it's a place where great guys gather. Jang Mai tells the guy to let her go, and the guy laughs, saying if he doesn't, and asks if there is anything she's going to do. Gilsoo rushes toward the guy, but before he can reach him, Jang Mai grabs the guy by his shirt and throws him to the ground, angrily telling him that if talking doesn't work, she'll beat him up. She throws him down again. Gilsoo is left wondering at the scene. Jihai, holding her head, says she has been anxious since the guy had held Jang Mai's hand. Gilsoo asks Jihai what is going on. She responds that he's Gilsoo, right, and reassures him that he doesn't need to do anything, as Jang Mai is really scary, even though she might not seem like it. When the guy tries to hit Jang Mai, she dodges and starts punching him. Jihai continues, explaining that Jang Mai's brother had taught her to fight for self-defense since she was young, and that she's so good at it that most men can't even compete with her. The guy is beaten so badly that he starts to bleed. Jihai then adds that she thinks Jang Mai's brother is from 6 Gates High, too. Gilsoo asks if he's from their school, and Jihai responds that he has a 1-syllable name, just like Jang Mai, but she's trying to remember what it is, as it's a peculiar name. Gilsoo quickly realizes that Jang Mai's brother must be Jang Chung, thinking to himself that with a 1-syllable name and the Jang family name, it couldn't be anyone else. Jihai then remembers and confirms, saying that it was indeed Jang Chung. Jang Mai, Jang Chung's younger sister, sits on the guy's face, scolding him for not letting her go when she warned him, asking why he had to test her patience. 2 other boys approach, one of them taunting the boy, calling him a fool and remarking that instead of bringing girls, he's the one getting beaten up. One of the boys then starts hurling insults at Jang Mai and moves to punch her, demanding if she even knows who they are. However, before he can act, Gilsoo appears and punches him square in the face. Gilsoo angrily berates him, demanding how he dares to gang up against a single woman. Jang Mai watches in amazement as Gilsoo grabs the boy by the shirt and scolds him. Jihai comments, marveling at how different Gilsoo is and how impressive 6 Gates training must be. Jang Mai agrees, nodding in approval. Gilsoo then turns to Jang Mai and asks if she's okay or hurt. She assures him that she's fine, thanks to his intervention, and asks if he's alright. Gilsoo laughs, brushing it off, and says that such things are nothing compared to the rigorous training at 6 Gates. Jang Mai expresses her admiration, telling him that they would have been in serious trouble if not for him. At that moment, Do-il and Jungmin arrive on the scene. Jungmin remarks, wondering why everyone is standing outside instead of being in their rooms. Jihai shouts at him, frustrated, and demands to know why they showed up so late. She questions if they even realize what just happened. When Do-il asks what happened, Jihai explains that some thugs had suddenly appeared. However, they look around and, noticing no one is there, comment in confusion that the thugs seem to have disappeared. Jihai, equally surprised, remarks on how quickly they managed to vanish. While going in the street, the thugs from the Beekson group mention that they are from 6 Gates High. One of them adds that he clearly heard the others say the same. Another thug grumbles, commenting that although Gilsoo initially looked like a wimp, he attacked swiftly and caught him off guard. Despite acknowledging that Gilsoo is from 6 Gates, the thug declares that he will definitely make him pay for what he did, and he assures them that their leader Hyungnam will be interested in them. While walking with Gilsoo, Jang Mai asks when he started training, mentioning that he fights very well. Gilsoo responds modestly, saying that calling it training is a bit much and compliments her fighting skills in return. Internally, he finds it fascinating. Jang Mai thanked him, attributing her skills to Chung's special training, which enabled her to protect herself. Gilsoo observes that she doesn't resemble Jang Chung at all, and is impressed that Chung even trained his sister. Reflecting on his own experience, he acknowledges that he also owes Chung a lot. Jang Mai, surprised, asks if Gilsoo really means her brother. Gilsoo confirms, explaining how Chung helped him adjust after he transferred schools. She is taken aback, and remarks that the new transfer first grader Chung mentioned must have been Gilsoo. Curious, Gilsoo asks if Chung talked about him. He then recalls Chung once saying there was something he wanted to show someone, and Gilsoo wonders if that someone was Jang Mai. Gilsoo, feeling troubled, reflects on the situation, finding it somewhat embarrassing that Jang Mai knows about all his loser moments. She then hands him her phone, saying that she initially found the person Chung talked about interesting and couldn't believe it turned out to be him. She adds that it's nice they met like this and suggests they keep in touch from now on. Gilsoo, surprised but pleased, holds her phone and agrees. Internally, he thinks to himself that, as expected, he is glad he decided to come today. At a construction site, the Beekson Group executive, Han Yi-hoo, is beating a man with a stick. The man, whose face is covered, pleads for mercy, saying that he can't breathe and asking to be spared. Yi-hoo reminds him that he had warned him to repay the borrowed money if he wanted to survive. The man cries, explaining that he doesn't have any money but promises to do whatever it takes to repay the debt. Yi-hoo then removes the cover from the man's face and asks if he truly means what he says. When the man agrees, Yi-hoo tells him to become a player, as he had suggested earlier. The man, while adjusting his neck, agrees and begs Yi-hoo to stop. Yi-hoo then tells him that repaying borrowed money is a responsibility, even if it costs one's life. At that moment, Yi-hoo's thugs arrive and begin reporting about that incident to him. Curious, Yi-hoo asks what they are talking about. One of the thugs mentions Jang Mai, who had dared to fight back against them, and suggests that she needs to be taught a lesson. Yi-hoo grabs the guy by the lips, slaps him, and mocks him for getting beaten by a woman. The thug, in tears, denies the claim and struggles to provide a clear explanation. Enraged, Yi-hoo starts beating the guy again, accusing him of tarnishing the Beekson Group's name and boasting about his failure. Another guy intervenes, explaining that it wasn't just a woman they had gotten into a fight with someone from 6 Gates. Intrigued, Yi-hoo asks about 6 Gates, and the guy confirms that a student from that group had attacked them. Hearing this, Yi-hoo becomes interested and remarks that the mention of 6 Gates sounds amusing. At school, Gilsoo walks with Doyle and Jungmin. Jungmin remarks that it's strange that Jihai hasn't contacted him since the weekend. Doyle responds, suggesting that he probably guessed wrong about her again. The friend blames Doyle, saying it's all his fault. Doyle dismissively replies that he's still not over it. Meanwhile, Gilsoo is busy on his phone chatting with Jang Mai, and it seems he and Jang Mai have become good friends. As they walk, Gilsoo notices Yang-ho in a classroom, pleading with In-hee. Yang-ho begs for forgiveness, saying he will do anything, and is sure he can be of help. He continues to plead, asking In-hee to forgive him because he's begging so sincerely. In-hee coldly replies that Yang-ho's existence itself is a nuisance, and that leaving would be the most helpful thing he could do. Despite this, Yang-ho desperately asks In-hee for another chance. In-hee spits on Yang-ho's head before leaving, saying that there's no place for a loser who pees himself. She mocks him, asking why he came to the school just to cause trouble, and adds that if she were him, she would have dropped out of embarrassment. Gilsoo, witnessing this, follows Doyle as he suggests they leave, saying there's no benefit in getting involved with those people. Gilsoo agrees but wonders aloud why Young-ho would want to hang around with Kang and Hee. He points out that there's no point in being part of a group of bullies like those in Six Gates. Doyle explains that while this might be true at school, it's different outside. He tells Gilsoo about a well-known company in their area called Gangun. Though it's technically a company, it's really more like a hidden ruffian organization with strong connections to the police and politicians. He then reveals that Kang In-hee is the second son of the boss of Gangun. Gilsoo is surprised to hear this, and Doyle's friend adds that In-hee was essentially born with a ruffian spoon, meaning his background makes him someone like Young-ho and other thugs want to be connected to. Gilsoo, still taken aback, comments that he didn't realize the neighborhood was this much more dangerous than he thought. At night, as Jang Mai walks down the street, she checks her phone and mutters to herself that her part-time job ended later than expected. She plans to go straight to sleep once she gets home and wonders if Chung is at home. As she's busy with her phone, a girl suddenly approaches her from behind, pleading for help and pushing her into a narrow street. Jang Mai asks what's going on, and the girl explains that some strange men attacked her when she refused them, and they've been chasing her. Jang Mai reassures her, saying that she'll report it to the police and suggests that if they keep running, they'll be caught quickly. The girl insists they hide in an alley. Jang Mai notices a group of boys nearby, who comment that they thought she was just running away. But now she's found another attractive girl. They express their luck. Jang Mai, angered, shouts at them to stop and leave, telling them that she already said no. One of the men responds, questioning if she really dislikes it. Jang Mai, confused, asks him what he means. However, the girl she was trying to protect suddenly shocks her with an electric shock, causing Jang Mai to fall. The girl then reveals that she did, in fact, hate it, but finds it more enjoyable to bully pretty girls. Jang Mai, still on the ground, curses at the girl and demands to know who she is and if she's working with the thugs. Just then, Yi-hoo, the executive of the Beekson group, and his thugs arrive, and Yi-hoo greets Jang Mai, calling her a pretty lady. He comments that she seems quite good at fighting and asks if she'd like to have some fun. The guy whom Jang Mai had beaten earlier stood behind Yi-hoo and commented that they would be fools to think they could let it slide after someone had messed with their bikes and group. Jang Mai recognized him, thinking he was the same person who had picked a fight at the karaoke. Yi-hoo stepped closer to her, showing her the electric shocker, and asked how the taser had felt, sarcastically remarking that it must have been electrifying. She, in turn, warned him that Chong would make it even more electrifying for him. Struggling to move, Jang Mai fought against her paralysis. As Yi-hoo tried to use the taser on her again, she mustered all her strength and managed to move. The girl, standing behind Jang Mai, remarks with surprise that she can still move after being tased, calling it amazing but indifferent to the fact. She shows the electric shocker to Jang Mai and comments that it's more fun to play with a pretty toy. Jang Mai screams, telling them to stop. The girl moves closer to Jang Mai and says that if she had stayed still, it would have ended with just one hit. However, she notices that Jang Mai has fainted and remarks that she is completely out. The girl then asks Yi-hoo what his plans are, adding that if he is given the chance, she is confident in teaching Jang Mai a good lesson. Yi-hoo replies sharply, stating that he didn't order this just to hand her over as a toy, emphasizing that Jang Mai is useful and warning her not to touch her. Yi-hoo instructs the group to tie Jang Mai up and take her to their hideout. As they move to capture Jang Mai, they notice Gilsoo approaching them. One of the guys recognizes Gilsoo and shouts at him, but before he can react further, Gilsoo punches him and throws him aside. Yi-hoo, witnessing this, looks on with curiosity and wonders aloud what just happened. Meanwhile, Gilsoo, seeing Jang Mai unconscious, remarks with regret that if only he had been faster, none of this would have happened. 30 minutes later, while walking, Gilsoo reflects on the day's events, thinking they fought hard again. He wonders what Jang Mai might be doing then and decides to text her, though he hesitates, thinking it's pretty late and unsure if she'll reply. To his surprise, she quickly responds, telling him she is on her way home after finishing her part-time job. Gilsoo, curious, wonders if she always works this late. She mentioned that she was passing by the karaoke street and noted that the street was completely empty. Gilsoo assumes she must be bored and admits to himself that he wants to see her. However, as he continues reading her messages, he notices something strange in her latest text, leaving him confused and unsure about what might have happened. Jang Mai, paralyzed and unable to move, had sent a strange message before, asking the girl who she was and whether she was with those guys. Meanwhile, at the present moment, Gilsoo reflects on his suspicions while heading to the location, thinking that the strange message had made him uneasy. but to find out that she was attacked like this was far worse than he had imagined. As Gilsoo moves closer to wake Jiang Mai, one of the thugs recognizes him and quickly informs Yi-Hu, pointing out that Gilsoo is the guy from Six Gates they had mentioned earlier. Yi-Hu, with a smirk, remarks that they had intended to invite Gilsoo first, but it seemed like the Six Gates kids were too impatient. Standing protectively near Jiang Mai, Gilsoo glares at them, declares that they have messed with the wrong person, and vows to take them down. One thug rushes toward him, tauntingly asking what Gilsoo could do alone and warning that he would be the one to die. However, as the thug attempts to punch, he misjudges and hits his own ally. Seizing the opportunity, Gilsoo delivers a powerful punch to the attacker's face, throwing him to the ground. Two more thugs charge toward him, one aiming a kick at Gilsoo. He counters by striking one in the stomach with a devastating punch, sending him flying. He then disables the other by striking his knee, causing him to collapse, and follows up with a punch that leaves the thug bleeding from his mouth. Gilsoo observes their feeble attempts, commenting that they are undeniably weaker than the kids from Six Gates. As another thug charges at Gilsoo, he confidently states that no matter how many of them approach him, he can defeat them all. Saying this, he delivers a swift kick, throwing the thug aside. However, Yi-Hu intervenes, striking Gilsoo's shoulder with a stick and remarking that he has always been curious about the Six Gates kids. He questions whether he should test Gilsoo's skills. Yi-Hu advances, swinging his stick, while Gilsoo, momentarily troubled by the sudden attack, tries to dodge. Yi-Hu comments on Gilsoo's speed, to which Gilsoo responds by repeating his words and leaping into the air. He kicks Yi-Hu's stick with such force that it breaks, accusing Yi-Hu of lacking the skills to judge others. Despite the setback, Yi-Hu smiles, acknowledging Gilsoo's aggression and remarking that he is not bad. Gilsoo, charging again, claims he is just getting started and mocks Yi-Hu, saying he cannot fight without his wooden stick. He challenges him to fight directly. As Gilsoo rushes, Yi-Hu counters by tripping him, causing him to fall onto the girl. Gilsoo, realizing he was too eager, regrets underestimating Yi-Hu. Observing the scene, Yi-Hu admits that dealing with Gilsoo is more challenging than anticipated. He then orders the girl to handle Gilsoo, calling him too annoying to deal with himself. As Gilsoo falls onto the girl, he feels embarrassed and quickly apologizes, explaining that it wasn't intentional and saying he is sorry. The girl, showing him the electric taser, remarks mockingly that it is amusing to see him get embarrassed. Gilsoo wonders if the taser was the same one they used on Jiang Mai. When the girl attempts to shock him, she comments that the taser seems to get excited when he is that cute. Gilsoo, trying to protect himself, wonders how to dodge the attack. However, before the girl can act, Jiang Mai strikes the taser, knocking it away. Troubled, the girl questions how Jiang Mai managed to wake up, expressing disbelief as she was sure she had already knocked her out. Jiang Mai then reveals the broken stick she had concealed. She explains that when Yi-Hu had tried to strike her with it earlier, she dodged, causing the stick to break. She held onto the broken piece and hid it under her shirt, which protected her from the electric taser. The girl curses at her, while Yi-Hu shouts at the girl, criticizing her for failing to finish the job properly. Gilsoo, concerned, asks Jiang Mai if she is alright. She reassures him, saying that she has enough time to recover, thanks to him. Gilsoo, impressed, acknowledges her efforts and declares that it is now time to teach their attackers a lesson. Yi-Hu remarks to Gilsoo and Jiang Mai that he had not intended for the situation to escalate. But now that it had, he questions if anything would change just because the taser was no longer in play. Before he can finish speaking, Gilsoo punches him hard in the face, causing his mouth to bleed. Gilsoo sternly warns him to prepare himself, stating that he will show him the consequences of crossing the line. Meanwhile, the girl addresses Jiang Mai, acknowledging her endurance and bravery, but advising her that she should have stayed down. She warns her that it won't end well now that she is up, as the girl claims to be skilled in fighting. Jiang Mai, unfazed, responds that lying down might be more comfortable, but her personality does not allow her to tolerate injustice. She adds that she would have done a better job if the girl had wanted to keep her down. The girl, smirking, praises her defiance and charges toward her, saying that defeating someone like her makes the fight all the more enjoyable. Gilsoo throws Yi-Hu onto the rocks, dismissing him with a remark that he is not even a significant challenge. Yi-Hu, however, gets back on his feet and responds with a smirk, saying he had expected more, but is disappointed that this is all Gilsoo has to offer. He declares that he has just finished warming up and suggests starting the actual fight. Taking something in his mouth, Yi-Hu moves toward Gilsoo and attempts to land a punch. Gilsu barely manages to dodge, wondering how Yi-Hu can still move and acknowledging his impressive endurance level. Yi-Hu seizes the opportunity to strike Gilsu's back, boasting that he has already studied Gilsu's fighting style. Following up with a powerful kick, he sends Gilsu flying and declares confidently that Gilsu cannot defeat him. Gilsu, trying to recover, internally notes the sudden increase in Yi-Hu's strength, questioning where this newfound power has come from. Yi-Hu taunts Gilsu, asking if he understands the situation after being beaten. As he continues to strike Gilsu, he mocks him, asking why he is no longer talking arrogantly like before. Troubled, Gilsu reflects on Yi-Hu's exceptional endurance and strength, unable to believe he is losing to someone like this. Meanwhile, Yi-Hu, enjoying himself, remarks that he is fortunate to have encountered Gilsu, as opponents like him are his favorite to fight against. Gilsu manages to grab Yi-Hu by the neck and delivers a punch to his stomach, causing Yi-Hu to struggle. Holding Yi-Hu's neck tightly, Gilsu headbutts him, and they engage in an intense battle. Yi-Hu thinks to himself that Gilsu is reckless and wonders why he fights so aggressively. Gilsu then punches Yi-Hu in the face, sending him flying. He taunts him, saying that since Yi-Hu has been curious about the 6 gates, he can now see what a real punch looks like. Gilsu then hits him with a powerful punch, throwing Yi-Hu even farther away. While wiping his face, Gilsu remarks that Yi-Hu should not have tried to beat a former loser with just his determination. Gilsu then realizes that before Yi-Hu charged at him, he had probably eaten something to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Mai, having already finished dealing with the girl, comments on the good finish and says to Gilsu that she has already wrapped things up earlier, but it seems that Gilsu has been more than enough on his own. Gilsu thinks that now, seeing her, Jiang Mai resembles Jiang Chong's sister. Jiang Mai then grabs the girl and asks her why she has gotten involved in such a messy situation. The girl, frightened, quickly explains that she doesn't know anything about the Beekson group and is only involved in the money. Gilsu hears about the Beekson group and wonders what this Beekson group is. He questions why they would pay so much money for something like this. The girl, frustrated, shouts that they really don't know. She explains that if it's the 6 gates, it makes sense that they don't know. Beekson is a high school association that appeared about half a year ago in Yungnung City. Its influence is massive, and even considered a group of thugs. She adds that even the most notorious gangs in Yungnung would defer to them. Although there are some violent gangs in the area, the growth of the Beekson group has been rapid and intimidating. The girl tells them that some high school associations don't know how the Beekson group got involved, but Yi-Hu's goal was related to 6 gates. She asks him why they would pay so much for such a simple job and wonders if he's hiding anything. Yi-Hu responds, explaining that the money is to ensure they do the job right, seeing it as an opportunity to get on Beekson's good side. He believes that if they can turn some 6 gates members into players, he might even have a chance to join the 5 dragons. Gilsu finally realizes that their target isn't Jiang Mai but 6 gates. He wonders why they were focusing on 6 gates. Jiang Mai then adds that although Beekson has taken control of most of the schools in Yungnung, they have still not managed to conquer 6 gates in the northern part. Gilsu then realizes that Yi-Hu had mentioned wanting to check how good 6 gates is. Just then, the girl running away says that she has already told them everything she knows and that she doesn't know anything else. She claims to have just gotten caught up in the situation and says she's leaving. However, Jiang Mai grabs her jacket from behind, stopping her and telling her that she can't leave yet, as she's not done with her. Afterward, Jiang Mai gives the girl a good beating. As they both walk, Gilsu apologizes to Jiang Mai, saying he can't believe this happened to her because she got involved with their school. Jiang Mai reassures him, saying it's fine and that they are the bad ones, wondering why he's apologizing. She adds that she also has a connection with the 6 gates, a blood relation that can never be severed. Gilsu responds, acknowledging her as Jiang Chong's sister. She mentions that it would have happened eventually, even if it wasn't today. Gilsu then pauses for a moment before saying that he feels relieved. Jiang Mai asks if he's relieved, and he explains that no matter what the Beekson group does, they won't be able to defeat the 6 gates as long as Jiang Chong is standing. He adds that the guys they fought today weren't a big deal either. She laughs, agreeing that Chong is on another level, but she adds that he's not bad either. Gilsu smiles, and Jiang Mai thanks him, saying she already owes him twice. Gilsu reflects, feeling relieved that he was able to save her. Meanwhile, Yi-Hu begs in front of Tyrone Kwon, one of the 5 dragon leaders of the Beekson group, saying it's not like that. Tyrone responds, telling Yi-Hu that his problem is that he doesn't know his place and always does something useless. Yi-Hu, crying, apologizes, explaining that he did it because this was the only place left to conquer. Tyrone then kicks Yihu in the face, saying that even if Yihu hadn't intervened, the plan to conquer northern Gyeongnyeong was already in motion. From now on, he tells Yihu he's been demoted to a player. Yihu, frightened, asks what being demoted means and pleads with him not to do that. Tyrone laughs as he crashes Yihu's face, saying it will be fun to watch him as a player, and adds, see him at the Coliseum. Heavenly Wind group leader Gong Jinseob shouts at a group of boys attempting to join his group, criticizing them by saying that every single one of them looks like a loser and questioning where they found the courage to run away from home. He asks if they all want to join Heavenly Wind, to which one of the boys responds that it has been a month since they ran away, and they heard that meals and lodging are provided there. Hearing this, Gong Jinseob punches the boy in the face, throwing him to the ground, and angrily states that they think Heavenly Wind is a charity group. Frightened, the other boys apologize, insisting they won't come near again. Saying this, they flee, leaving their friend behind. Gong Jinseob comments on their lack of loyalty and vigor, noting that they abandoned their companion. He sits down, lamenting the lack of great people nowadays, complaining that none of them have talent or usefulness. One of his members lights a cigarette and remarks that the influence of the Beekson group might be the reason for the lack of capable individuals. Smoking, Jinseob agrees and concludes that they can no longer remain as simple runaways and must work on expanding their influence. At that moment, Yongho arrives and remarks that it seems they are lacking manpower. Seeing him, they become furious. Yongho continues, asking how the great Heavenly Wind ended up in such a state. Some boys rush toward him, questioning if he has gone crazy and daring to show up there. Yongho calmly states that he is considering giving an interview as well, claiming to be on another level compared to those who just left. Jinseob approaches him, saying that Yongho does not know how to be reasonable and questioning why he should recruit someone who left the group in the first place. He adds that Yongho's personality alone is enough to disqualify him. Yongho responds that he has a conscience and does not ask to be taken back for nothing. He asserts that he is prepared to do anything, even if it is a demeaning job. Hearing this, Jinseob smiles and replies, asking if that is so. The next day at school, Gilsoo, while fixing his arm, wonders if he overdid it the previous day. Feeling sore, he decides to visit the school clinic to get some medicine. As he is on his way, he notices In Hee's group talking to Yongho. One of the group members comments that Yongho must be having a hard time, adding that such situations only happen occasionally. He mentions that they know In Hee can be cold-hearted, but suggests that if they ask nicely, In Hee would agree to recruit Yongho again. Yongho, unimpressed, tells them to stop the nonsense and get straight to the point, asking why they are suddenly acting like this. The group member, annoyed by Yongho's tone, admits that his personality is irritating but continues, saying they heard Yongho got along with some pretty people during his time with Heavenly Wind. Since those people are runaways, they thought it would be fun to meet them and were planning to ask Yongho for an introduction. Yongho, refusing, declares he has no interest in serving under them and starts walking away. The red-haired guy, offended, remarks that he was going to help Yongho out since he seemed pitiful, but now Yongho is ignoring him. He throws a drink can at Yongho, cursing him. Yongho, however, dodges the can, picks it up, and throws it back at the guy. He retorts that they shouldn't flatter themselves, explaining that he only associated with them because of Gang-un clan. Yongho warns them, asking if they really think they can afford to treat him like this just because he dropped out. The group, puzzled, wonders aloud about Yongho dropping out and asks him if In Hee is aware of it. Yongho, while leaving, dismisses their concerns and remarks that there is no point in attending such a trivial school. He tells them to stay there and continue living by ingratiating themselves with In Hee. Meanwhile, Gilsoo overhears the conversation and learns that Park Yongho has dropped out. As Yongho walks away, he thinks to himself that he does not care about In Hee or the Gang-un clan and that he can simply start over in Heavenly Wind. As Yongho walks away, Gilsoo calls out to him from behind, asking to talk for a moment. Gilsoo mentions that he heard about Yongho dropping out and questions his decision, asking if it was because of what happened at the arena. Gilsoo suggests that if that's the case, Yongho can make up for it by fighting properly in the arena again, and assuring him that he is ready to fight anytime. Yongho, furious, grabs Gilsoo by the shirt and sarcastically asks if Gilsoo is happy. A troubled Gilsoo asks what Yongho means. Yongho accuses Gilsoo of thinking he has achieved something just because he feels like he pushed Yongho into despair. He warns Gilsoo to watch his back at night, threatening to kill him outside rather than in the arena. Saying this, Yongho storms off, muttering that his day is ruined. Gilsoo feels a pang of guilt regarding Yang-ho and thinks to himself that, although it's not really his business, something about the situation bothers him for no apparent reason. As Yang-ho continues walking away, he throws a letter onto the ground. Gilsoo notices it and wonders what it could be. A group of boys sits together, discussing their recent failures. One laments that they are pathetic and mentions how this week has been a total failure, blaming the Heavenly Wind group for collecting money beyond their territory without any sense of business morality. Another reassures him not to worry, saying they will settle things with the Heavenly Wind group soon. Although Heavenly Wind has the numbers, none of them are truly useful. As they speak, Yang-ho approaches, holding a stick, catching their attention. The group looks at him in confusion as he addresses them, saying they have only two choices: serve under Heavenly Wind or leave and stay far away from the area. He demands to know their decision. One of the boys recognizes Yang-ho and remarks sarcastically, saying they've heard he joined an organization by sticking within he and wonders if Yang-ho has returned to Heavenly Wind, calling him a bigger bat than anyone else. Yang-ho recalls a conversation with Jinseob where Jinseob instructed him to deal with Ma Yeonjin, a rival aiming for their territory. Jinseob emphasized that a rival organization growing stronger was unacceptable and that Yang-ho should take care of the situation. Jinseob also mentioned that if Yang-ho handled the matter well, his position in Heavenly Wind would be reconsidered. Yang-ho thinks to himself that he has no other choice if he wants to restore his standing. As the group moves to attack Yang-ho, he manages to dodge their strikes using the stick. When another individual approaches, Yang-ho dodges the attack with his leg, remarking with confidence that they seem surprised and claiming his shin is bulletproof. With that, he kicks them away. Yang-ho reflects internally, determined not to lose, and adamant about winning. Yeonjin and the others watch him in amazement. Yang-ho then tells them to stop annoying him and challenges all of them to come at him together. Meanwhile, Jinseob sits in his room, looking at an old picture of himself and Yang-ho. One of his members asks if he truly plans to accept Park Yang-ho back into the group. Jinseob responds dismissively, saying he has no intention of doing so. When the member inquires why Jinseob gave Yang-ho the task, Jinseob explains that if Yang-ho handles it successfully, the other runaway groups will be eliminated. However, even if Yang-ho loses, Jinseob would not be at a disadvantage. Jinseob then burns the picture of Yang-ho and coldly remarks that a black-hearted individual like Yang-ho is only useful to be exploited before being discarded. Yang-ho defeats all of them. Yeonjin, injured, calls him a monster and questions how he has become so strong since they first met. Yang-ho calmly replies that his determination is different now and cannot be compared to the past. He reminds Yeonjin of the two choices he had given earlier, but now, only one choice remains: to stop bothering them and stay far away from the area. With that, Yang-ho points at his face. The next day at school, two students are discussing Yang-ho. One of them remarks that he is rude, even after dropping out. The other student asked why they should throw away his uniform and treat it as trash. Then, the first student asks if the other has heard the rumor. The second student inquires about the rumor, and the first one explains that, from what he has heard, Yang-ho has returned to a runaway gang and regained his position. Apparently, he is even beating up the Six Gates kids, who are not on good terms with him. The first student warns that they should be careful, as the Heavenly Wind guys are reckless and dangerous. However, the second student finds it strange that they accepted him back. Gilsoo overhears their conversation. He then asks Doyle if he has heard that Park Yang-ho dropped out. Doyle replies that he has heard about it and mentions that it makes sense since they haven't seen him around recently. He adds that it is obvious now that In-hee has discarded him. Doyle comments that Yang-ho has come to school just to please In-hee. Gilsoo, still curious, asks if Yang-ho hasn't had at least one close friend. Doyle dismisses the idea, saying that no one would be friends with someone like him. He adds that if it weren't for In-hee's gang, Yang-ho would likely be alone. At an orphanage, some children are playing, deeply engrossed in their game, when Gilsoo approaches them. One of the children asks who he is. Gilsoo explains that he is looking for someone and inquires if there is someone named Young Hee-sun there. From behind, a girl responds, introducing herself as Young Hee-sun. Later, as they both sit on a bench, Gilsoo hands her a letter. Upon seeing it, she asks if Yang-ho has dropped out. Gilsoo confirms, explaining that Yang-ho dropped the letter while leaving, but since he doesn't know Yang-ho's address, he has come there after noticing the sender's address on the envelope to return it. Gilsoo reflects internally that Yang-ho doesn't seem to have any friends and left without even packing his belongings. Yet, knowing that Yang-ho discarded everything but held on to this one item, he feels it would be wrong to throw it away. The girl says she has no way of getting the letter to Young-ho either. When Gil-soo asks why, questioning if she isn't close to Young-ho, she explains that after leaving the orphanage, she no longer knows where Young-ho lives. She adds that she only knew about his school, which is why she sent the letter there. Gil-soo is struck by the realization that Young-ho comes from the orphanage. Hee-sun confirms, explaining that, like the other children there, Young-ho is an orphan. She adds that they have grown up together since they were very young. Hee-sun shares memories of their childhood, explaining that discrimination and bullying were daily occurrences for the children at the orphanage. She recounts how Young-ho always stood up for them, acting as their protector and hero. However, when Young-ho himself became the target, there was no one he could turn to for help. She continues, describing how things changed when Young-ho entered middle school. He began experiencing severe harassment, and his once bright and lively personality gradually became darker. It was during this time that he started associating with the runaway fam. Over time, she adds, Young-ho drifted away from the orphanage, and when he returned after some years, he was a completely different person. While his appearance and demeanor seemed unfamiliar and intimidating at first, to them, he was still the same Young-ho they had known and cared for. Hee-sun shares that Young-ho used to visit the orphanage regularly, bringing many gifts every month. However, she admits that she has lost contact with him recently and has been worried about him. Hearing that he dropped out of school only deepens her concern. Gil-soo reflects silently, noting how the Young-ho she describes feels like a completely different person from the one he knows as Hee-sun holds the letter. Tears well up in her eyes. She confesses that she sometimes fears the Young-ho she remembers, the kind and protective one, will completely disappear and transform into someone unrecognizably cruel. At night, Jin-seob is seen beating a man with a screwdriver, reprimanding him for not properly repaying the group despite being provided food and shelter. The man, pleading for his life, assures Jin-seob that he will meet the target amount next month. Jin-seob responds coldly, emphasizing that if the man doesn't shape up even after being beaten, he knows the consequences. The man begs for mercy, but Jin-seob, while smoking, remarks that kids these days lack courage and resilience, unlike during his time. As Jin-seob continues, he notices Young-ho approaching and comments with a sly grin that he needs someone as unhinged as Young-ho. Jin-seob remarks to Young-ho that he is surprised he actually managed to defeat Yeonjin and come out alive. Young-ho dismissively responds that those guys were not even strong. Sitting back, Jin-seob praises his efforts, saying it's enough to repay his betrayal and hints at reconsidering Young-ho's place in the Heavenly Wind group. Young-ho, visibly angered, asks what Jin-seob means by that, reminding him of the promise to stop him if he succeeded in defeating Yeonjin. Jin-seob laughs mockingly and explains that the qualifications for rejoining the group have become stricter since Young-ho's betrayal. Frustrated, Young-ho shouts, demanding to know what more he needs to do. Jin-seob then calmly reminds him of his earlier claim to do anything, asking if Young-ho is willing to kill someone. Jin-seob laughs heartily upon seeing Young-ho's surprised reaction and mocks him for believing his earlier words. He tells Young-ho to relax, but Young-ho, clearly upset, shouts at him not to joke about such serious matters. Jin-seob then crushes his cigarette and remarks that it wasn't entirely a joke. He adds that the task Young-ho needs to perform will be as thrilling as killing someone. When Young-ho demands clarification, Jin-seob lights a cigarette lighter in front of Young-ho's face and explains that the task is to set a motorcycle on fire. Handing Young-ho a stack of money, Jin-seob points out that the deposit alone amounts to several million won, emphasizing how rare such opportunities are these days. Young-ho, shocked, questions if Jin-seob is really asking him to commit arson. Jin-seob confirms it and assures him that such a task should be easy for someone like him. He further promises that completing the job will earn Young-ho a place back in the Heavenly Wind group. Young-ho, lost in thought, wonders about the task he's been given, questioning whether committing arson is worth the risk of facing juvenile detention. He then realizes he's standing in front of the orphanage, feeling like an idiot for coming there. He decides to leave quickly, wash up, and sleep, but then Hee-sun spots him and calls out his name. They sit together on the swings, and Young-ho asks Hee-sun why she's out alone at such a late hour, pointing out that it's dangerous. Hee-sun explained that she couldn't sleep, so she decided to take a stroll. She then asks him how he's been doing, noting that he hasn't answered her calls. Young-ho brushes it off, saying he's been busy. Hee-sun calls him a liar, saying that anyone could tell by looking at his face that he's not doing well. Young-ho, trying to lighten the mood, says that coming here feels nostalgic. Hee-sun smiles and reminisces about the times when they used to swing together. Young-ho adds that he never had time to swing because he was always busy pushing the other kids, even pushing two of them at once. Hee-sun then reminds him of the time she got hurt because he pushed too hard, and Yang-ho pretends not to remember, saying he only remembers how tired he was. She insists, teasing him by asking if he wants to see the scars from back then. Yang-ho chuckled, admitting she was right, and that he had pushed her too hard because he found it fun to mess with her. He adds that back then, he lived for the thrill of messing around. Hee-sun nods, remembering how, whenever they were bullied at the playground, Yang-ho would always come to their rescue, and she tells him he is a real hero to them. Her tone then shifts, and she becomes serious as she asks Yang-ho if he could return to the orphanage, suggesting it would be nice for him to stay with her and the younger kids, just like old times. Yang-ho stands up, thanking Hee-sun but telling her that he's gone too far down a certain path to return now. Hee-sun, confused, asks him what he means. He responds that he might not be able to come back for a while, urging her not to worry and to take care of the kids in his absence. He tells her to go back and get some rest, as he needs to leave. Hee-sun, still standing, watches him leave. She wonders why Yang-ho is acting like this, as if this moment could be their last. The next day, in a parking lot, Yang-ho throws petrol at a motorbike, thinking to himself that everything is going according to plan. He reminds himself to stay calm, recalling what Gong Jinseob had said about there being no CCTV cameras in the parking lot. The area seems quiet, with few cars and no sign of anyone around at this hour. Yang-ho throws the empty petrol can and pulls out a lighter, thinking that all that's left is to light it. He tells himself it's easy, and there's no need to second-guess himself. This is the only way he can survive. Growing up in a world without parents, he learned early on that nothing is given easily. It's a world where only the strongest survive, and even the smallest advantage others have must be fought for. Yang-ho recalls the memory of being cornered by a group of guys who had accused him of snitching on them to the homeroom teacher. They had angrily told him to stay still as they beat him up, taunting him about how he wouldn't even know that the teacher was on their side. One of them had sat close to him, mocking him further and asking how he thought he could mess with them, just an orphan. He had warned Yang-ho that people like him, who grew up without knowing their place, often end up doing worse things. The guy had then grabbed a blade, threatening to cut him, saying it was the only option for someone like him, and demanding that Yang-ho know his place. Just as the situation seemed dire, Jinseob and his members had arrived. Jinseob had confronted the group, asking them who they were and how they dared to use violence in the district. The boys had shouted back, challenging Jinseob and his group, mocking them for acting cool just because they wore suits. But Jinseob had swiftly knocked one of them down, grabbing him by the hair and scolding him for acting tough in the unclan's territory. The other boys immediately become frightened, realizing who Jinseob and his group are. They nervously acknowledged the name of the gang unclan, which made Yang-ho reflect in shock. The bullies start apologizing, beginning with the gang leader. Afterward, the leader asks the guard what all the fuss is about. The guard apologized and explained that they had to clean the place up because it was not being managed well. He adds that the person in charge of the place should come to his office later. Yang-ho reflects inwardly, realizing through his struggles that amidst the endless despair, he has learned an essential truth. In a world where survival is a constant battle, if he doesn't want to be hunted and preyed upon, he needs to become the hunter. That day, he made the decision to rise to the top of the predator chain and never be hunted by anyone again. As Yang-ho is ready to burn the bike, he thinks that he has no other choice, and that one day, he will also become like that. Suddenly, someone stops him from behind and throws water at his face with a bucket, warning him that he will wet his pants if he plays with fire at night. It is Gil-soo, and when Yang-ho asks how he knew he would be there, Gil-soo, furious, tells him that if he does that again, he will really wet himself. 3 hours earlier, Hee-sun had waited for Gil-soo. When he arrived with his friends, he asked her if she had been waiting for him. She asked if they could talk for a bit, and they both sat on a bench. Gil-soo then asked her if she knew what Yang-ho was planning, sensing that he was going to do something dangerous. Hee-sun, looking worried, confessed that she did. She mentioned that the air around Yang-ho felt heavy, as if he were really anxious. It reminded her of when she planned to run away from home, as though he was saying goodbye to someone who would never return. She admitted that she felt uneasy and, though embarrassed, asked for Gil-soo's help. Gil-soo, thinking to himself, wondered what the hell Yang-ho was doing. On the rooftop, 2 members of the Heavenly Wind group were enjoying Korean BBQ. One of them remarked on how good it felt to eat BBQ after working hard. The other member joked that they had to eat secretly whenever Jinseob wasn't around. At that moment, Gil-soo approached and asked about Jinseob. The 2 members muttered to each other, expressing frustration, saying they had expected this to take longer. Gilsoo then asked if this was a runaway from home party. One of the members, relieved, said they had been worried for nothing, thinking Gilsoo was Jinseob. The other member, annoyed, told Gilsoo that he wasn't allowed there and to leave. Gilsoo thought to himself, wondering if he was in the right place. He recalled Doyle's words about the group living in an abandoned villa next to an amusement park. It seemed Doyle's information had been correct. Gilsoo then calmly said he wasn't there to join them, but was looking for someone specifically, Park Young-ho. Gilsoo asked the two members if they knew Young-ho. One of them responded, asking if Young-ho was his friend. Gilsoo explained that he was just wondering where Young-ho was, as there were some things he wanted to say but couldn't reach him. The member replied, saying it was too late. He added that at that hour, Young-ho was probably already drawing a red line on his arm. Gilsoo, confused by what they meant, listened as the other member continued eating. He casually remarked that he had known it would end up like this with Young-ho. The member suggested that Gilsoo should disappear before he got hurt, as things seemed to be heading in that direction. In response, Gilsoo grabbed the member by the mouth and, ready to punch him, said that he was going to say it in words, but it seemed there was no other choice. He demanded that they speak quickly and tell him about the Young-ho and where he was. At the present moment, Young-ho asks Gilsoo how he got there. Gilsoo tells him not to do reckless things that he can't handle on his own. He stresses that no matter what, such a crime cannot be accepted. Young-ho, angry, moves toward Gilsoo, grabs him by his shirt, and demands to know who he thinks he is to criticize him like this all the time. He asks if Gilsoo understands his life or knows how he has been living. Gilsoo hesitates but responds that he doesn't know Young-ho's life. However, he adds that there is someone who trusts him, specifically the Jeongneung Love Orphanage. They desperately asked him for help, saying they didn't know what Young-ho would do. Young-ho wonders if it could be Heesun. Gilsoo tells him that they think someone like him is kind-hearted and really cares about him. Despite not knowing much about Gilsoo, they still sought help to that extent. He urges Young-ho not to ruin his own life because there are still people who believe in him. Young-ho, feeling ashamed, thinks in amazement that this is how Heesun is. At that moment, Jinseob arrives, clapping and taunting that this is almost like a drama. He adds that if he hadn't been following, he would have surely missed something big. Young-ho asks, confused, if Jinseob has been following him and since when exactly. Jinseob responds by asking if Young-ho really thinks he completely trusts him. He then shows the video of Young-ho pouring fuel on the bike. Young-ho, troubled, asks if Jinseob filmed that and why he filmed it, wondering if it was for a specific reason. Jinseob laughs, walks toward the bike, and blows the lighter, saying that, anyway, Young-ho is just a disposable card. He adds that being an orphan makes him very suitable for use and throwing away. Gilsoo and Young-ho, both troubled, move toward Jinseob to stop him. However, Jinseob throws the lighter, stating that this is what Young-ho has done and that Young-ho should go to jail, reform, and come out. At that moment, Doyle arrives and kicks the lighter away, remarking that it's so tiring. Meanwhile, Jumin climbs over the fence and asks if they're not late. Young-ho, surprised, sees Doyle. Gilsoo, relieved, gives a thumbs up and says they were saved by a hair, feeling lucky they had prepared in advance. He recalls running to save Young-ho and texting Doyle and Jumin, urgently calling them to the parking lot, saying that it was an extremely urgent situation. Doyle had responded, saying to Jumin that there was no time to explain, as it was such a sudden call, and they managed to arrive just in time. Jinseob tucks his sleeves and asks sarcastically if Young-ho is planning to join club activities, mocking that Young-ho cut ties with them to play with guys like these. Doyle responds by saying sorry, but they should not get involved with Young-ho, as he came to help his friend who is in danger. Jumin, frustrated, adds that he had to postpone his date to come all the way there, and in his anger, he moves toward them, preparing to punch. However, one of the members effortlessly dodges his punch with his arm. Jumin, shocked by the block, thinks to himself that it's crazy and wonders what is happening in the world. The guy then reveals an armor cover on his arm, commenting to Young-ho that his new friend seems interesting. Afterward, the guy punches Jumin and throws him to the ground, asking Young-ho if he can be introduced to him. Jinseob stands firm against Young-ho and suggests that it has been a long time, so maybe they should spar, claiming it would be just like the old times. Young-ho, moving toward him, kicks and retorts, telling Jinseob to cut the nonsense, as he doesn't have any memories to share with him. However, Jinseob effortlessly blocks his kick and lands a punch to Young-ho's face, saying that he fed him and gave him a place to sleep when he was just a weakling, but now he's ungratefully fighting against him. Young-ho, bleeding from his mouth, feels troubled and thinks to himself that this is crazy. He wonders what kind of power he has. Jinseob, continuing, says that Yang-ho will come to his senses once he's beaten like a dog, and that only then will he realize who he dared to go against. Jungmin blocks the armored arm of the boy, who remarks on how tightly he's holding on, noting that he is from the 6 gates. Jungmin, feeling the strain on his arm, thinks that his arm hurts just from blocking, and that it would be dangerous if he were hit by that strange weapon. The boy, attempting to land a hit, challenges Jungmin, asking to see how long he can hold on. Jungmin, barely dodging the hits, observes that the boy is using the weapon instead of his fists and swinging diagonally rather than attacking straight. As he moves back, Jungmin thinks that if he presses his back to the wall and denies the boy any space, he won't be able to do anything. He moves up the wall and makes a punch, asking the boy about the point of having the weapon on his arm, claiming that he can just make it difficult for him to use it. Doyle fights against another boy who questions where he learned boxing, remarking that Doyle only knows how to guard and claiming that his fist can easily break through. As the boy throws a punch, Doyle manages to dodge, analyzing the attack and realizing that the range of the fist has merely widened, making it possible to evade. The boy mocks Doyle, calling him a wimp and attributing the successful dodge to luck. Doyle, however, sees this as an opportunity, concluding that evasion makes counterattacking possible. Using this insight, Doyle lands a punch on the boy. Surprised, the boy exclaims that it is impossible, noting that Doyle has already adapted to his technique and demands to know who taught him such boxing. Doyle, landing another punch, confidently responds that he will properly teach the boy the basics. A Japanese fighter, holding 2 weapons, throws Gilsoo aside and taunts him, saying how amusing it is to see Koreans struggling and urging him to make the fight more exciting. Gilsoo, assessing the situation, thinks about how problematic the weapons are and how unpredictable the boy's fighting style seems. Determined, Gilsoo moves toward him and questions his remarks, asking in frustration why he is speaking nonsense in Japanese. Gilsoo emphasizes that they are in Korea. The Japanese fighter, attacking Gilsoo with his weapons, responds that he is indeed Japanese but was accepted by Jinseob when he had nowhere else to go. As a repayment for Jinseob's kindness, he now considers Jinseob's enemies as his own and is willing to eliminate anyone who opposes the Heavenly Wind. He adds that aside from the Heavenly Wind members, he harbors a personal grudge against Koreans and vows to kill them. Gilsoo realizes that defeating the fighter is impossible as long as he wields those weapons. Observing the boy's movements, he notices his own shoelaces and formulates a plan. As the Japanese fighter charges, mocking Gilsoo for his tenacity, Gilsoo unties his shoes and challenges him, holding the shoes in his hands and calling him an idiot. The boy laughs, amused, and mocks Gilsoo for trying to use shoes as a weapon before launching another attack. However, Gilsoo skillfully uses the shoelaces to tie the boy's weapons and arms together. Gilsoo remarks that sometimes survival means using whatever is available. With his strategy successful, he delivers a powerful punch to the boy's face, ending the fight with resourcefulness and strength. Jinseob stands against Yang-ho, observing his determined gaze and remarking that it has been a long time since he last saw it, recalling how Yang-ho had that same look when they first met. Yang-ho firmly responds, rejecting the relevance of the past, stating that it means nothing to him anymore. Jinseob counters, saying that no matter how much Yang-ho tries to deny it, the past cannot simply be erased. Gripping Yang-ho's leg, Jinseob points out that even the kick Yang-ho just used was something he had taught him, and the gaiter Yang-ho wears was given to him by the Heavenly Wind. Jinseob emphasizes that all the items and techniques Yang-ho has come to rely on were gifts from the Heavenly Wind. He questions how Yang-ho can dismiss such a significant part of his history and declares that he is the crazy dog of the Heavenly Wind. Yang-ho recalls a time when he spent all his days staring at the ground, unable to remember ever gazing up at the clear blue sky. He remembers noticing Jinseob and his group having fun together. The members, appearing cheerful, mentioned that since their income had increased, they were having a group dinner after a long time and encouraged each other to eat as much as they wanted. When Yang-ho first saw them, he wondered how people could look so carefree and happy. Observing them eat, his stomach growled, drawing attention to him. One of the members, irritated, asked who he was and why he was there, dismissing him as looking like a beggar and telling him to leave. Feeling humiliated, Yang-ho, who had skipped lunch, began walking away, but his gaze lingered on them. Jinseob noticed and remarked that if Yang-ho had nowhere to go, he could return the next day, adding that he liked people with such a determined gaze. Yang-ho recalls thinking that he approached them out of curiosity about their happiness. Jinseob taught Yang-ho how to kick and, after observing his progress, commented that his kick was better than his punch, expressing satisfaction at having found someone useful and encouraging him to keep practicing. Jinseob then ordered one of his members to bring something and handed gaiters to Yang-ho. He advised him, saying that in the world, it is not the strong who win but the winners who are strong, urging Yang-ho never to forget that lesson. Yang-ho reflects that he believed in the hope the heavenly wind gave him and diligently followed their orders. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that the heavenly wind wasn't a rope that would save him but a rotten rope that would ultimately choke him. Jinseob tells Yang-ho that his betrayal and subsequent return are pathetic, accusing him of crawling back despite leaving as though he would never return. He mocks Yang-ho, stating that no one can escape their origins, labeling him a lonely orphan with no roots. As Jinseob prepares to punch Yang-ho, Gil-soo intervenes, blocking his fist with a weapon and asking if Yang-ho is safe. Meanwhile, Doyle and Junmin finish off the remaining opponents, and Doyle sarcastically remarks that even he might have taken on everyone if he had access to such equipment, criticizing the Heavenly Wind members for being cocky despite relying on tools to fight. Observing the scene, Yang-ho is in disbelief, realizing that the Heavenly Wind has been defeated. Gil-soo, addressing Jinseob, states that he has personal matters to settle with Yang-ho and warns Jinseob to stay out of it. Jinseob stretches his neck and remarks that he cannot understand why everyone is going to such lengths for Yang-ho. He warns them to be cautious, emphasizing that all their efforts are not worth it for someone he considers a traitor. Yang-ho recalls the time when he joined the Heavenly Wind group and sought revenge on the boys who had bullied him. One of them grabbed his leg, pleading for mercy, apologizing, and taking responsibility. However, Yang-ho coldly asked if they had ever spared him when he begged for the same. Grabbing the boy's ear, he questioned its usefulness if it couldn't hear properly. He then took out a knife, remarking that it must be bothersome, and proceeded to cut the ear before walking away. After joining Heavenly Wind, Yang-ho felt he had broken free from being weak and transformed into a predator. He became addicted to the power that came with strength and constantly yearned for more, believing he could do anything as long as he proved his dominance. However, deep down, he realized it was all a delusion. One day, while standing on a terrace, Jinseob approached him, saying they had received an offer perfect for him. Jinseob explained it was time for Heavenly Wind to start a business. Curious, Yang-ho asked if it was a proposal from the Gang-un clan. Jinseob smirked and said it was something even more exciting. He mentioned Baek Bujang, the man they had worked with previously. Recalling him, Yang-ho asked if he meant the voice phishing con artist. Jinseob confirmed, adding that collecting money from victims had proven highly profitable. Yang-ho expressed his concern about the last job where their partners, Min-cheol and Hee-sung, had almost been caught by the police at the terminal locker, calling it too dangerous. Jinseob, however, had assured him that this time, they wouldn't have to take the risks. He asked if Yang-ho was interested in making money without any personal danger. Intrigued but still skeptical, Yang-ho had asked how that was possible. Jinseob had explained that they wouldn't be directly involved in the illegal activity, but would only provide manpower to Baek Bujang. Yang-ho had asked where this would take place, and Jinseob had revealed that it involved the Yungnoon Love Orphanage. He had explained that the director of the orphanage was deep in gambling debt, having lost everything to gamblers, including the orphanage's funds. Jinseob had said that the director was likely trying to make money by selling the children since he was already in deep trouble, adding that the director had even been asking around about using the young kids for some purpose. He had finished by saying the director was the perfect cash cow, ready to dish out money. Yang-ho had completely forgotten that he once had a family before joining Heavenly Wind. He resented God for letting children live under such awful conditions. He told himself that he didn't care about much, but he would kill anyone who dared to touch the younger kids. Outside, the other members noticed that the police had arrived. Meanwhile, Yang-ho had caught the director playing cards and confronted him, accusing him of never caring about the children, neglecting them, and being a piece of trash. He had said that using the kids to pay off his gambling debts was going too far. After delivering this statement, he struck the director with a stick, expressing how badly he wanted to kill him. However, he offered the director one way out. If he left the orphanage immediately, Yang-ho would keep quiet about his illegal gambling and the fact that he tried to involve the children in crime. But if the director refused, Yang-ho promised to expose his crimes and, without hesitation, kill him. At that moment, one of the kids in the orphanage woke up and, hearing the noise, woke Hee-sun up as well. The child said that they had heard something strange from the first floor and were scared, wondering if it was a robber. Hee-sun went with them, telling them to go back to sleep while she checked it out. As she came down the stairs, she muttered to herself that the kids must have misheard the thunder. Then, she noticed the broken mirror and Yang-ho standing there, holding a stick. Meanwhile, Jin-sob remarked that the orphanage director had cut contact with them. The director had reached out to Baek Bu-jang directly, asking if he could deal with him instead of going through them. Jin-sob asked what Yang-ho was scheming, and Yang-ho replied, questioning how long he was supposed to stay in Heavenly Wind, a place filled only with small fries. He asked if it wasn't natural to grab a better opportunity. Jin-sob responded, calling him a wolf who should not be with a group of dogs. He realized that Yang-ho was trying to steal the business. Jin-sob angrily stated that they should never have picked an ungrateful beast like him, and that he would take responsibility for their mistakes. Despite this, he promised to beat him just enough for him to survive, adding that he was willing to handle the dirty work on his own. Recalling everything, Yang-ho tells Jin-sob that he has no choice because the orphanage is like family to him. No matter what, he will never harm those kids. Jin-sob responds that he already knows that. He accepts Yang-ho because of their ties but later finds out that he is from that orphanage. He realizes that Yang-ho has chosen the kids over Heavenly Wind. Jin-sob had been planning revenge, but when the opportunity came, he felt a strange sense of happiness when Yang-ho returned to him on his own. Yang-ho clenches his teeth and curses at Jin-sob, while Jin-sob stands firm and says that they should finish what they started. Gil-soo shouts at him, asking if he did not hear what he said earlier and telling him to stop and retreat, especially since it's 4 against 1. As Jin-sob looks around, he smiles and questions who the 4 versus 1 really refers to. More members of Heavenly Wind begin to approach them. Doyle and Jungmin wonder aloud who these people are, asking if they are from Heavenly Wind and when they arrived. They ask their leader, Jin-sob, if he is alright. Gil-soo is troubled upon seeing them and expresses his confusion, asking what is going on. Jin-sob laughs and tells them that this is why they should think before acting. He then orders his men to attack. As the Heavenly Wind members charge toward them with the intent to attack, Gil-soo, feeling troubled, wonders when such a large number of people manage to gather. He notes that their group has already fought, and their stamina is running low. Determined, Doyle suggests that they should first regroup. Gil-soo calls out to Doyle in surprise, while Jungmin comments that although being surrounded is usually insurmountable, for them, nothing is impossible. Doyle agrees, emphasizing that since everyone is pushing beyond their limits, success is entirely achievable. Watching their determination, Yang-ho is struck by their resolve and questions internally why they are going to such lengths. He reflects that the current situation has nothing to do with them, yet they seem ready to fight until the end. At that moment, Jin-sob punches Yang-ho, stating that he cannot simply turn a blind eye and must face him to settle their unfinished business. Though injured, Yang-ho manages to stand his ground and firmly responds that it is precisely what he wants. He declares that it is time to put an end to their terrible relationship once and for all. As the group charges at them, a chaotic fight breaks out. Gil-soo struggles to defend himself, thinking there are too many opponents, making it difficult to hold his ground. He worries that if the situation continues, things will only worsen. At that moment, Doyle steps in, punching an attacker away to protect Gil-soo. He tells Gil-soo that whenever he is in danger, he should shout loudly, and Doyle will come to help him just like now. Gil-soo thanks him, and Doyle advises him to protect each other's blind spots and fight. Encouraged by Doyle's words, Gil-soo resolves to keep fighting, thinking he is not alone anymore. Meanwhile, Yang-ho kicks Jin-sob, but Jin-sob mocks him, remarking that he seems out of energy and that the attack only feels ticklish. Jin-sob retaliates with a powerful punch and taunts Yang-ho, saying it was a mistake to leave Chin-pung and that he should have chosen the right side. Yang-ho realizes with frustration that Jin-sob's armor renders his attacks ineffective, and even when he blocks, the steel fist causes him significant damage, leaving him at a clear disadvantage. Yang-ho thinks to himself that if he can just block Jin-sob's next attack, he might gain an advantage. As Jin-sob moves toward him with his armored fist, Yang-ho raises his knee to block the attack. The impact shatters Yang-ho's leg armor. Troubled by this, he exclaims in disbelief that his armor is broken and questions what he should do now. Jin-sob, regaining his composure, furiously declares that he will make Yang-ho relive his miserable past and calls him a traitor. With a powerful punch, he throws Yang-ho far away, leaving him severely injured and struggling. Jin-seob stands over Yang-ho and taunts him, asking if he finally understands. He declares that without what he had given him, Yang-ho is nothing but a nobody. Yang-ho, in defiance, throws away the armor and mutters to himself that he doesn't need it anymore. Doubts creep in as he questions if this is truly the end and whether he is incapable of defeating Jin-seob. However, his gaze falls on Gilsoo and the others, who courageously battle the group despite overwhelming odds. Feeling a surge of determination, Yang-ho chastises himself, thinking how embarrassing it would be to give up in front of them. Jinseob, noticing Yang-ho's actions, mocks him further, saying that if he doesn't need the gators, he should discard them entirely. He vows to demonstrate his true power. Yang-ho, now resolute, decides to fight until the very end. Jinseob, in a menacing tone, warns Yang-ho about the consequences of disobeying and questions whether Yang-ho has a death wish. As Jinseob charges toward him, Yang-ho observes his approach and internally admits that he is merely bluffing. He becomes anxious, realizing that another direct hit to his knuckles would be devastating. He quickly strategizes, thinking about how to avoid the impending attack. As Jinseob charges toward Yang-ho, Yang-ho easily sidesteps the attack, surprising both himself and Jinseob. He wonders why his movements feel so light and precise, realizing that his steps are quicker and more agile than before. Jinseob, refusing to back down, swings at Yang-ho again, but Yang-ho effortlessly evades the attacks and counters with a swift kick to Jinseob's face. Feeling the difference, Yang-ho notices that his kicks are faster and more powerful than ever. He ponders whether it's because he discards the armor and finally feels his true speed and strength. Emboldened by this realization, he launches another kick, sending Jinseob sprawling across the ground. Yang-ho marvels at his newfound agility, thinking that he never imagined he could be this strong and light without the armor. Jinseob, battered but defiant, struggles to his feet and declares that this will be Yang-ho's final effort, dismissing the fight as a waste of time. He charges again, but Yang-ho meets him with another powerful kick, sending him flying once more. Reflecting on the fight, Yang-ho realizes that it's been a long time since he fought without relying on the armor. He acknowledges that the armor he believes has been protecting him all this time is, in fact, a burden shackles that have been holding him back. Lying injured on the ground, Jinseob is consumed by disbelief, thinking to himself that it is impossible for him to lose to Yang-ho. Jinseob recalls the time when he kept Yang-ho in his group. One night, as everyone else slept, a member questioned Jinseob about his trust in Yang-ho, someone who had come out of nowhere. The member also expressed concerns about the increasing number of people in the group, suggesting it was becoming a burden. In response, Jinseob explained that he didn't trust Yang-ho, but only wanted to use him for his own purposes, as Yang-ho was an orphan. The member then asked if Jinseob meant that even if Yang-ho died, no one would come looking for him. Jinseob replied that someone like him should have been torn apart and discarded. Jinseob, furious, moves toward Yang-ho to attack him again, but Yang-ho kicks him so hard and throws him away, causing blood to pour from his mouth. Yang-ho then reminds him that he had once told him that the strong one is not the winner, but the winner is the strong one. Yang-ho tells Jinseob that it was Jinseob who had once said that. Meanwhile, Jinseob's members are troubled as they watch him lose, wondering what to do next. They didn't expect their boss to lose. One of the members shouts, asking if they should just run, and another responds, unsure but agreeing that they must survive. Gilsoo then shouts at them, asking what all the noise is about, and tells them that if they want to fight, they should rush in without hesitation. However, the members decide to run, saying they have to live first, as they realize they can't win against the monsters. After the fight, Yang-ho lies on the road, his eyes half open as he wonders if he has really defeated Jinseob. He finds it scary but is unsure. When he notices, Gilsoo approaches him and extends his hand, telling him that he won and should get up. Gilsoo mentions that Yang-ho fights better without his gaiters. Yang-ho recalls a moment from the arena when Gilsoo had told him they should fight properly and fairly, finding him an annoying guy both then and now. Nevertheless, Yang-ho shakes Gilsoo's hand and stands up, thanking him. Gilsoo suggests that instead of him, Yang-ho should thank Heesun. As Heesun approaches, she calls him brother, crying and hugging him, asking if he is okay and expressing how worried she is. Yang-ho reassures her, saying everything is fine now. The next day at school, Gilsoo searches through his bag, saying it's really a big problem and wondering where it is. Doyle asks him what the matter is, and Gilsoo explains that he took the bus and now can't find his wallet anywhere. He cries out, saying his check card and student ID are both in there. Doyle laughs and suggests that maybe it's at his house and he should check again. They overhear two students discussing Yang-ho. One asks if the other has heard the story about Chinpeng, and the other asks which Chinpeng is the one with Park Yang-ho. The first student says yes, and explains that they were attacked by some guys and got screwed, and that Park Yang-ho was mistakenly dragged to a juvenile detention center. Hearing this, Gilsoo remarks that many weird rumors have been going around. At that moment, the student who was discussing Yang-ho accidentally bumps into him and continues talking about him, saying that Yang-ho has already been going downhill. Yang-ho, hearing this, asks who is going downhill. The student is troubled, noticing Yang-ho, and asks why a guy who dropped out is still here at school. Yang-ho responds that it's none of the student's business. The student runs away, and Yang-ho warns him to watch his mouth from now on. He tells the student that if he hears him running his mouth again, he'll give him a good beating. Gil-soo smiles as he watches Yang-ho. Yang-ho, sitting in class, reflects that it's been a while since he's been to school, and it feels like time has passed quickly. He thinks to himself that he's not the kind of person who is suited to sitting in a school. He'd rather do what he wants, drop out without saying a word, get caught up in a crime, and return to the person he used to be. He recalls the night when Hee-sun was crying, and he told her that he understood, urging her to stop crying. She asked if he really understood and if that meant he was going back to school. Before he could respond, she didn't give him a chance to speak and made him promise to go back to school. Yang-ho smiles and thinks that since he made a promise, he has to keep it. As he sat in class, reflecting on this, In-hee approached him and said that he thought Yang-ho was going to leave and did not expect to see him so soon. He mentions hearing that the Chinpeng gang was destroyed, but notes that Yang-ho is still in good shape. Yang-ho responds indifferently, asking if there's something that concerns her. In-hee then offers to accept him into their group, telling him that she'll turn a blind eye to one mistake. Yang-ho initially feels happy, but then declines, saying that he has to refuse her offer. He leaves the conversation, and In-hee asks if he's sure, pointing out that he already left Chinpeng and has nowhere to go. She reminds him that Kang Woon's backup team is his only way to survive. Yang-ho responds that he doesn't care and needs to find his own way to live now. At night, Yang-ho packs his things and thinks that if he joins Kang Woon's backup team, he will be provided with semi-basement accommodation, one of the benefits of entrusting his future to others. It is the best condition for an orphan like him. As he walks down the street, he reflects that his goal has always been to belong somewhere, to not be alone, and to feel the peace that comes from the pride of being a part of a strong organization. But the more he fights, the more he realizes that what he has left is only violence and betrayal. Eventually, he stands in front of the orphanage and says that what he truly wants is not an organization. In the orphanage, Hee-sun struggles with the situation as the kids are fighting and running around. She tells them that it is dangerous and scolds them for not listening. At that moment, the kids notice Yang-ho, who tells them that they should listen to their sister when he's not around. The kids then run over to him, hugging him and calling him Brother Yang-ho. They seem happy to see him. As he hugs them back, Yang-ho thinks to himself that what he truly wants is a family. Yang-ho then notices Gil-soo, Doyle, and Jungmin there and asks them why they are present. Gil-soo responds that they are guests today as well. Hee-sun mentions that she invited them and that they helped Yang-ho, so he should repay them. Sitting at the dining table, Gil-soo comments to Yang-ho that it looks like he's settled back into school smoothly, and there are many things to solve. He says it would be a shame if Yang-ho dropped out. Yang-ho, somewhat confused, asks what Gil-soo is talking about, stating that as long as they stay close, Gil-soo is always like this. Doyle laughs and tells Yang-ho not to be arrogant and that he should ask for help again sometime. Yang-ho firmly replies that he has never asked them for help. Gil-soo then asks if the motorcycle situation turned out okay. Yang-ho replies that if the owner shows up, he will have to compensate them. Gil-soo asks who the owner is, wondering who even has such a contract. Yang-ho answers that he doesn't know, only that they are a student and quite famous around the area. That night, the owner of the bike, Hwang Hyuk Jin, the leader of Jinsang Technical High School and a motorcycle enthusiast, sees his bike and the lighter. Troubled, he angrily wonders who the person is who dared to set fire to his motorcycle. He furiously orders his members to find them at all costs. One of Hyukjin's members notices something and calls out to him, saying that he needs to see it because there's something significant there. When Hyukjin arrives and sees it, his eyes widen in surprise. Meanwhile, Gil-soo asks Yang-ho about the person involved, wondering if he has done something to Heavenly Wind before. Yang-ho replies that the person has nothing to do with Heavenly Wind, explaining that he hears the Heavenly Wind members are thoroughly punished after that incident. Curious, Gil-soo asks about the punishment, and Yang-ho, while sipping tea, explains that occasionally, big organizations like the Gang Unclan commission Heavenly Wind to commit crimes, including the recent arson incident. He adds that the ones who commission the work are also the ones who punish them. Gil-soo, still puzzled, asks if such severe punishment is necessary and inquires about the organization behind it. Yang-ho admits that he has never encountered them in the neighborhood, but mentions that they are called the Beekson Group, describing them as ruthless. Gil-soo was surprised after hearing about the Beekson Group. Gil-soo wonders how things have escalated after hearing from Yang-ho that the Beekson Group is dominating. Concerned that Jang-mi might be targeted, he texts her, only for her to ask him to meet. Reflecting on the situation, he thinks to himself that it's just the two of them meeting on the weekend and wonders if it could be a date. Later, as they meet and sit in a restaurant, the waiter serves pasta and mushroom risotto. Gil-soo tells Jang-mi that he has heard the pasta is delicious and mentions the pink sauce pasta and mushroom risotto as dishes he must try. Jang-mi responds that she sees and will enjoy the food. Gil-soo, thinking to himself, feels that everything is going smoothly. He recalls searching the internet the previous day to plan the date course, confident that Jang-mi would love it. As they begin eating, he politely wishes her to enjoy her meal. Jang-mi appears uncomfortable during their meal, prompting Gil-soo to suggest going to a cafe afterward. He mentions finding a cute place nearby. Jang-mi, curious, asks about the cafe and then agrees, saying she likes the idea. Noticing her expression, Gil-soo wonders internally if she is feeling uneasy. When they arrive at the cafe, he comments on the charming interior and mentions that the desserts there should be good. He encourages Jang-mi to choose anything she wants, adding that the cafe has excellent reviews on Instagram and must offer the best categories. Gil-soo thinks to himself that while Jang-mi might not have enjoyed the restaurant's food, desserts are unlikely to disappoint. The cashier informs Gil-soo of the total bill, and he reaches into his pocket and decides to pay with cash since he has lost his wallet. However, his coins spill onto the ground. While gathering them, he mutters in frustration, wondering why they fell. Jang-mi steps forward and offers her card for payment, saying she will cover the bill. Gil-soo quickly stops her, insisting that he should pay. Jang-mi gently refuses, explaining that she wants to pay as a gesture of gratitude for all the help she received from him. She admits that she had invited him out because she felt she never properly repaid him. Hearing this, Gil-soo thanked her and accepted the gesture. While eating the dessert, he reflects on her words, realizing that she simply wanted to repay him and likely felt burdened by the debt. He concludes that her earlier discomfort must have been due to this and berates himself for going overboard with his assumptions. Gil-soo tells Jang-mi that it is his first time hanging out alone with a female friend, so he plans a date course, admitting that it might be horrible. Jang-mi looks troubled and asks what he means, saying that he has completely misunderstood. She clarifies that it is not like that, explaining that she doesn't really eat Western food and doesn't like going to cafes. Gil-soo is surprised and asks her what she means, to which she responds that it is her first time going to such a pinky cafe, and she feels really awkward. Gil-soo is taken aback and asks if that's really the case, saying that he thought she liked this kind of place. Jang-mi then admits that she actually feels awkward going to places like this and adds that the restaurant food earlier didn't suit her taste either. Gil-soo, feeling troubled, thinks to himself that he assumed every girl would like similar things. She then says to him that's the reason and asks if they should go do something else. He starts to think about what else they could do. Jang-mi grabs Gil-soo by the shoulder and asks if this is his first time, to which he replies that it is, explaining that he is a little nervous. She smiles and tells him that he is cute, which makes him feel even more flustered. She then tells him to hang tight as they both sit in a pang ride. Gil-soo, troubled, thinks to himself that while he knows it is different from earlier, this is way too much. He notices Jang-mi, who seems quite happy, and realizes that she enjoys this kind of thing. It starts to make sense to him why she wouldn't like cafe dates. However, Gil-soo begins to feel uneasy, as though he is about to throw up. After the ride, Jang-mi seems quite happy, while Gil-soo feels sick and throws up. She tells him that everyone feels sick the first time and that he'll get used to it quickly. Then, she excitedly mentions the next ride, prompting Gil-soo to ask her right away if there's more. She smiles and replies that there are plenty of rides left to enjoy. They both then sit on a boat ride and later move to the roller coaster. While Jang-mi seems to be enjoying herself, Gil-soo feels sick and frightened. Sitting on another ride, Gil-soo looks troubled and asks Jang-mi if this is the one that drops. She laughs and tells him that the gyro drop is the best. After that ride, Gil-soo says he can't do it anymore. She, while holding him, teases him, asking what's wrong with him and telling him that he can ride more. Meanwhile, some guys from behind see Gil-soo and recognize him. One of them asks if it's him, and the other confirms, saying he thinks it's the Six Gates High Gil-soo. In the evening, as they both walk, Jang-mi stretches her arm and says that hanging out like this after a long time feels great. mentioning that it was suffocating because she had only been staying in study rooms recently. Gilsoo responds, saying that he had a lot of fun, too, though it was a little scary. It was his first time having this much fun. Jangmi then thanks Gilsoo for hanging out with her that day and suggests they hang out more often. Gilsoo agrees, thinking that it is nice, and decides to be a little brave. He suggests to Jangmi that they meet again next week. But just then, some guys on a bike approach them. One of them says that they had finally found him and asked where he had been, mentioning that they had been looking for him all day. Gilsoo, troubled, asks what is going on and then notices the bike. He thinks to himself that it couldn't be that motorbike. Hyukjin then shows Gilsoo his wallet, saying that Gilsoo dropped it and forgot about it. He mentions that it was on the ground. Hyukjin recognizes Gilsoo as 6 Gates Highly Gilsoo, smiling and saying that this had become interesting. Gilsoo confirms it was his wallet, and Hyukjin, after mentioning what Gilsoo had done to his bike, says that Gilsoo was going on dates after what he had done to his lovely bike, remarking that it was so cute it made him want to kill him. Gilsoo says that there is some misunderstanding, explaining that he didn't do what Hyukjin was accusing him of. Hyukjin moves toward Gilsoo, suggesting that maybe he should test how honest Gilsoo really is. Gilsoo thinks to himself that he can't let Hyukjin catch him. As Hyukjin attacks, Gilsoo dodges. Hyukjin smiles, saying that Gilsoo dodged and is feeling a little more excited. Jangmi runs toward them, shouting for Hyukjin to stop and asking what he is doing. Hyukjin responds, irritated, saying that she is too loud. Gilsoo tells Jangmi to be careful and not to come closer. Jangmi says that she doesn't know what is happening, but this is clearly a misunderstanding. However, other guys stop her, telling her that her big brother is fighting and she can't just leave. She angrily asks them what they mean by that and demands that they get out of her way. One of the boys says that he doesn't usually hit women, but for her, he'll make an exception. Jangmi kicks him, telling him to speak nicely. The boy grabs her leg and says that, at this point, he doesn't feel guilty treating her like a guy at all. Jangmi replies, asking if that's all he's got and mentioning that it's been a while since she loosened up a bit. Gilsoo moves toward them, shouting that they should not dare touch Jangmi. But Hyukjin grabs him from behind by his shirt, saying that it's getting fun and asking why Gilsoo doesn't let him play some more. With that, Hyukjin swings and throws Gilsoo, stating that he has to finish off his little rival first. Gilsoo thinks to himself that talking is no longer an option, and that he has no choice but to fight. He stands up and says that he will fight and win. In-hee approaches his father, Kang Hyuk, and asks if he called him. Kang Hyuk, sitting in a chair, turns toward him and asks if he has remembered to visit his brother. In-hee responds that his brother seems to be doing well. Kang Hyuk then tells him that if his brother needs anything, he should make sure to send it to him. In-hee acknowledges and says he understands. Kang Hyuk then asks if In-hee has any good news. In-hee asks what he means. Kang Hyuk explains that his brother is now at the age where he has earned victories in school and proven his abilities. He questions whether In-hee is willing to share the business with him, implying that it might be hard for In-hee. His father says that he would not consider giving anything to someone who can't even rule a school on their own, let alone the organization. In-hee clenches his fist and responds, assuring his father not to worry as he already has a plan in place. Meanwhile, Hyukjin shouts at Gilsoo, warning him not to count on things turning out the same as last time. He moves toward Gilsoo, attempting to punch him, but Gilsoo dodges. As Hyukjin grabs Gilsoo from his waist, he taunts him, saying that once he grabs him, it's over. Gilsoo responds, saying sorry, but that won't be happening right now. Gilsoo then grabs him by the shoulders, thinking that if he lowers his guard more than usual, he can react faster to attack, recalling the basic skill used in martial arts. Hyukjin remarks that Gilsoo hasn't just been out on dates all this time, but then he lifts Gilsoo's leg, throwing him into the water. Gilsoo, troubled, wonders if there is really no way to stop him. Hyukjin strikes at Gilsoo again, holding him by the face and saying that maybe it would have been better if he had hit him a few more times. He continues, explaining that he's been thinking about how to get that seat for a long time. Since he was young, he's been smaller and shorter than others. There was one guy who used to bully him, and the harassment started with those ridiculous, cute comments. Eventually, he ended up being the smallest person in school. He realized that in a world where strength equals power, the only way to deal with a monster was to become one. He trained his fighting skills to suit his small build, enduring painful training. He only dreamed of the moment when those who called him cute would tremble in fear. Now, he's become someone everyone fears, and those who mess with him have to be beaten until they are the ones who look cute. Hyukjin punches Gilsoo in the face and sinks him into the water. However, Gilsoo manages to kick Hyukjin in the face, huffing as he says that it is unnecessary to get this angry over a motorcycle and reminds Hyukjin that he didn't do it. As Hyukjin cleans his face and abuses him, Gilsoo thinks that, luckily, he managed to buy some time. But if Hyukjin catches him now, it will be over. Hyukjin then grabs Gilsoo by the waist and pushes him back, taunting him by asking where he is looking and calling him the cutest one he has found recently. He finds Gilsoo amusing. Gilsoo, while thinking that he managed to balance himself with a pole behind him, responds to Hyukjin, saying he hasn't changed at all and is still the same cute little jerk. He focuses even more on Hyukjin, knowing he needs to be careful. Hyukjin holds Gilsoo tightly and growls, telling him that he knows what he hates most and asking why Gilsoo still dares to touch it. Gilsoo cries out in pain. Hyukjin smirks and says that Gilsoo's reaction is so cute it could kill him. Gilsoo struggles and responds, saying Hyukjin is getting angry. Hyukjin grips him even tighter but then notices Jangmi kicking him after finishing off the others. Gilsoo urges her to hurry up. Jangmi tells Hyukjin that she is in a very good mood today because she ruined everything because of him. Hyukjin protests, but Jangmi kicks him away, declaring that she can't forgive him. Gilsoo asks Jangmi if she is alright, and she replies that it's nothing, mentioning that their combo worked pretty well. As they walk, Gilsoo admires her, thinking that he can't believe she knocked down all those guys in an instant. Jangmi then asks why they suddenly attacked Gilsoo, noting that they looked like ginseng high kids. Gilsoo responds that it's a long story. Suddenly, Hyukjin calls out to them from behind, asking where they are going. Jangmi responds confidently, saying she's sure she landed a perfect blow. Gilsoo mutters that it's disgusting. Hyukjin mocks her, saying it only itched and wasn't enough to take him down. Gilsoo then tells Jangmi to stand back, warning her that it's too dangerous for her. At that moment, Hyukjin grabs Gilsoo by the waist again, saying he wants to play more, and slams him into a wall. He taunts Gilsoo, asking if he thinks it's real just because Hyukjin keeps calling him cute. Gilsoo, feeling helpless, thinks that Hyukjin might really be a monster, realizing that despite thinking he has grown stronger, he is still no match for him. Jangmi approaches and tells Hyukjin to let go of Gilsoo, but he kicks her away, throwing her aside. He explains that he's just returning what he received and can't stand being indebted to anyone. He then lifts Gilsoo up, and Gilsoo believes he is going to die. Hyukjin declares that this time, he will definitely get rid of him. As he is about to throw Gilsoo, someone on a bike arrives. Hyukjin, confused, says it's his bike. The bike crashes into both of them, and Hyukjin angrily asks who the rider is and how they dare to ride his bike. Youngho, riding the bike, responds that if someone picks a fight, they should at least know if it's the right one, and that they shouldn't touch the wrong person for no reason. An hour ago, in the PC room, Youngho had just defeated a game. He muttered to himself, frustrated, saying that even though he carried the team, the bottom lane player was terrible. He then realized he was hungry and wondered whether to get ramen or something else. Suddenly, someone placed their hand on his shoulder, and after seeing Youngho's face, he said it wasn't him before walking away. Youngho, puzzled, thought to himself about what that lunatic's problem was, especially since he was already annoyed from losing the ranked game. He then asked the boy who had touched him, questioning who he was and why he touched him. The boy responded that he was confused since Youngho was wearing the Six Gates outfit. He then told Youngho to mind his own business and go start another match, adding that he knew Youngho was upset about the game, but it had nothing to do with him. Youngho grabbed the boy and asked him if he had a death wish, saying he was too busy for this. The boy replied, asking why Youngho was angry with him, explaining that he was actually looking for someone else, not him. Youngho asked who he was looking for and then noticed Gilsoo's ID card in the boy's phone. He became troubled and grabbed the boy's arm, asking again who he was and why he was looking for Gilsoo. The boy responded that it was none of Youngho's business. Gilsoo, feeling frustrated, was about to punch the boy when another guy touched his shoulder and said that it wasn't any of his business. Youngho, irritated, commented that a lot of people were touching his shoulder today, but that he needed to know what was going on. Youngho tells Hyukjin that, from what he has heard, it looks like they have misunderstood everything. Hyukjin asks if he is saying it was someone else. Youngho points to himself and says that he is the culprit, explaining that Gilsoo actually protected Hyukjin's bike. Hyukjin points at Gilsoo and asks what he is talking about, questioning if Youngho is his friend. He says he has proof and accuses Youngho of bullshitting. Youngho then shows him the message and tells him that he also has proof, explaining that he was ordered to do it. He admits that he is the culprit. Seeing the messages, Hyukjin is troubled. Yang-ho clarifies that, to be precise, it was the Beekson group that ordered them to do it. Hyukjin, now even more troubled, asks what the Beekson group is. He grabs Yang-ho by the shirt and warns him that if he doesn't want to die, he better explain everything. Yang-ho tells Hyukjin everything, explaining that the Beekson group bribed the runaway gang and ordered them to set his bike on fire. Gilsoo, while fixing his neck, comments that he had told Hyukjin it wasn't him. Furious, Hyukjin exclaims in disbelief, questioning if the Beekson group has lost their minds for crossing the line. Yang-ho, still confused, asks just who the Beekson group is and why they are targeting Hyukjin. Hyukjin clenches his teeth and reveals that the Beekson group aims to unify all of Yongneung City's high schools, which is why they approached him. Hyukjin explains that, at first, the Beekson group pretended to be friendly and ingratiated themselves with him. However, they quickly revealed their true intentions, making an offer to sell ginseng high to the group. Naturally, Hyukjin refused. After his refusal, the group began targeting ginseng high with ruthless violence, extortion, and other dirty tactics, turning the school into a wasteland. Hyukjin declares that he would rather die than work under the Beekson group, so he has been protecting the school. However, he admits that it hasn't been easy, as the Beekson group is a powerful organization that has already taken control of all the high schools in the region, except 6 Gates and Ginseng High. He also mentions the 5 dragons of the Beekson group, explaining that each of them serves as the leader of a school. The 5 dragon leaders sit in a meeting when the 5th leader, Tyrone Kwon, remarks that the Heavenly Wind group can't even handle a simple task. The 4th leader, Choi Noman, impatiently suggests going to Ginseng High and destroying it, asking how much longer they plan to drag things out. The 3rd leader, Maria, responds that there's no need for everyone to go, as she personally wants to bully the small Hyukjin herself. The 2nd leader, Tenchai, criticizes Maria's taste and advises focusing on the present. He reminds them that they are to remain on standby regarding Ginseng High until receiving orders from above. He stresses the importance of this meeting for Hyunmin, urging them not to do anything unnecessary and to mind their manners, as it could be the final step in unifying Yongneung. At that moment, Hyun, the son of the gang on clan, arrives and greets them, saying it's nice to meet them like this. The others are surprised to see Hyun, but Tenchai quickly responds, expressing his pleasure at the meeting. He says that they, too, are glad to meet him and adds, with a respectful tone, that it's truly an honor to meet the son of the gang clan in such a setting. Sun Seokwoo, standing behind Hyun, comments that the business seems to be thriving. Tenchai responds with a modest tone, saying it's merely enough to make a living. Then, with a smile, he adds something discreetly into a drink and offers it to Hyun, saying, in a casual manner, that Hyun must be tired from the journey and should have a drink to relax. Seokwoo grabs the drink, remarking that it certainly looks appealing and adding that he came specifically for it. As he begins drinking, Hyun stops him and advises him to stay focused, reminding him they are not there to fool around. Seokwoo takes the hint and places the drink back, while Tenchai observes and thinks that Hyun, as the son of the gang clan, clearly stands apart from others. Seokwoo then states that they should get started as he feels restless. Tenchai, smiling, acknowledges Seokwoo's eagerness and suggests they move straight to the main topic. He then addresses the matter directly, noting that they wish to dominate 6 gates and are seeking assistance from the Beekson group to achieve it. As they all sit around the table, Hyun addresses Tenchai, mentioning that the candy Tenchai had provided to Seokwoo previously was not as effective as they had hoped. Tenchai responds with surprise, questioning whether it was taken properly. Seokwoo interjects, admitting that while the candy had some effect, it was insufficient for defeating Jang Chung. He adds that considering the Beekson group's reputation, the drug fell short of expectations. At that moment, a fly enters the room, and Seokwoo, visibly irritated, exclaims his frustration, wondering why a fly is present. Meanwhile, Tenchai silently contemplates Jang Chung's strength, noting that Jang Chung hadn't appeared particularly formidable during his investigation. As Tyrone crushes the fly with his fingers, he remarks sharply that it has no manners and asks if it wants to die. Seokwoo, assuming the comment was directed at him, angrily asks if Tyrone is speaking to him. Tyrone responds that if Seokwoo wants their help, he should humble himself like the fly and stop judging them. Seokwoo, visibly annoyed, mutters that Tyrone has a shitty mouth. Tenchai quickly intervenes, telling both of them to stop and remind them that this is not a place for fighting. Hyun also steps in, advising Seokwoo to stop provoking them further. Seokwoo replies that he has been controlling his temper more than usual today. Hyun then changes the topic, asking about rumors of better quality candies. This angers Tenchai, who slams a drink onto the table and retorts that they have been obsessing over candy since earlier. Losing his temper, Tenchai punches the table, smashing it, and demands to know if they see the Beekson group as mere drug dealers. He emphasizes that their success wasn't built on selling drugs. Hyun appears uneasy as Tenchai continues, warning that if it weren't for their boss's close relationship with Kang Han Hai of the Javelin Isle Center, this meeting wouldn't even be taking place. Hyun, regaining his composure, counters by asking if Tenchai is trying to make the gang unclan their enemy. Tenchai states that the Beekson group has only assisted the gang unclan so far, not out of trust, but because of their influential background. He acknowledges that the Six Gates reputation is undeniably appealing, with its glorious history of having once conquered Yongnong City and the formidable presence of Jang Chong. He admits he is tempted to collaborate and dominate together, but he insists that any deal must be built on trust. Hyun, picking up on Tenchai's insinuation, asks if there is something specific he wants. Tenchai smiles and replies that they are finally getting to the point. He explains that he cannot join forces with them for free. Pouring the entire drink into his mouth, he adds that if they agree to meet the Beekson group's requirements, he will consider the proposal favorably. While exercising, Gilsoo reflects on the Beekson group and wonders if they truly plan to dominate all the schools in Yongnoon. He recalls a conversation with Hyukjin, who had mentioned that if the 5 dragons of the Beekson group ever took action, Jinsang High School's future would be bleak. Gilsoo thinks to himself that even someone like Hyukjin, who isn't afraid of anything, has said such a thing. He contemplates just how powerful the Beekson group really is. Gilsoo acknowledges that he's not even a match for Hwang Hyukjin, and if it hadn't been for Jangmi or Yangho's help back then, he would have lost. He collapses to the ground and mutters that it's still not enough, realizing he needs to grow stronger. Doyle and Jungmin arrive, and Doyle asks Gilsoo what he means by the Beekson group dominating Yongnoon schools one by one. Gilsoo responds affirmatively, explaining that, from what he has heard, only 6 Gates High and Jinsang High remain independent. He adds that the other schools are under Beekson group's control and are in a position no better than slaves, describing it as a living hell. Jungmin remarks that no matter how powerful the Beekson group is, they shouldn't be a match for them, as 6 Gates has a reputation for a reason. Gilsoo replies that he isn't worried about 6 Gates either, but he feels weak these days, especially when it comes to facing those who use ground fighting techniques, as there seems to be no way out when caught by them. He then asks Doyle if there's any way to break their technique. Doyle, after thinking for a moment, responds that even he struggles against someone with proper technique, as it's completely different from just striking opponents. Gilsoo, wondering if there really is no solution, thinks about Doyle's words. Doyle then mentions that he knows someone familiar with those techniques. Jungmin, seemingly familiar with a person, asks if Doyle is talking about that senior. Gilsoo, intrigued, wonders who exactly they are referring to. Some boys are playing football on the field, and one of them kicks the ball far. The other boy asks where he's kicking the ball and tells him to bring it back immediately. The first boy apologizes, runs to retrieve the ball, and comments that the kick from earlier was a goal. However, when they see the ball land in the 6 Gates stud farm, they are puzzled and wonder why it ended up there. One of them suggests that they should just leave, as it could be problematic if they get involved. Disappointed that the game is ruined, they start to walk away. Gilsoo, noticing the 6 Gates stud farm sign, stops and remarks that the place feels eerie. The rooster has started crowing. He moves closer to the area and announces that he is Lee Gilsoo, a first-year student. As he opens the door, Gilson explains that he came because there's something he wants. At that moment, a guy behind him asks who he is. Gilsoo, recognizing him, asks if he's Seungwoo. Seungwoo grabs Gilsoo from behind, and Gilsoo struggles, feeling how strong Seungwoo's grip is. Seungwoo throws Gilsoo away, then grabs his head and slams it into the ground, scolding him for not knowing the rules. Gilsoo, confused, asks what rules he's referring to. Seungwoo coldly replies that the 6 Gates stud farm is a restricted area. Doyle informed Gilsoo that after Jang Chong's brother unified the 6 Gates, he acknowledged 3 students as the strongest, collectively known as the 3 strongest of the student council. Among them, Junheng is currently leading the student council, while the other 2 hold significant reputations. One of them, the 2nd grader No Seungwoo, is known as the strongest grappler in the 6 Gates. Gilsoo told Doyle that hearing about the strongest grappler was amazing, remarking that he hadn't seen him in the arena and wondering where he lived. Doyle explained that No Seungwoo had withdrawn from the student council due to certain circumstances and was practically living in the stud farm barracks behind the school. Excited, Gil-soo ran off, exclaiming that he should quickly go and ask for a duel. Doyle and the Jumin tried to stop Gil-soo, with Doyle expressing concern and saying it was bad because the Six Gates stud farm was a restricted area. He added that Gil-soo likely didn't know that. At the present moment, Seung-woo pushes Gil-soo to the ground by his head. Gil-soo, shouting in confusion, demands to know what Seung-woo means by restricted and what he is saying. Seung-woo lifts Gil-soo up and remarks that he looks like a first grader. He warns him, saying he will let it slide this time, but orders him never to come back. Gil-soo and the other boy bow their heads in apology, explaining that they genuinely didn't know. Seung-woo dismisses them, telling them to leave. As Gil-soo walks away, he thinks to himself, wondering just who Seung-woo really is. As Seung-woo enters his room, he wonders in disbelief how someone dared to come there so fearlessly, questioning if the person was a transfer student. A little boy, Ju-in, sits scared inside. Seung-woo, addressing him, reassures him by saying he must have been frightened, but that everything is alright now and he can come out. Ju-in, crying, explains that he had been sleeping, but was woken up by the rooster Toronto's cries and became really scared when the door suddenly opened. Seung-woo comforts him, saying he has already dealt with the intruder. Ju-in, still unsure, asks if it is safe now, to which Seung-woo confidently replies that as long as he is there, it is always safe. Seung-woo then shows Ju-in a bag and mentions that he brought his favorite food, urging him to eat quickly. While Ju-in eats, Seung-woo asks if it tastes good, and Ju-in replies enthusiastically that it is delicious before asking why Seung-woo isn't eating. Seung-woo explained that he was full because he ate a lot during the school meal. Ju-in remarks that the school must have served delicious meals since Seung-woo's birthday is the next day and expresses excitement about attending school soon and receiving tasty gifts before his own birthday. Ju-in then asks Seung-woo if he wants anything for his birthday, suggesting there should be a gift and a surprise party. Seung-woo responds that it is enough for him as long as Ju-in is there, adding that he will come right away after finishing his part-time job and asks Ju-in to wait for him. While eating, Ju-in wishes their mother could attend the party too. Seung-woo reminds him that she is busy chasing bad guys. Ju-in acknowledges this but expresses his longing for her presence. Seung-woo reassures him, saying that their mother promised to return once everything is resolved, and encourages him to wait patiently. Doyle and Jungmin laugh at Gil-soo, teasing him by saying that's why he should have listened to them completely. Gil-soo responds that he didn't think there would be rules like that and is surprised to learn the stud farm is a restricted area. Doyle comments that Seung-woo wasn't always like this, prompting Gil-soo to ask when Seung-woo had changed. Doyle explains that from what he had heard, Seung-woo had many friends and was close to others during his first grade. However, he suddenly became temperamental and started secluding himself in the stud farm when he entered the second grade. Doyle adds that no one, not even Jang Chong, is allowed to enter the stud farm. Gil-soo reflects on Seung-woo's skills, remarking that he was overpowered with just one hand. Doyle observes that Gil-soo's first impression of Seung-woo seems to have left an impact and suggests looking for someone else who is good at ground techniques at the gym. However, Gil-soo insists that he must learn from someone as capable as Seung-woo to become stronger quickly. A few days later, Seung-woo walks down the street, and Gil-soo chases him. Gil-soo thinks to himself that the operation begins today. Over the past few days, he has been asking around and investigating Seung-woo, but has found nothing except for one lead, Yang-ho. Yang-ho mentioned that he had gone to a barbecue restaurant with the kids from the orphanage and had seen Seung-woo working part-time there. Yang-ho had kept his distance and didn't act like he knew him. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, everyone praises Seung-woo's cooking skills, saying that the part-timer does a really good job. Gil-soo, spying on Seung-woo while he works, notices how happy and smiling Seung-woo is while working. Gil-soo wonders to himself if this is really the same person he's been investigating. Some guys sitting at the restaurant punch the table, catching Seung-woo's attention. One of them says to him that if he's so good at grilling, he should come grill this, too. Surprised, Seung-woo asks them how they knew he would be here. The man responds, asking Seung-woo if he's really playing hide and seek with them. He adds that they had to come all the way here because they couldn't find where Seung-woo lived. Gil-soo wonders who they are as one of the guys says that Seung-woo is better than his mother. At least he pays the interest when hiding. The guy adds that on the first day, Seung-woo's mother was still out there making more debt, but at least she left a good son. Seung-woo then asks why they've come here, mentioning that he had already sent last month's interest. Another guy reassures him, saying they didn't come to extort money, but they were told they wouldn't have any more business with him. They explain that some people came and bought all of Seung-woo's debts. Seung-woo wonders what they mean by "bought my debts" and asks about it. The first man, while pouring a drink into a glass, says that it wasn't a bad deal since it was a small amount a kid had to pay. He mentions that Seung-woo must be valuable to them, implying they needed something from him. He adds that they are businessmen with manners. Seung-woo is surprised, thinking that he had never heard of such a thing before and wondering who could have done this. The guys then informed him that when they bought his debts, they were asked what Seung-woo feared the most. They tell him they only mentioned one thing they knew, that he takes care of a small child instead of his mother. Seung-woo, frustrated by the mention of Hwan, breaks the glass and grabs the man by his shirt, angrily warning him not to involve Hwan in this mess. The man acknowledges Seung-woo's anger but suggests that Seung-woo should leave instead of reacting this way. Seung-woo, still furious, throws the man aside and warns them that if anything happens to Hwan, he will kill them all. He then runs off quickly, thinking that it's impossible for them to have known about Hwan's whereabouts, as that place is too hard to find. Seung-woo arrives at his room, calling for Hwan, but finds that he's not there. Distressed, he mutters that it's impossible, especially since even the loan sharks don't know about this place. Meanwhile, Hwan, going from the street and happily holding a paper toy, talks to himself, saying that he eventually got pretty colored paper and hopes Seung-woo will like it after he returns from work. He's looking forward to the surprise birthday party. Just then, a man approaches from behind, calls Hwan kid, and asks where Seung-woo's friends are, suggesting that Hwan go play with them. In the evening, Seung-woo wanders the streets, calling out for Hwan and anxiously asking where he is and why he didn't listen to him. Then, Seung-woo hears Hwan's voice and spots him rushing toward him. Seung-woo immediately asks where he went and hugs him, saying that he was so worried. Hwan apologizes, explaining that he wants to surprise Seung-woo with a party. Seung-woo scolds him, saying that he only needs Hwan and that he shouldn't go against his wishes. Hwan reassures Seung-woo, saying not to worry because Seung-woo's friends helped him get there safely. At that moment, a Baeksan Group executive, Kim Do-ok, appears and greets Seung-woo, introducing himself as Seung-woo's new acquaintance. He tells Seung-woo that they should have a serious conversation. Seung-woo thinks to himself that these people are now involved with all of his debts. Kim Do-ok mentions that from now on, Seung-woo should pay his debts to the Baeksan Group and essentially call them Seung-woo's new owners. Seung-woo, ready to leave, refuses, asking why he should pay money to someone he doesn't even know. He tells Do-ok to stop talking nonsense and leave. However, he realizes that making a scene now would put Hwan in danger, so he decides to hold back for the moment. Kim Do-ok grabs Hwan's arm and insists that he can't just let go of someone carrying such a cute gift, referring to the paper toy. Hwan pleads for the toy to be returned, saying it's Seung-woo's birthday gift. Despite this, Do-ok crushes the paper and throws it away, commenting that the world is not easy and that this is what happens when someone with no money or support becomes a guardian. Seung-woo is troubled upon seeing this unfold, but before he can react, Gil-soo intervenes. He runs toward Kim Do-ok and attempts to hit him. Seung-woo, surprised, watches the scene. Meanwhile, Gil-soo is thinking about the toys he saw when he opened the door earlier and realizes that the restricted entry to the stud farm might have been because Seung-woo was secretly raising a child there. Kim Do-ok, startled by the interruption, asks Gil-soo who he is and threatens him, asking if he wants to die. Gil-soo then turns to Seung-woo and asks, since they are not on the stud farm, if it's okay for him to intervene. He turns to Kim Do-ok and confidently adds that first, he'll take care of the trash. Seung-woo reflects on the first time he met Hwan, recalling how difficult life was for him when he was living alone. He had no family except for his mother, who had always been in and out of relationships and eventually lost contact with him. To survive, he had to take on various odd jobs. He admits it would have been easy to send a complete stranger like Hwan to an orphanage, especially since he had no means of taking care of him. However, when he laid eyes on the boy, he saw a reflection of his own painful past in Hwan's eyes. Unable to let go of a child who had endured the same kind of hurt, he made the choice to keep him close. With the help of Jang Chung, Seung-woo managed to acquire the school's stud farm, where they lived in secret. Despite the difficult circumstances, Seung-woo never regretted his decision. Hwan's presence became his sole reason to endure the harshness of life. Seung-woo stops Gil-soo, telling him not to intervene and that he should focus on protecting Hwan. Gil-soo agrees, asking if he's handling this alone. As Seung-woo is confronted, one of Do-ok's men charges at him, taunting him for acting tough in front of his little brother and threatening to teach him a lesson. However, Seung-woo steps in, grabbing the man's fist with such force that he breaks the man's hand. He warns them all that they should be grateful, as Hwan is the only reason they are still alive. Another attacker comes at Seungwoo, attempting a flying kick, but he skillfully dodges it. Observing the speed of the opponent's kicks, Gilsoo acknowledges that this guy is no pushover. The man warns Seungwoo not to underestimate him, mentioning his experience in international competitions. Seungwoo struggles but falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Hwan rushes towards Seungwoo, but Gilsoo stops him, realizing that fighting someone with such swift kicks is a tough challenge. Seungwoo, however, surprises everyone by grabbing the opponent's leg and pulling him to the ground. Gilsoo, concerned for Hwan, places his hand over his eyes as Hwan asks if that man fell on purpose. Watching all this unfold, Kim Duok grows impatient and remarks that he had only planned to introduce the Baeksan group today. But now Seungwoo is forcing him to take more drastic action as he charges forward, pushing Seungwoo back. Gilsoo calls out for Seungwoo, thinking that the difference in weight class is too great and that he should help him. However, Seungwoo surprises him by lifting Duok upside down by his legs, completely controlling his body and leaving him struggling for breath. Duok, gasping, asks what is happening but is unable to breathe properly. Seungwoo responds, saying that if they threaten him like that, he can't stay still, and that if Duok wants money, he should approach politely. Gilsoo watches, stunned by Seungwoo's strength, thinking that he had no idea Seungwoo was capable of such power. Meanwhile, Tyrone Kwon calls Duok, asking how things are going. Duok, while still carrying his partner, apologizes and admits that Seungwoo is much stronger than they expected. Tyrone questions whether they were beaten, and Duok, seeking another chance, promises to do it properly next time. Tyrone, unimpressed, states that Seungwoo was rumored to be one of the few powerful ones in 6 gates, and it seems the rumors were true. He orders them to return to the Colosseum and prepare for punishment, hanging up the phone afterward. Tyrone reflects on the embarrassment of consistently failing to handle 6 gates, but he consoles himself with the thought that a player has just reached their expiration period and he can simply replace Duok with this new player. Seokwoo, while sitting with In-hee and his group, questions whether they are truly fine with following everything the Baeksan group says. One of In-hee's members remarks to In-hee that, unlike others, it is rumored that Seungwoo, the strongest second grader, is quite close to Jang Chong. In-hee, holding a drink, responds indifferently, saying it only improves the situation. In-hee explains that since the loan sharks pursuing Seungwoo are failures of the Gang Clan, selling Seungwoo to the Baeksan group aligns with their interests. Seokwoo questions whether Jang Chong is aware of this, adding that it might not be easily resolved if he is. In-hee, turning to Seokwoo, remarks that the situation becomes even more thrilling with a potential clash between Jang Chong and the Baeksan group. In-hee adds that now that the Baeksan group has targeted 6 gate students, they cannot back out even if they wish to. Seokwoo, intrigued, asks if In-hee truly plans to orchestrate a fight between the two factions, commenting that it sounds entertaining. In-hee confidently states that if the two groups fight, it will undoubtedly create an opportunity for them, and all they need to do is wait for the bait to take hold. As Seungwoo and Gilsoo walk away after resolving the earlier conflict, Seungwoo expresses his gratitude to Gilsoo, recalling his name and thanking him for saving his life. He admits he doesn't know how Gilsoo managed to find him, but emphasizes his relief and appreciation. Gilsoo responds modestly, saying it was nothing significant. Seungwoo then shares the story of how he came to live at the stud farm, clearing up any misunderstandings between them. Afterward, Seungwoo tells Gilsoo that he owes him a repayment for his help. Gilsoo, after some thought, mentions that there is actually something he needs assistance with. Seungwoo, intrigued, asks him what it might be. The next day, while Seungwoo is exercising, Gilsoo approaches him with Doyle and Jungmin, announcing their arrival. Recalling the previous night, Gilsoo explains that he wants to learn how to fight from Seungwoo, especially the ground technique he demonstrated earlier. Seungwoo, observing them, thinks it is surprising that Gilsoo wants him to be a teacher. As they start warming up, Seungwoo reminds Gilsoo that he had asked them to come in even numbers, pointing out that they are 1 person short. Gilsoo responds that the missing person will arrive soon. At that moment, Yang-ho arrives, asking why he was called out on the weekend and what they are doing. Doyle, surprised, remarks that Gilsoo called Yang-ho over, too. Jungmin, amused, comments that Yang-ho's tone makes it sound like they begged him to come. Doyle adds that perhaps Yang-ho comes over to their class frequently because he doesn't have other friends, implying it might be true affection for Gilsoo. Jungmin jokingly agrees, wondering if it is real love. Seungwoo interrupts their banter, telling them to be quiet and pay attention, emphasizing that he won't repeat himself, so they need to focus. Seungwoo begins explaining, listing terms like heel hook, choke, arm bar, half guard, open guard, toe hold, kimura lock, and others. He states that these are the ground techniques they want to learn. However, he points out that all of these techniques are already available on YouTube, so they can practice them on their own. He emphasizes that there is one crucial thing when it comes to ground techniques. Seungwoo picks up a rock, causing the group to feel uneasy as they think he might throw it at them. Instead, he shatters the rock with his hand, demonstrating that grip strength is the most critical aspect. He explains that the ability to hold an opponent firmly, preventing them from escaping, is the greatest weapon they can have. He advises them that it won't be too late to learn techniques later. Gilsoo acknowledges this, asking what they need to do now. Seungwoo tosses a rope at them and explains that it is used to climb a rock wall. Pointing at the mountain rock, he instructs them to divide into 2 groups and climb it. While climbing, Yongho complains about having to climb on such a beautiful weekend, questioning why he is doing this. Gilsoo reminds him that he came of his own accord. Seungwoo's training begins with rock climbing and continues with various challenges, such as hanging from a bar, holding on to a log, and more. Despite their hands being covered in cuts, the group endures rigorous training every day. Finally, they manage to complete it all. After the grueling training session, everyone collapses on the ground, completely exhausted. Later, Gilsoo sits beside Seungwoo, who hands him a bottle of water. Seungwoo comments that they performed better than he expected, but warns them not to get too comfortable as this is only the beginning. Troubled by this statement, Gilsoo asks what Seungwoo means by the beginning. Despite his exhaustion, he takes a sip of water and reassures him, saying that it's fine because this intense training will help them grow stronger quickly. Seungwoo asks Gilsoo why he wants to become stronger. Gilsoo, seeking clarification, listens as Seungwoo explains that he was simply curious if Gilsoo had a reason, as it was his first time seeing someone as determined as him. Gilsoo then shares that he likes 6 gates and that the school is special to him. It is the first time he has made friends and trained with them, and also the first time he has looked forward to what might happen at school every morning. However, some people are threatening 6 gates, and he can't just sit back and let that happen. Gilsoo wonders if Seungwoo is referring to the Baeksan group. Finally, Gilsoo answers Seungwoo's earlier question about why he wants to become stronger, saying that it is because he now has something he wants to protect, which is why he must become stronger. Seungwoo then smiles and tells Gilsoo that he now understands why Jang Chong trained him. Gilsoo, curious, asks what Seungwoo means. Seungwoo explains that Gilsoo is similar to someone Jang Chong cherishes. Meanwhile, at night, the doorbell rings, and a man announces his arrival, saying it's Jang Chong. The person who opens the door greets him, remarking that it's been a long time. Jang Chong apologizes for not visiting often, but the man reassures him that it's fine and invites him in, saying he'll be happy to have him there. As Jang Chong heads upstairs, he notices the unclean dishes outside the room. He knocks on the door and calls out, asking how the person inside has been, acknowledging that it's been a while since his last visit. Standing outside the door, Jang Chong mentions that a lot of interesting things have happened at school and says there is a story he's been wanting to tell. He's not sure if the person inside is awake, but tells them to listen carefully. The person inside the room starts taking an interest, getting up from their bed and walking toward the door. Jang Chong continues, mentioning the first grade transfer student he had told them about before, the one who couldn't adapt to 6 gates and wanted to drop out. But after his first victory in the arena, he grew and fully adapted. He asks what the person inside, Yi-jung, thinks of seeing the arena they created grow in this way. In the fighting arena, Jang Chong is beating the boxing bag when Junheng asks if his meeting with Yi-jung went well and how he's doing. Chong responds that it was the same as always, mentioning that Yi-jung didn't say a single word. Junheng suggests waiting a little longer, believing that Yi-jung will speak when he's ready. He reflects that every time he meets Yi-jung, he always seems so sad. Junheng then asked if Chong had any updates on the Baeksan group, mentioning that he was looking into the matter as requested. He confirms that, just as Chong said, the Baeksan group is not a mere organization. Chong asks him to explain in more detail. Junheng says that although the Baeksan group was only established recently, many schools have already fallen to them. He doesn't know much more, but one thing is clear: they are a filthy organization. What bothers him the most, though, is that the group is boasting about their plans to dominate Gyeongnam. Chong recalls when Jang Mi warned him about a strange organization called the Baeksan Group, advising him to look into it before anything happened. He had wondered why Jang Mi seemed so flustered at the time, but now, reflecting on it, he realizes that it definitely seems suspicious. After this thought, he punches the boxing bag with force, causing it to break apart. He mutters to himself that, for the first time in a long time, it looks like he needs to sort out the hierarchy again. A week later, at night, a girl holding the arm of a blonde boy asks if this is really the place. He reassures her, saying he told her it was and that they were almost there. She still seems uncomfortable and asks how a club could be in a place like this. The boy insists that she trusts him and points out that the place is just ahead. She looks up and, seeing the building, wonders if he's joking, asking how a club could possibly be in a church. He suggests they enter first, but she warns him that if he's tricking her, she'll report him to the police. As they approach the club, she realizes it is, indeed, a club. The boy reminds her that he had promised to introduce her to a good place to learn Jing. She then expresses concern, asking if there aren't too many minors in a club like this. Just then, Dave, the manager of Tyrone Coliseum, approaches them and admires the girl's beauty. He greets her and asks if it's her first time at the club, welcoming her to the Beekson Group's club. Dave then asks the blonde boy if this is the Jing candidate he had mentioned, to which he confirms. The girl greets Dave and mentions that she still has a lot to learn, but it's her dream to pursue Jing. She observes that Dave seems very gentle. Dave reassures her, saying she can take her time to learn, and offers to show her around the club. As they walk through, the girl expresses awe at the space on the second basement floor. Dave informs her that there are 3 basement floors and explains that the club is just an appetizer. He opens a door and reveals the main stage, the Coliseum. The girl asks if the Coliseum is a place for martial arts, and Dave responds by asking what she thinks the Beekson Group is. He explains that it's something far beyond that, exciting in ways that are incomparable, and points out the collective excitement around them as all kinds of desires are blended together and shining. The girl standing on the main stage announces that the main event has arrived, thanking the crowd for waiting. She introduces the match between Beekson Group executive Kim Duok and 5 slaves from Jinwang High, and the match begins. The viewers start chanting excitedly. Dave, speaking to the girl, remarks that it's understandable since a big event like this is quite rare. The girl, fascinated, expresses her awe. Just then, Dave's phone rings and he rushes to answer, saying he needs to attend an urgent meeting. He tells the blonde boy to guide the girl to the 3rd floor of the basement, as it might be too stimulating for people to see such a pretty girl. Meanwhile, Dave enters the guest room where Seungwoo is waiting. He greets Seungwoo, thanking him for coming, and mentions he wants to meet him. Seeing the message on his phone, Seungwoo responds that he had no choice but to come, as rejecting them was not an option. He thinks to himself that he needs to figure out what these people are planning. Dave, excited, comments that Seungwoo seems to have better judgment than expected, and he's glad Seungwoo isn't stubborn. He then asks if Seungwoo thinks he treated Beekson's people too harshly. Seungwoo explains that it was because they sent some arrogant individuals. Dave brushes it off, saying that what's done is done, and they should move on. He explains that they're meeting because they want to work with Seungwoo and mentions that the Beekson Group does many amazing things. Dave grabs the remote and, with a flick of his wrist, opens the curtains, revealing a large screen. Seungwoo's gaze lands on Kim Duok, who is ready to fight. The girl announces the upcoming match, introducing Kim Duok from the red corner, once a Beekson Group executive, and in the blue corner, 5 coin slaves from Jinwang High, repaying debts with their bodies. The audience eagerly awaits the fight. Dave turns to Seungwoo and explains that the Beekson Group Coliseum is one of their core businesses, a private fighting gambling house. Seungwoo is surprised, asking what kind of reckless fighting this is. Dave assures him that it's far from a normal competition. In the Coliseum, anything goes, no rules, weapons forbidden, and even 1 versus many duels. Every match is a bloody battle that excites the audience. Unlike traditional gambling, where there are multiple variables, this is pure thrill. Seungwoo clenches his teeth in anger, unable to understand how anyone could enjoy such barbaric fights. Dave continues, asking if Seungwoo feels his blood boiling at the sight, suggesting that with his skills and the backing of 6 gates, Seungwoo could become a valuable player. He points to the big screen, displaying the amount of money bet on the match, explaining that the higher the bet, the greater the reward for the victor. Seungwoo wonders how much could be earned in just 1 round. Dave places a hand on Seungwoo's shoulder and urges him, claiming that with his talent, Seungwoo could achieve more than just this. If he joins them, the Coliseum would be just the beginning. Meanwhile, the blonde takes the girl to the 3rd floor of the basement. She asks why it's so dark, to which he responds that it's where they keep the most important things. When they open a door, a voice welcomes her, saying they invite him to heaven. Back in the main area, Dave continues his pitch to Seungwoo, emphasizing that joining the Beekson group wouldn't just be about fighting in the Coliseum. He promises a life full of excitement, earning plenty of money and gaining great experiences. He asks Seungwoo what he thinks, trying to entice him further. Seungwoo appears confused and says that he needs some time to think it over, as there is someone he needs to look after. He adds that if he gets hurt, it will cause a lot of trouble. Dave acknowledges this, saying that Seungwoo is serious. He tells him to think it over carefully but not to take too long. He insists that Seungwoo should decide by the weekend. Then, Dave gives him his card and mentions that Seungwoo can contact him if he has any questions. He also reminds Seungwoo that their conversation is staying polite because they are being very considerate. Lastly, Dave urges Seungwoo to give it some real thought. As Seungwoo reaches home, he notices Hwan feeding the rooster and sits next to him, asking if he really enjoys playing with Tyranno. Hwan responds affirmatively, explaining that he can only go out on weekends, so he makes the most of the time and takes care of Tyranno during that period. Seungwoo reflects on the situation, thinking that while it is reckless, if he endures it, he could escape from the loan sharks, and Hwan could live a better life. Meanwhile, Seungwoo notices Gilsoo climbing on a tree. He shouts at him, asking if he can't just let him rest on the weekends. Gilsoo explains that he isn't there to disturb him, but wants feedback on his training. He climbs down and apologizes for disturbing Seungwoo. Seungwoo tells him that he had already mentioned there is no shortcut to getting stronger, and he should keep grinding, no breaks, just like now. Gilsoo thinks to himself that at times like this, Seungwoo reminds him of Jang Chong. Seungwoo then asks Gilsoo why he seems so free today, to which Gilsoo responds that he is, in fact, free. Seungwoo leaves Gilsoo to take care of Hwan, saying that he has plans for the night, and that Gilsoo should pay him back for the training. As Seungwoo walks away, Gilsoo, exhausted, thinks to himself that taking care of a kid is more tiring than training. He wonders where all the energy comes from, especially as Hwan plays with him. Hwan then suggests they have a sand fight next, but Gilsoo refuses, feeling already dead from exhaustion. Gilsoo notices the business card that Dave gave to Seungwoo and finds it suspicious. He then heads to the location with Doyle and Jungmin. They hide behind a wall, and Doyle asks if Gilsoo is telling him that Seungwoo has a business card with that address. Gilsoo confirms, explaining that based on the name, it seems connected to the Beekson group. He wonders just what kind of place it is, especially with so many people lined up outside. Jungmin observes the situation and notes that it is definitely strange, particularly seeing people dressed like that waiting outside a church. Yongho spots them and asks if this is a club, mocking them for peeking because they're scared. Doyle responds sarcastically, telling Yongho to act natural. Jungmin, irritated, tells Yongho that he is sick of seeing him lately. However, Gilsoo focuses on what Yongho said and asks him if this is really a club. Yongho answers, asking if Gilsoo didn't already know, pointing out that anyone who likes to club knows this place, which accepts both minors and adults. Jungmin comments that he is really good at clubbing, and Doyle mocks him, saying sure he is. Yongho then tells them that he heard the entrance restrictions are very tight, and it might be difficult for them to get in. He adds that there's a secret code since it's a private club, and if that weren't the case, it wouldn't be able to operate so openly. Gilsoo asks if it's a private club, meaning only those invited can enter. Gilsoo notices a commotion at the entrance gate, and a fight breaks out between some guys. He sees Yi-hoo, the former executive of Beekson, in poor condition, shouting at the people involved in the quarrel. Yi-hoo then leaves the scene, muttering to himself that they threw him out like this, and vows to show them. Gilsoo calls out to Yi-hoo from behind, commenting that he has changed so much that he barely recognized him. Yi-hoo responds, mocking him by mentioning 6 gates and calling him a loser. Gilsoo then asks about the club Yi-hoo just left, urging him to explain what is going on inside. Yi-hoo angrily abuses Gilsoo, questioning what he's even saying after appearing out of nowhere and telling him he doesn't look easy to approach. He adds that if he wasn't injured, things would be different. Just then, Yongho grabs Yi-hoo by the shoulders, warning him to speak politely while they're being civil. Yi-hoo sits on the stairs as Gilsoo and the others stand in front of him. Gilsoo mentions that the club seems to be related to the Beekson group and that he needs to confirm something, as someone he knows might be inside. Yi-hoo smiles, implying that the person Gilsoo knows must be from 6 gates, and suggests that things seem to be going according to plan. Hearing this, the group becomes curious. Yongho then asks Yi-hoo how he knows about 6 gates, but before he can answer, Gilsoo, furious, grabs Yi-hoo by the shirt and shouts, demanding that he spill the truth right then and there. Yihu laughs and says that if Gilsoo wants information, they should make a deal. He tells Gilsoo that he just needs to do him a favor, and in return, he will tell him everything. Gilsoo asks what the favor is, and Yihu insists that Gilsoo will have to bring him something from inside the club. Gilsoo asks what it is, and Yihu warns him not to back out after agreeing. He then starts explaining about the club, revealing that although it looks like an abandoned church from the outside, it's actually a club run by the Beekson group. Doyle asks why the club needs secret codes and heavy security if it's just a regular club, wondering if there's more to it. Yihu confirms that it is a private fighting gambling den called the Coliseum, where they make money by forcing high schoolers to fight. Showing his injured arm, he explains that there are no rules, anything goes as long as it entertains the gamblers. Gilsoo is shocked, asking why they make kids fight, to which Yihu answers that Beekson either blackmails the kids or owes them money. He adds that they might have a connection to the person Gilsoo is looking for. Gilsoo, troubled, says that they have to stop them, but Yihu warns that once you're in, there's no way out, as one of Beekson's other core businesses involves addictive drugs. Inside, Tyrone Kwon sits in front of Seungwoo and says that it is a good choice. He offers Seungwoo a drink and proposes a toast to celebrate their first Six Gates fighter contract, cheering him with a drink. Meanwhile, Yihu warns them that once Seungwoo signs the contract, they will hook him on drugs. He explains that the moment Seungwoo takes even a little, he will fall into a trap that he can never escape. From then on, he will be Beekson's slave. Seeing Gilsoo and the others, the security men question them, asking what they are doing there, as they have never seen them before. Yang-ho replies that a friend recommended the place to him, and it is their first time there. He wonders if the secret code that the punk gave them is correct. The guard then asks for the secret code, and Yang-ho answers, "There are 5 dragons in front of the White Hill." The guard confirms that they got it right and allows them to enter. Doyle expresses excitement, saying it's his first time clubbing and suggesting they have fun. However, when Gilsoo says thank you, the guard stops him, saying they can't enter. Gilsoo is troubled and wonders if they've been caught. The guard explains that their security is tight and apologizes, saying they can't let him in. Jungmin tells Gilsoo that he should have dressed better and adds that it looks like they will have to wait outside. The guard then stops Jungmin as well, saying their security is tight, and Jungmin is surprised, asking if even him. Doyle mocks them, telling them not to worry and that they will have to wait outside. Both Gilsoo and Jungmin plead to be let in. As they enter the club, Yang-ho comments that it is much better than he had imagined. Doyle expresses concern, asking what about Gilsoo and Jungmin and whether they are really leaving them behind. Yang-ho casually responds that it's honestly easier without those troublemakers, and that it would have been a nuisance having frustrating people like them around. Doyle, feeling angered, retorts that Yang-ho has been on his nerves since earlier. Yang-ho sarcastically asks what Doyle is going to do about it, calling him just a loser who got humiliated in the arena. Doyle, still furious, points out the guy who cheated to win and vows to fight again after this, promising to crush him fair and square. Yang-ho dismisses the threat, saying that he isn't scared of Doyle and could take him down in 5 minutes, even without a gator. Doyle, tired of the argument, says they should just split up as they're getting nowhere. Yang-ho agrees, saying he can't stand him and that it's better to move alone. He then recalls Yihu's words about finding their friends on the 2nd floor of the basement of the club, where the Coliseum is. Yihu also mentioned that the easiest way to get there was by looking for a Beekson group manager or party girls. Seeing a girl with a drink in hand, Yang-ho grins, saying that this is his specialty and that he targets her. He accidentally bumps into her, causing her drink to spill, and apologizes. The girl, irritated, says she's soaked but also comments that he has some style. Yang-ho wonders what's going on with her, thinking she seems a little off. The girl, undeterred, says it's perfect timing, and that she is lonely, suggesting they have some fun together. Yang-ho, relieved that it was easy, mutters to himself that she's already hooked. He then whispers in her ear, mentioning that it's his first time here, and he hears there's a spot even better than this club. The girl asks if he came here just for that, and Yang-ho confidently replies yes. She then offers to take him there. Jungmin styles Gilsoo's hair, confidently stating that it looks really nice and that he had told him it would. As he works, he advises Gilsoo to lift the hair up a bit more. Gilsoo, observing his reflection in the car's side mirror, asks if Jungmin is applying too much wax. Jungmin assures him that it's necessary, explaining that the wax is needed to prevent it from looking dull under the club's lights. Gilsoo reluctantly agrees, prompting Jungmin to lift his hair a little more. Meanwhile, Yihu watches them, wondering what the two idiots are doing. Jungmin, still focused on his task, comments that Gilsu's fashion sense is worse than his hairstyle. Gilsu, not understanding, asks what he should do then. Jungmin, thinking about Yihu's earlier words, replies that they need to find Gilsu some better clothes. As they approach Yihu, he becomes furious upon seeing them and demands to know what they want. They then take his jacket, and Gilsu puts it on, saying that they are ready to try again. Gilsu also expresses that he didn't really intend to steal Yihu's clothes and feels a bit bad about it. However, Jungmin responds that Yihu should have simply given them the clothes when asked and that he had brought this situation upon himself. They approach the guard and ask if they can enter now. The guard considers them for a moment and then says that they look better now, so they can go ahead. However, as Jungmin tries to enter, the guard stops him and says only Gilsu can enter. Jungmin, troubled, leaves and mutters to himself that he's never seen a crowd scatter just because someone walks in. The guard, hearing this, asks what he said. Jungmin, now more troubled, thinks to himself that it is impossible he is the lowest ranked among them. The girl takes Yangho to the second floor, and as he looks around, he comments that the basement is huge. She replies that she was surprised the first time, too, before opening the door and inviting him inside. Upon seeing the fighting stage, Yangho wonders aloud if this is the Colosseum. The girl confirms, saying that it is. He, still in awe, thinks to himself that this place is impressive, with a proper octagon ring and even a massive billboard. He wonders how the Baeksun group manages to pull off this level of luxury. Do-il approaches Yangho and says that he has finally arrived. He points out that Yangho had been acting confident earlier, but it's Do-il who showed up before him. Yangho, noticing Do-il with girls, wonders how he managed to get there first and asks who the girls are. Do-il explains that after parting ways with Yangho, he stood around until the girls came up to him and told him about the place. Yangho, feeling troubled, mutters that it's always Jin Do-il. The announcement begins with the announcer saying that the highlight match is about to start and encouraging everyone to keep their bets coming. Yangho, seeing the billboard, is stunned, asking if the displayed amount is the money bet on the fight. Do-il confirms it, and Yangho notes that it is already in the tens of millions. The announcer continues, introducing the players for the match. In the red corner, there is a group of 5 with an undefeated record, the Slasher Crew. Do-il is shocked, wondering if they are seriously letting someone fight a team of armed men. The announcer then introduces the blue corner, a strong one from Yungnoon, no Seungwoo, the first player of 6 Gates High. Both Yangho and Do-il are troubled upon seeing him. Yangho exclaims in disbelief, asking if Seungwoo is really fighting them. The announcer announces the beginning of the match, where the undefeated Slasher Crew faces off against the 6 Gates player looking to dominate the Colosseum. As the match begins, Do-il shouts that they are throwing Seungwoo into a match against armed opponents in a confined ring. Yangho comments that it is clearly a setup and that they are trying to make Seungwoo lose. He wonders aloud why Seungwoo would agree to such a dangerous match. Meanwhile, Seungwoo realizes that, just as he expected, there is nothing normal about the fight or the place itself. He recalls that earlier, when Tyrone offered him a drink, he had refused it. Tyrone had then remarked that he didn't expect Seungwoo to turn down a congratulatory drink before the match. Seungwoo had responded that he didn't want to drink anything before fighting. Tyrone had asked him whether he was just cautious or actually naive, and questioned if he really believed anyone fought in the Colosseum while sober. When Seungwoo asked what he meant, Tyrone handed him some pills, explaining that he had brought them just in case because Colosseum battles were tougher than they looked. Seungwoo, grabbing the pills, had wondered whether Tyrone seriously expected him to fight while under their influence. Tyrone had told him that if things became too difficult, he should just take one, it would turn the tide in his favor. Then, one of the Slasher Crew members rushes towards Seungwoo with a weapon and begins to strike, but hesitates upon seeing Seungwoo retreat from his position. Seungwoo quickly grabs the attacker by the legs, saying that charging in with a dangerous weapon is pointless if done recklessly. He then slams the man hard into the ground and, grabbing him by the neck, asks if that was all he had after rushing in so confidently. Just then, another member with a weapon charges at him, shouting that they will see how long Seungwoo can keep talking. As the attack comes, Seungwoo swiftly dodges, grabs the second man from behind, and slams him into the first one, remarking that now he's wide open. Seeing this, Do-il exclaims that, just as expected from Seungwoo, he takes out 2 opponents in an instant. Yangho also comments that perhaps Seungwoo will win more easily than they thought. However, a man standing beside Yangho remarks that it must be their first time in the Colosseum and warns them not to get too excited just yet, explaining that the Slasher Crew's strength doesn't lie only in their weapons. Then, one of the crew members, probably the boss, begins spinning a heavy chain and says to Seungwoo that he seems like a ground-style fighter. As he hurls the chain toward him, he claims to have already figured out Seungwoo's style. Seungwoo dodges and sarcastically asks what the man intends to do with that information. At that moment, the other two crew members rush in and begin striking Seungwoo. Struggling to defend himself, Seungwoo realizes that they're flanking him. One of them comes from behind and declares that Seungwoo is now trapped. While dodging, Seungwoo notes that they're trying to corner him, but finds the tactic too obvious. Eventually, the crew manages to bind him tightly with the chains. Watching this unfold, Yang-ho observes that the crew had been setting it up from the start. The man beside him reiterates that the slasher crew's real strength lies in their keen ability to analyze their opponent's every move. As Seungwoo struggles and demands to be released, the crew boss, wearing sharp claws, steps forward and dramatically declares that the main event is about to begin. Meanwhile, in the basement's first-floor club, Gil-soo recalls that Yi-hoo told him to look for party girls or the manager, but thinks finding the manager himself will be faster. Then he notices a guard and wonders if he could be the manager, thinking that he looks like a bouncer. He rushes toward him and thinks that he should follow him and find out. Gil-soo then says to the guard that there is something he wants to ask, but before that, the guard enters a room where Dave and his members are present. The guard asks Gil-soo who he is. Gil-soo apologizes and says he thought it was the restroom, muttering that it is not an atmosphere for casual questions. Dave shouts at the guard and says he told him to keep the area secure. As the guard starts sending Gil-soo outside, Dave stops him and says that the necklace Gil-soo is wearing belonged to Yi-hoo. He then tells the guard to drag him in. Gil-soo wondered if he really noticed it. Meanwhile, Seungwoo is injured badly. The crew boss says he is pretty good at dodging battle hits, even while tied up. Seungwoo asks if he calls this a fight. The boss replies that this is the Coliseum and the crowd comes there for entertainment like this, then tells him to just die already as he rushes toward him again. But Seungwoo smiles and says he should rush at him as if he wants to kill, as he also rushes toward him and says they should settle this. He then traps the crew boss with his leg, causing him to slam to the ground badly. The boss collapses, and his mask also breaks. When the other members rush toward him, Seungwoo breaks free from the chains and grabs both of them by their heads and slams them together. The audience starts cheering for him. Do-il says it is unbelievable and wonders just how strong Seungwoo is. The announcer then says it is incredible that Seungwoo has defeated the slasher crew in a flash, calling it the arrival of a true powerhouse. She then announces that they will move straight to the second round and tells the audience to place their bets. Do-il, troubled, says what the second round is supposed to mean. The announcer declares that for this round, the challenger facing Seungwoo is Baeksan Group's executive player, Kim Do-eok, and his crew. Kim Do-eok enters the arena and says to Seungwoo that it is nice to see him and that he never thought they would run into each other here, adding that this is going to be fun. Do-il protests that Seungwoo did not even have time to treat his injuries, and now they are throwing him into another fight, calling it insane. Yang-ho removes his jacket and tells Do-il to let go, saying that these lunatics are going wild and there is no way he can just sit and watch. Meanwhile, Gil-soo punches the guard and throws him aside, saying this is not the six-gate style. Dave asks who the hell he is, calling him an interesting guy. Gil-soo, frustrated, says that from now on, he will be asking questions and demanding to know where the second basement floor is. Dave, fixing his glasses, asks what will happen if he doesn't tell. At the same time, Do-il and Yang-ho also step into the arena. There, Gil-soo shouts that he will kill every last one of them. Yang-ho tells Seungwoo to stop the crazy fight. Seungwoo asks how they managed to get there. The announcer announces that an unexpected situation has arisen as spectators have invaded the ring. The audience begins shouting at the intruders. Yang-ho shouts back at the crowd, saying they are not just spectators but members of Six Gates. The announcer responds that if they are not official players, they should exit the ring immediately, and that their cooperation would be appreciated. Do-il argues that if they don't like the situation, they should just stop the match, calling the entire event ridiculous. Tyrone then addresses the audience, asking whether the Coliseum's special event has caught them off guard, and tells them not to worry and to sit back and enjoy the show. Yang-ho wonders who is speaking. Tyrone announces that from this moment on, a 3 vs 3 match begins, Six Gates vs Kim Do-eok. He urges the audience to place their bets now, confirming that the newcomers are indeed from Six Gates. The audience begins placing bets. Yang-ho remarks that they'd rather exploit them for profit. Do-il comments that it's a true business. Upon seeing Tyrone, he notes that Tyrone seems to be the one in charge. Tyrone then says he feels lucky that he gets to rake in more cash thanks to the Six Gates guys barging in. His colleague asks whether it's really okay to hold such an impromptu match. Tyrone replies that if it breaks the betting record, it's all worth it, and instructs them to prepare for the next match as well, saying it's a good opportunity to test Six Gates' skills. Kim Do-eok mocks Seungwoo, saying that he must have brought his juniors along because he was scared, and calls it adorable. Seungwoo replies that Do-eok probably doesn't remember since he fainted last time, but the one who's actually adorable is him, losing and still talking big. Do-eok tells him he's sorry to disappoint, but he's not the same as before and claims to have come prepared this time. Seungwoo asks if he's still bluffing, then tells Yongho and Do-il that he doesn't know how they got there, but each should take on one opponent and finish quickly, since there's something he left with Gilsoo that he needs to retrieve. Yongho informs him that Gilsoo is there with them. Hearing that, Seungwoo is surprised. Yongho explains that it was Gilsoo who figured out Seungwoo was there. Seungwoo then wonders whether that means Hwan is alone. At that moment, Do-eok and his crew rush toward them, telling them to stop talking. They begin attacking, and the trio blocks their strikes. While dodging Do-eok's assault, Seungwoo feels a sense of unease and realizes that he can't afford to stay stuck there much longer. He needs to end the fight and get out. As Do-eok grabs him by the waist, he says he had warned him it would be different this time. He then slams Seungwoo to the ground and adds that Seungwoo isn't the only one who knows grappling. Seungwoo then punches Do-eok in the face with such force that he mocks him about whether this is supposed to be wrestling, adding that it doesn't suit him. He lands another punch, saying that even so, it won't make a difference. With a relentless flurry of strikes, he causes Do-eok to lose his balance. Do-eok, surprised, thinks to himself that he hadn't expected Seungwoo's punches to be so sharp. Seungwoo prepares for a final blow, declaring that wrestling or not, he should bring it all on because the result will be the same. Meanwhile, Yongho defeats his opponent and says they shouldn't underestimate Six Gates. The audience erupts in cheers. Seungwoo turns to Do-il and Yongho and comments that they're quite reliable in moments like this, and that teaching them is proving worthwhile. Do-eok begins to rise, swallowing a drug that Tyrone had earlier tried to offer Seungwoo, and declares that it's not over yet. Seungwoo, seeing the drugs, looks on with concern. Do-eok's teammates warn him not to take the entire dose at once, but he throws the drugs to them, shouting that if they lose, they're finished anyway, and if they want to stay in Baeksan group, they'd better take it too. Now much stronger, Do-eok declares that this will be the final round and charges at Seungwoo, shouting that he will kill him properly this time. Seungwoo counters with a punch, asking if he never learns, reminding him how he blindly lunged last time. But Seungwoo quickly notices that Do-eok remains unharmed. Do-eok grabs him by the face, shoves him back, tells him to shut up, and slams him to the ground. Injured, Seungwoo wonders how Do-eok suddenly became so strong. Do-eok punches him in the face and mocks him for always pretending to be tough. He says that Seungwoo has no idea how hard it is to make real money, adding that money makes people stronger. He reveals that he once received an offer to join the professional wrestling circuit. But at the same time, Baeksan Group gave him a counteroffer twice the money to become an executor. That's when he realized something about life. Watching wrestling from the sidelines had felt utterly pathetic. He grabs Seungwoo by the neck and says it was a relief he joined Baeksan Group before it was too late. Then he begins punching him again, proclaiming that power, money, and strength all go hand in hand. As Do-eok begins to punch him with all his power, Seungwoo blocks his hand and says that thinking he has grown stronger just because of that is a mistake, that he's been wrong from the start. Do-eok, stunned, wonders how Seungwoo still has this much strength. Seungwoo then strikes him in the face, forcing him back and leaning into him. Do-eok shouts in disbelief, saying it's impossible he took so many drugs. Seungwoo responds that true strength comes when a person has something to protect. With that, he grabs Do-eok by the neck and begins to tighten his grip. Meanwhile, Gilsoo clears all of Dave's members. Dave claps, saying that this is beyond interesting, amazing, and captivating. Gilsoo takes off his jacket and tells him to stop wasting time and bring it on already, he doesn't have the luxury to wait. Dave smiles and replies that since Gilsoo has given him a show, it's only fair to repay the favor, but he shouldn't expect him to go easy. Gilsoo wonders what he should do. This is taking longer than expected, and he needs to return quickly. Meanwhile, Hwan, sitting alone, wonders why Gilsoo hasn't returned yet. It's getting dark, and he starts to feel scared. He then notices someone trying to open the door and nervously asks who it is. The knocking grows louder as someone begins hitting the door aggressively. Juan hides under a pillow, crying. Then, someone steps into the room. Juan, still crying, asks just who the person is. Gilsoo rushes toward him to attack, but he dodges the strike easily. Dave keeps blocking continuously and asks if Gilsoo didn't say he would finish it fast, adding that at this rate, they'll be fighting all day. Gilsoo, frustrated, tries to punch again and wonders if Dave definitely has good speed. He lands a hit and says that Dave has nowhere to run now. But Dave manages to pull a collapsed member in front of him and asks what about it. He strikes a bottle at Gilsoo and says he doesn't fight boringly like him, adding that a real fight is always dirty, and someone who charges recklessly never stands a chance. Gilsoo struggles to focus as the glass fragments get into his eyes. Dave hits him again, causing him to fall behind, and tells him to stay focused. Gilsoo manages to stand on his feet and says Dave is nastier than he looks. Dave remarks that the last attack was serious, and Gilsoo still blocked it. Gilsoo now thinks that if he tries to strike, Dave will just counter. He then rushes toward him, saying it's time for grappling, as he grabs him by the legs. Dave casually asks if there's anything Gilsoo can't do. Gilsoo wonders why Dave seems so relaxed and suddenly realizes he can't feel any strength in his arm. Dave asks what's wrong, and if his arm is giving out, then he strikes Gilsoo from behind. Gilsoo asks what Dave did to his arm, and thinks that he remembers something scratching him earlier while blocking. He wonders if it was then. Dave closes his fist and says he's just having a little fun. Meanwhile, the guy Yang Ho handles starts reacting more strongly than before. Yang Ho wonders that it's impossible this guy is completely different from earlier. His speed and power suddenly skyrocket, and as he strikes, Yang Ho falls behind. Injured, Yang Ho wonders if he can't keep up at all and is being completely overpowered. The guy says this is what happens when someone messes with the Beekson group. On the other hand, the guy Do-il also starts reacting more strongly, hitting Do-il. Do-il wonders if the man got infected by a zombie virus or something. No matter how much he hits, it doesn't faze him. Then the guy grabs Do-il by the neck. Do-il thinks that it's not just endurance, it's like the guy can't even feel pain. He wonders just what the hell the guy ate, as the man is about to bite him and asks if he's done already. Thanking him for the meal, Seung-woo grabs the man by the neck and says they're filthy druggies. He also grabs the other man attacking Yang Ho and says this ends now, smashing both their necks between his arms. The audience begins cheering them on. The announcer states that player 6 Gates claims victory over Kim Do-eok's gang and, keeping up the momentum, introduces the next fighter for the third match. Then Seung-woo hits her and declares that he refuses to play any more matches, saying this madness ends here. Everyone starts gossiping, questioning if the players are quitting mid-match, and expressing frustration about needing to place their bets. A guard blocks Seung-woo's way, telling him to stop and warning that there's a penalty for leaving without permission. Seung-woo strikes the guard, grabs him by the collar, slams him to the ground, and warns that this is what happens to anyone who blocks his path. He then asks if anyone else objects to stopping the match, and if not, tells them to shut up and move aside. As he begins to leave, Tyrone calls out from behind, saying Seung-woo is making things difficult by walking away in the middle of his first match and asks if he forgot about the debts he owes. Seung-woo replies that they can pretend the contract doesn't exist and that he will work to pay off the debts without needing any money. Tyrone says he cannot end the contract without an agreement and suggests Seung-woo stop his reckless behavior. Seung-woo asks what happens if he doesn't. He then says he will have no choice but to force Tyrone to surrender and throws the collapsed guard toward him. The guard hits Seung-woo instead, and he realizes that Tyrone is using his lackeys to fight dirty. As Seung-woo grabs the guard and turns, he wonders where Tyrone went. Tyrone appears behind him and asks if Seung-woo thinks the Beekson group is a joke. Seung-woo wonders when Tyrone got behind him. Tyrone says he will never escape from the Coliseum. Meanwhile, Jungmin sits outside the club, wondering what is taking them so long and questioning whether he should just head home. At that moment, some guys exit the club, saying those 6 Gates fighters cost them all their winnings today, and it's a good thing they lost. Jungmin wonders what the hell is going on inside. He approaches the guard and apologizes, saying something is happening inside and asks to be let in for just a moment. The guard replies that he already said he can't. Jungmin insists he's not going to the club, he's just asking to pass through. The guard repeats that he can't. Jungmin then says that if the guard won't let him in, then he leaves him no choice, he will fight his way in if he has to. 2 guards grab him by the arms while one attacks him, asking why he's trying to pick a fight. Jungmin closes his eyes in fear, saying today has been the worst day. At that moment, Jang Chong blocks the guard's fist and tells him to stop. He squeezes his fist and warns that the guard doesn't want to die. Another guard asks Chong who the hell he is to cause trouble on someone else's turf. Chong strikes him in the face and asks if they're from the Beekson group or something. A third guard rushes at him, saying he dares to come at them knowing who they are. Chong blocks the guard's neck with his arm and begins to punch him, saying it looks like he's come to the right place. A few hours earlier, Jang Mai received a message from Gilsu. He asks if she can help him with something, explaining that he has business with the Beekson group and requesting her to look after a kid for him. He promises to explain everything later and gives her the location, the 6 Gates stud farm. She rushes out, wondering what is going on. She questions the sudden connection between the Beekson group and being asked to babysit, hoping it isn't anything serious. Chong stops her and asks where she's running off to in such a hurry. She asks if he's free and then brings him along to the stud farm. Chong asks her if Gilsu asked her to look after a kid here. She confirms and mentions it's related to the Beekson group. As Chong tries to open the door, he wonders aloud how Hwan's existence, which was supposed to be a closely guarded secret, has become involved in all this, and questions who is really behind it. When they enter the room, Chong introduces himself to Hwan. Hwan runs up to hug him, and Chong asks why he is out here all alone this late. Hwan explained that they had gone out to handle some business, but it had been over an hour, and they still hadn't come back. Chong then notices a club card on the floor. Jang Mai comforts Hwan and tells Chong that something doesn't feel right. She urges him to go, saying she will take care of things there. Meanwhile, Chong, outside the club, clears out multiple guards and begins to enter. Some guards near the door contact others, alerting them that there is an intruder and instructing everyone to gather at the entrance on the first floor. Chong says it's perfect, noting that it's easier when they all come to him. Inside, Dave continues to punch Gilsu relentlessly, expressing his excitement. Gilsu struggles, unable to dodge or counter because of his arm. Dave strikes him again, commenting on his discomfort and explaining that it's just a type of anesthetic, reassuring that he will feel better soon enough. He grabs Gilsu by the hair and mentions how effective it is for taming disobedient players. Gilsu asks if he's referring to the Colosseum. Dave becomes intrigued, surprised that Gilsu even knows about it, and asks what his goal is. Gilsu says he came to find Seungwoo, knowing he's involved in something shady. Dave, realizing Gilsu is part of 6 Gates, says it makes sense why he fights so well, but adds that it won't matter, claiming Seungwoo is probably being torn apart in the Colosseum at that very moment. Frustrated, Gilsu tries to hit him and demands to know where Seungwoo is. Dave asks if it's because of his other arm, then lands another hit, saying Gilsu's balance is completely off. Gilsu falls to the ground. Holding a bottle, Dave approaches and strikes again, mocking Gilsu for barging into the club with a naive sense of justice. He says that kind of belief makes him sick and declares that there's no such thing as justice in this world. Dave explains that he's lived in a different world, one where the strong prey on the weak, and he had to risk everything just to survive. That's the kind of fight he knows. He begins to beat Gilsu again. Gilsu, now badly injured, spits out blood and thinks that his body can no longer move. Just then, Dave receives a call informing him that chaos has broken out in the Colosseum. Gilsu, barely conscious, wonders if it's Seungwoo and the others. Dave asks if Tyrone has already taken care of the situation. Learning that things haven't gone as planned, Dave says that it turns out 6 Gates aren't so tough after all and decides to head down and finish the job himself. Gilsu, hearing this, mutters that he has to stop him. He recalls a moment from his training climbing a mountain and stopping midway, saying he can't climb anymore and is completely drained. Letting go of the rock, he says it's his limit. But then, Seungwoo grabs his arm and tells him to be more careful. Gilsu thanks him for saving him, saying he almost fell. Seungwoo asks what he's talking about and then lets go of Gilsu's arm, saying this is just the beginning. Gilsu begins to fall, wondering what's going on, but barely manages to grab on with 2 fingers. A strange surge of energy courses through his body, and he wonders what it is. Seungwoo asks how it feels and if it is thrilling. He tells him that, as expected, someone like Gilsu can do it, and to remember that feeling. Gilsu wonders if Seungwoo set this up on purpose. Seungwoo explains that the surge of strength at the brink of death is the hidden power humans possess. If there's enough strength to move even 1 finger, one can turn the tide of any battle. He tells him to never give up until the very end. Now, back in the present, Gilsu grabs Dave by the neck and climbs on top of him, tightening his grip, saying that for someone like Dave, 1 arm is all he needs. Dave tries to free himself, asking if Gilsoo is still in his senses. He punches Gilsoo, asking what he thinks he can possibly do with one arm. Gilsoo holds on, thinking that he feels like he's about to pass out. But for the sake of the people closest to him, he could never give up. Tightening his grip, he says that's the reason he tried to become stronger. Dave, struggling, asks how Gilsoo still has so much strength left. He admits he got careless, thinking the fight was over, and now decides to end it for good. As Dave reaches for a broken bottle, Gilsoo pulls him back with brutal force, saying that one arm is more than enough. Meanwhile, in the Coliseum, Tyrone says it's a shame because he actually liked Seungwoo, but things had to end this way. Grabbing Seungwoo by the hair, he opens a bottle of drugs and says that in the end, it doesn't matter, Seungwoo will still become their slave. He begins to pour the drugs into Seungwoo's mouth. Just then, the Coliseum door bursts open. Jang Chong enters and asks if Tyrone is the leader. Tyrone says it's getting interesting, and he is surprised that Jang Chong came all by himself. Chong tells him to prepare himself, he will clearly show what happens when someone messes with the 6 gates. Tenchai tells Hyun that, as expected of the descendants of the Gangwon clan, but to think he's doing all this just to hand over a big fish like Seungwoo. Hyun replies that getting rid of Seungwoo won't bring down the 6 gates, and asks if Tenchai has a plan. Tenchai says he does. Rather than fighting a beast in its own den, it's better to lure it into theirs. Hyun then points out that even if they have isolated Jang Chong, Tenchai really thinks he can handle him. Even Seokwoo, who had taken the drug, could not take him down. Tenchai responds that Seokwoo was nowhere near reaching the 5 dragons level, and the gap in strength is that wide. He says they don't need all 5 dragons to crush Jang Chong. Hyun asks if he can really trust those words. At that moment, Taesun, the Baeksan group's high captain, cuts in and says Hyun sure likes to doubt everything, but his role ends here, he should just sit back and watch. The Baeksan group then begins moving to seize the 6 gates. Hyun agrees, saying that he will trust them and reminds them not to forget the reward for handing over Seungwoo. Meanwhile, Jang Chong rushes toward Tyrone, saying he will show him what happens when someone marches over the 6 gates. Tyrone responds that it's surprising to see the so-called strongest of the 6 gates standing before him. Curious, he invites Chong up into the arena for a proper fight. Jang Chong enters the arena and begins attacking, but Tyrone dodges each of his slashes with precision. He asks if that's all Chong has got, then kicks him and remarks that if he had known it would be like this, they would have crashed the 6 gates first. Chong realizes the kick came from his blind spot. Standing on the fence, Tyrone taunts Chong to show his strength if he can keep up. He lands a hit on Chong's face and asks how it feels to get a taste of reality. As he continues punching, he mocks him, saying that if Chong really thought he could just walk in and take someone back, he was mistaken. Jang Chong begins to realize that Tyrone's specialty must be speed. He can't predict where the next strike will come from. Tyrone then leaps toward him, saying that Seungwoo owes them, so if Chong is close to him, he might as well pay the price too. He hits Chong again and adds that this is the only way to slay his friend. He offers Chong a spot in the Coliseum, saying that a 6 gates bubble fighter duo sounds like a real moneymaker. Seungwoo recalls the time when he left Jang Chong's group, saying he's sorry and doesn't think he can stay any longer because there's something he needs to do. Chong pats him on the shoulder, telling him it's fine and that he can come back anytime his spot will be kept open. Seungwoo thanked him, saying that if anything happened, he'd come running back. Meanwhile, Chong now tries to punch Tyrone, saying that although he already knew they were scum, seeing it with his own eyes makes him sick. Tyrone dodges and tells him to keep swinging like that, but at that speed, his slow attacks won't land. Chong then kicks him and asks who is slow, throwing him back with a hit, saying that one is for tickling him. Tyrone realizes he got hit by chance and thinks he needs to pull himself together. Chong punches him again, saying that one is for messing with the 6 gates. Tyrone thinks to himself that it's impossible he got caught up. He recalls how, when he was a child, his family had followed his father, a missionary, to a foreign country, only to become targets of a starving criminal cartel. After the slaughter, he was the only child left with no family. In order to survive, locked up by those who had killed his family, the only way to live was to prove his worth. In a world ruled by power and money, he grew up as a beast. Eventually, when they had grown too strong to be leashed any longer, they tore off their owner's throat and fed themselves. That was when he realized he had returned to his homeland, a place he barely remembered, a land so peaceful it bored him. And in that law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, he stood at the peak of power, never again bound by the tragedies of the past. Tyrone says he can't believe Chong was holding back just to test the waters, and now he sees that Chong's title as Yoongun's strongest isn't just talk. Chong responds that he isn't done yet, and that he will beat Tyrone until he's begging for mercy. Tyrone then consumes something and declares that it's time for him to get serious. He rushes toward Chong, thanking him for making him feel alive for the first time in a while, and telling him to prepare himself. Chong wonders what this feeling is, noticing that Tyrone's aura is completely different. Tyrone punches Chong in the face and strikes him from behind, asking where he thinks he's looking. Chong realizes that Tyrone's speed has changed completely. As Tyrone continuously lands blows, he says that in the end, Chong will surrender and kneel to the Beekson group. Chong finds himself unable to keep up. With a final strike, Tyrone claims that the system the Beekson group has established is on a completely different level compared to the pathetic strength of the Six Gates, and that Chong is nothing. Tyrone grabs his phone, saying that if Teeson hears he has caught a big fish, he will be pleased, and that there is no need for an invasion since he has already taken care of it. Chong then says it isn't over yet. Tyrone is surprised that Chong can still keep going. Standing on his feet, Chong says that it's just starting to get fun and asks if that's all Tyrone's got. He tells him to come at him 100 more times, and he will show the true power of Six Gates. Meanwhile, after defeating Dave, Gilsoo comes out of the room and notices the collapsed club staff scattered all over the floor. He wonders what happened, questioning if a war broke out or if there was a huge fight, realizing he needs to hurry. However, because of his arm, he can't move anymore. Then Jungmin arrives, rushing toward Gilsoo, asking if he's okay and what happened, and inquiring about the others and Seungwoo. Gilsoo tells him they need to get to the Coliseum because everyone is in danger. Jungmin assures him that it's fine, saying Jang Chong showed up, took everyone down in an instant, and went straight to the basement. He notes that now that he's taking a closer look, the ones on the ground are just the club staff. Gilsoo wonders if Jang Mai told him. Then, more bouncers arrive and ask who they are, noting that, judging by their condition, they definitely aren't guests of the club. Gilsoo is surprised that some of them are still left. Jungmin tells Gilsoo to wait and rest, saying he'll handle the rest. He thinks to himself that as a Six Gates student, it's his duty to act. He then declares for them to come at him, saying he's never stepped into a place like this as a guest. Chong then moves toward Tyrone to punch, saying he will show him the true power of the Six Gates. But Tyrone dodges the punch and kicks him from behind, asking if that is really all he has got despite being so resistant. Chong moves to attack again, thinking Tyrone is a typical auto fighter who favors speed, but his strength isn't something that can be easily handled. However, Tyrone lands a knee on Chong's face. When Chong tries to grab him, Tyrone moves behind him, saying there are walls in this world one can never climb. He kicks Chong in the face again and adds that Chong will never land a hit on him. Tyrone recalls once standing at the peak of power, ruling over his school, but soon realizing he was missing something: money. In a capitalist society where money is needed to get what one wants, he had nothing but his own body. Wanting to start making real money, he stepped into the business world. However, as someone running a gang without real-world experience, they ended up as bottom feeders. That is when he encountered people on a completely different level, those with an airtight system and absolute strength, who used their power to amass real wealth. The Beekson Group's system appeared perfect. Tenchai then offered to turn his dreams into reality, and he finally felt he had found his place. Then, as Tyrone hits him continuously, he says Chong is just a washed-up Six Gates fighter living off a name from the past and asks how he dares to mess with the Beekson Group. He tells Chong to just give up, warning that if he keeps dragging this out, it won't end well for him. Chong thinks it's been a long time since he's been pushed back like this. He smiles, reminded of a certain moment from the past. Tyrone, noticing the look on his face, asks what's with that expression and whether he has knocked the sense out of him. Chong tears his shirt and ties a blindfold around his eyes, saying he was just thinking about how to end this. He then tells Tyrone to come at him, promising to finish it in an instant. Tyrone rushes toward him, saying he doesn't know what Chong is scheming, but if he's offering himself up as a punching bag, he will gladly beat him to death. As he starts hitting him, Chong recalls his master's words, not to be deceived by sight, because vision can hold a fighter back. He is told to feel it, instead sense his opponent's movements. Fighting is done with the body, not like a human, but like a beast. Chong then says gratitude to his master. Tyrone, confused and annoyed, says this is getting boring and declares he will end it now. As he's about to land a powerful punch, Chong dodges and says he can now see Tyrone's rhythm. Tyrone continues attacking, but Chong dodges again, thinking that if one relies only on sight, they will always be late. But by sensing the opponent's attack patterns and flow through heightened senses, they can predict the attacks ahead of time. Frustrated, Tyrone leaps at him, asking how he dares to pull that move on him. Chong dodges his fist and finally lands a blow of his own. Meanwhile, Gilsoo carries the badly injured Jungmin along and says maybe he should have just fought alongside him. Jungmin responds, asking what he's talking about and asking if he didn't see him wipe them all out. Gilsoo comments on his condition, but then hears a noise as they enter the Coliseum. He wonders what the sound is and what the hell is going on, only to see Chong beating Tyrone to the ground. Tyrone shouts, asking how Chong is doing this. Chong replies that while Tyrone was throwing hundreds of punches, he only needed to land one. He says that one who fights with conviction and another who fights with desire, that's the difference between them. Meanwhile, Gilsoo wonders as he sees Jang Chong. He then notices that Do-il, Yongho, and even Seungwoo have been taken down. He realizes, as expected, that the Baeksun group's power is not ordinary. He thinks that if Jang Chong had not shown up, they would have been completely wiped out. Chong declares that the club is officially shut down as of today. Tyrone responds that it is not that simple. Chong kicks him in the face, saying he doesn't want to hear excuses, and warns that if he sees the place open again, it will be considered a declaration of war against Six Gates. A few days later, after the intense battle with the Baeksun group, their daily lives return to normal as if everything had just been a dream. Gilsoo's arm still hurts, and Do-il says his injuries are still aching too. He adds that next time he sees the Baeksun group, he will make sure to kill them properly. Then Jungmin appears with a strange hairstyle and greets them. Do-il laughs at him, asking what's wrong with his hair. Jungmin explains that after getting banned from the club, he reflected on a lot of things and decided to change his style. Do-il jokes that he might not be banned now, but no one is going to take him seriously either. Then Seungwoo shows up and tells them they're being noisy, urging them to hurry up and get inside already. He says to Jungmin that his hair is against the rules. Jungmin protests, saying it has been a while since they were allowed to style their hair however they wanted. Seungwoo replies that if it makes people uncomfortable, it's a demerit. Jungmin asks in frustration if Seungwoo is going to act like this too. Gilsoo, watching them, smiles and thinks it looks like Seungwoo has rejoined the student council. After that, Seungwoo places boxes outside the stud farm and says that's the last step in the packing. He remarks that although he was sick of living at the stud farm, now that he's leaving, it feels kind of weird. Gilsoo approaches and asks if he's already done packing. When Seungwoo asks why Gilsoo came, he says he heard Seungwoo was moving out and thought it would be rude to ignore it. Seungwoo calls him loyal and tells him to help with the boxes. As they move the boxes, Gilsoo mentions that Seungwoo found a new place pretty fast. Seungwoo replies that when he told his boss at the meat restaurant about his situation, the boss gladly helped him. Gilsoo says at least he's finally escaping that place and that he's glad things worked out for him. Seungwoo agrees, then adds that maybe he was unlucky, explaining that his debt turned out to be a fake ledger created by loan sharks. He says he never thought they'd commit fraud after learning he had lost contact with his mother. Gilsoo sits beside him and asks if he has tried reaching out to her. Seungwoo says no, but adds that she will call when she's ready. He says he doesn't want to hold any grudges against her anymore, and that hardship clouds people's judgment. He's sure she had her reasons. Then the truck driver arrives and asks if Seungwoo is done packing. Seungwoo replies that they just need to load the boxes now. While loading, Seungwoo tells Gilsoo to make sure to stop by sometimes, mentioning that Hwan keeps saying he wants to ride the Gilsoosaurus. He laughs and says he's just messing with him, then adds that Gilsoo should drop by for some training. He needs to get much stronger from now on. He warns that with the Baeksun guys, who knows when they will show up again. Gilsoo asks if Seungwoo thinks they will make another move. Seungwoo says that, according to the Student Council's investigation, the Baeksun group's business isn't limited to just the Coliseum. On the other hand, Tyrone opens the door of the club, and Dave, walking alongside him, asks if they will be alright. He says that if the 5 dragons find out, it could become really dangerous. Tyrone tells him not to worry, saying this is their chance, as there is an executive meeting today. Dave, following him, says that just like Tyrone said, it's so easy. Tyrone asks whether it is really wrong for him to check in on his own business. He instructs Dave to load up as many drugs as possible once they are inside, explaining that if they want a fresh start, they need capital. Dave responds that, as expected of Tyrone, his plan is flawless. As they enter the drug room, they are surprised to see Tenchai sitting there and ask how he got in. Tenchai replies that they are here and asks why they are so shocked, questioning whether it is really that surprising to see him involved in Beekson Group's business. Dave steps forward and tells Tyrone that he will handle this, urging him to retreat and leave the place immediately. Tyrone runs away, saying he will make sure to come back quickly. Then Choi Noman and Maria block his way, asking where he thinks he is going. They remind him that today is their meeting day and ask if he has forgotten. Maria says that the agenda for today's meeting is to decide on the loser's punishment. As Tyrone rushes toward them, he says he is done working with them. She kicked him, saying she could not stand guys who only rely on speed. Tyrone wonders what is going on and what kind of strength that is. Maria mocks him, saying that a real man should be heavy and strong, and delivers powerful kicks. Tyrone, badly injured, thinks that he still has not fully recovered from the fight with Jang Chong. He tries to run, thinking that it is too much for him to fight all of them, and he will have to retreat for now. Noman then catches him and slams him to the ground. Tyrone wonders how Noman can catch up with his speed. Noman grabs his legs and says tough luck, telling him it looks like this is the last time anyone will see that incredible speed of his. Tyrone shouts, asking what the hell they think they are doing. Tenchai, after defeating Dave, arrives and tells Tyrone that he should have just swallowed his pride and begged like a man when he lost. He asks how Tyrone dares to steal their items and says that Beekson Group does not forgive traitors. Tyrone says to wait and claims there has been a misunderstanding. Noman then says goodbye and breaks Tyrone's leg. Meanwhile, while sitting in the classroom, Gilsoo tells Do-il that he thinks his body is finally feeling better and suggests having a match that night. Do-il agrees, saying he needs to test out his new techniques anyway. Junmin, however, tells them to forget about that and come to the salon with him instead. Then Jang Chong enters their classroom and calls out for first year, Class 1, Lee Gilsoo. The other students wonder why Jang Chong would come to the first year class and speculate whether Gilsoo has caused some kind of trouble. They question why he would come there at all. Gilsoo asks if Jang Chong needs something from him. Chong says that he has just found out recently that Gilsoo seems to be getting really close to his sister. Gilsoo, frightened, explains that it is true they have been spending time together, but insists that it is not what Chong is thinking. Chong, angered, tells him to shut up, declaring that Six Gates does not settle things with words. He says he will see him in the arena and declares it a duel request. Some students gossip among themselves, asking if others have heard about the fight between Jang Chong and a first-year student. One says that they have heard and adds that they have to go to the arena today. Meanwhile, Gilsoo sits there, worrying about the upcoming fight with Jang Chong in the arena. He thinks that Chong's expression was serious and believes that if they fight, it might end in his death. He also wonders if perhaps there is another reason behind the duel. Yang Ho approaches him and comments on his expression, saying he has heard the rumors and asks if Gilsoo is scared because Jang Chong requested a duel. Gilsoo replies that it is not about being afraid of getting hit or losing, but rather about possibly learning something from the fight. Yang Ho then asks why Gilsoo looks so miserable if that's the case. Gilsoo explains that he is worried about what to do if Jang Chong tells him not to contact Jang Mai anymore. Yang Ho asks if he is really dating her and warns that he will only lose if he fights Jang Chong for an ambiguous relationship, advising him to make things clear before the fight. Gilsoo wonders if he should. Yang Ho calls him a complete dunce and declares himself an expert in these matters, offering to help. Gilsoo sends a message to Jang Mai, asking to meet him at the cafe for a moment, and she agrees. After sending the message, he tells Yang Ho that he will trust him this time. Gilsoo then brings up that he also has to go to the arena later and wonders if he needs to buy new clothes. Yang Ho tells him that his outfit is important, but reminds him that he will take it off in the arena anyway, so it doesn't matter much. He then suggests they should go buy a gift. Gilsoo asks in surprise if he really needs to prepare a gift too. Yang Ho confirms and asks if he was planning to confess empty-handed. Gilsoo replies that he doesn't mean to confess, but only wants to understand how she feels. Yang Ho pulls him by the ear and says that one can never go wrong with flowers, though the best choice is a gift that holds meaning for both of them. He advises Gilsoo to think about whether there's anything Jang Mai likes or usually wants. Gilsoo then considers what a meaningful gift might be. Later, Gilsoo thanks Yang Ho for helping him that day and says he even managed to buy a gift. Yang Ho responds that it's no problem and advises him not to be too nervous, adding that what really matters is expressing his sincere feelings. As Gilsoo begins to leave, He says that Young Ho's advice to clarify what kind of relationship he has with Jang Mi helped a lot. He promises to treat Young Ho to a meal later, no matter the result. Young Ho waves and says that he will be going to the arena anyway and asks Gilsoo to contact him after it's over. Meanwhile, Gilsoo sits in the cafe drinking coffee and feeling nervous. He reflects on Young Ho's words and wonders what he meant by confessing, thinking he never imagined that possibility. Jang Mi then arrives and asks if he got there early and if he has already finished his coffee. As Jang Mi sits in front of Gilsoo, she apologizes, explaining that she stopped by her house for a moment, then asks about the sudden occasion. Gilsoo hesitates before saying that he wanted to give her a gift. She questions why he would give a gift out of the blue. He explains that the idea just came to him while walking down the street. Internally, he panics, realizing that he spoke without thinking due to nerves. When she sees the gift, she expresses amazement, recognizing it as a character she likes. Gilsoo reminds her that she mentioned liking that character when they went to the amusement park. She then says it's fascinating because she had also been thinking of giving him a gift. He is surprised to hear this. She explains that it's nothing incredible, more like a talisman, and adds that she's been a little worried since he's been getting involved with dangerous people lately. She mentioned that because it would be embarrassing to give it to him at his house, she brought it here. Holding the gift, Gilsoo wonders what it could be, unable to guess. He's moved by the gesture and starts to believe that maybe Jang Mi likes him too. He then asks her what her ideal type is. She says she's not sure and hasn't thought about it before, but guesses she might like someone as strong as her brother. Gilsoo silently reflects that someone like Jang Chong is the complete opposite of him. She adds that it might sound strange, but it's because her brother has always taken good care of her. Gilsoo responds that even though he thinks Jang Chong is cool, internally he feels dejected, thinking that there's no way she could like someone like him. She then gets up to go order a drink. He quickly stands as well, apologizing and saying he has other plans, explaining that he only came to give her the gift. She asks why he's leaving so suddenly, but he tells her he'll contact her later and leaves, thinking that he now knows what he has to do. Later, Young Ho asks if Gilsoo really left after giving her the gift. Gilsoo confirms it and says that Jang Mi helped him understand his own feelings. He declares that he's determined to gain Jang Chong's acknowledgement, even if he gets beaten half to death, and promises to stand before Jang Mi again as a stronger man. Young Ho comments that the situation feels like it's getting a bit out of hand. As some girls shout in distress over a snatched bag, Gilsoo becomes troubled and urges Young Ho they help. Just as they begin to act, the pickpockets also manage to snatch the gift that Jang Mi gave to Gilsoo. Shocked, Gilsoo immediately takes off after them, desperate to retrieve it. Young Ho, catching up to him, questions how Gilsoo plans to catch motorbike riding thieves by running and assures him that the best rider is right there with him. Meanwhile, the pickpockets, pleased with their haul, admire the stolen goods and boast that they've likely met their quota with this job. But their run is interrupted when Young Ho leaps through the air and knocks one of the riders off his bike. The other thief, startled, demands to know who he is and how he appeared there. Young Ho calmly explains that their escape route was too predictable. He reveals that during his own days as a rider, he had often come to this isolated area and that only he knows the shortcut to it. As one of the pickpockets prepares to fight back, confident that Young Ho is alone, Young Ho makes it clear that he isn't. At that moment, Gilsoo launches toward one of the thugs, grabbing him by the shirt and demanding the return of the stolen item. The thug tries to escape by accelerating the bike, causing Gilsoo to fall, but Gilsoo manages to stop the bike by grabbing it from behind, forcing the thief to crash. The thug mocks Gilsoo for going to such lengths over a mere item. But Gilsoo, full of emotion, insists that it isn't for the thief to judge the value of the gift. Rather than give it back, the thug throws the bag into the river, challenging Gilsoo to retrieve it if he can. Watching the bag soar through the air, Gilsoo realizes he has no time to think he must catch it no matter what and leaps into the air, determined to save it. At night in the arena, everyone wonders why Gilsoo hasn't arrived yet. The audience murmurs that perhaps he is ignoring the duel request. Some think they would have run away too if they had been in his place. They asked Seungwoo if he had a training session scheduled with Gilsoo today, and he replied that there was not one. Jungmin blames himself, saying he shouldn't have let Gilsoo go with Park Yang-ho. Do-il expresses disbelief that Gilsoo went to meet Jang Mi under such circumstances. Jungmin speculates about what might have happened during the meeting. Someone nearby overhears the conversation and spreads the news across the arena that Gilsoo went to meet Jang Chong's younger sister again. Upon hearing this, Jang Chong grows frustrated and feels that Gilsoo already needs to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, Yang-ho defeats the pickpockets and scolds them for snatching from everyone regardless of age or gender. One thug, escaping, wonders in disbelief how Yang-ho managed to knock everyone down by himself. Yang-ho, noticing the thug getting away, realizes that Gil-soo had chased him earlier and now seems to have vanished. Yang-ho decides to take the motorbike and remarks that it's been a while since he's shown his riding skills. Elsewhere, Gil-soo searches the water, frustrated that he missed the falling bag when he had nearly caught it. He guesses that it must be nearby. Upon finding the bag on land, he feels relieved and prepares to head for the arena. But as he picks up the bag, he notices that it's torn and empty. He starts to wonder where the contents might have gone, perhaps deeper into the water. Determined not to give up, he removes his shirt and shoes and prepares to dive again. He tells himself that no matter what, he has to find the gift Jang Mai gave him. Deep underwater, Gil-soo searches thoroughly but finds nothing. As he surfaces, he laments how many times he's already dived and thinks he's searched the entire area. He decides he must dive even deeper. After going under again, he finally spots something and feels triumphant when he grabs it. Emerging from the water, he shouts that he has found it and declares that it's time to head back. But then, he suddenly feels pain in his leg and realizes he might be cramping. Struggling to swim, he urges himself to get out quickly as he feels his stamina running out. He continues swimming with difficulty, saying he's almost there, but he cries out for help. Then suddenly, Jang Chong grabs him, telling him to stay conscious. Junmin and Do-il also arrive and ask if he's alright, but they are confused about why he was diving there. Once on land, Gil-soo thanks them, saying he nearly died helplessly. Junmin notes that if Gil-soo hadn't shouted, they wouldn't have found him. Do-il reminds him that they had been waiting at the arena and asks what he was doing. Gil-soo grabs the box and begins to explain everything that happened. When they hear the full story, they ask if he went through all of that just to recover the gift Jang Mai gave him. Gil-soo apologizes to Jang Chong, explaining that he went to meet Jang Mai to confirm his feelings before the duel. He believed fighting Jang Chong would be meaningless otherwise. He adds that the gift was what he received during that meeting, though now it's soaked, and he isn't sure if it's okay. As he opens the box, he finds a whistle inside. Seeing the whistle, Jang Chong recalls a memory from Jang Mai's childhood. She had been crying, and when he asked her why, she told him that the other kids were teasing her, saying she didn't have a father. He reminded her that it wasn't their fault and handed her a whistle. He told her that if the bad kids ever teased her again, she should blow the whistle. Her brother would come running and protect her. He had told her to remember that her brother would always be by her side. Jang Chong then asks Gil-soo what Jang Mai said when she gave him the gift. Gil-soo replies that she was worried about him since he keeps getting involved in dangerous situations, and she said it was something like a charm to her. He bows and admits that while he and Jang Mai are just friends now, he hopes to become closer to her in the future. Do-il and Junmin look troubled upon hearing this and urge him to get himself together. Jang Chong turns to leave, saying it's none of his business who Jang Mai dates, but then turns back and tells Gil-soo to behave properly since he'll always be watching. Gil-soo answers that he understands and quietly wonders if this means he's being acknowledged. Meanwhile, Yang-ho is still chasing the thief and tells him to stop and give up. The thief responds, asking who Yang-ho thinks he is, and insists he doesn't pickpocket by choice. He shouts that Yang-ho has no idea how terrifying the Beekson group and the brothers' gang are. Yang-ho grows suspicious hearing this. The thief says that since he couldn't meet the quota, he would rather run away and prepare to die than get caught. He crashes through a barrier as he escapes, and Yang-ho returns from the chase. Elsewhere, the thief presents the stolen goods to his group, explaining that he was only able to obtain these because some strange guys interfered. He pleads for understanding. But Shincheol, an affiliate of the Beekson group and an executive of the brothers' gang, expresses disappointment. He says he had high expectations since Ginseng High was said to be number 2 in Yungong, but as expected, it's all talk. He asks the thief if he really believes such a weak excuse will work on them, the brothers' gang. He tells the thief to resent his weak Ginseng leader and declares that they will use his failure to strengthen their own members. Then he orders his men to take the thief to their coliseum. Meanwhile, Tenchai sits with Noman and Maria, expressing concern that things are not going well. He says that with Tyrone's coliseum collapsing, their capital is decreasing. Though he doesn't know about anything else, he admits Tyrone was someone who truly had a nose for money. Maria adds that even though they're making a lot of money from each of their businesses, it still isn't enough. Tenchai responds that since each coliseum has different characteristics, the revenue isn't sufficient. He then asks about the Brotherhood's progress and suggests that they can make use of the Ginseng High students. He believes that the Brotherhood's power could benefit their private loan operations. Noman firmly replies that he has already said before they're not interested in earning money in that way. He states that since the Brotherhood has already succeeded in occupying Ginseng High, the only remaining target is the 6 gates. Tenchai points out that the 6 gates aren't a problem that can be solved through brute strength alone. Moreover, Jang Chung's strength is far beyond their expectations. Noman stands up and retorts that it's not their expectation that was wrong, it was Tenchai's. He reminds Tenchai that it was his plan that failed and brought about the current situation. Tenchai counters by saying that the slow approach has at least allowed them to gauge the 6 gates' strength, and if they were to attack blindly, like Noman did, they would only suffer greater losses, such as the total annihilation of the Brotherhood. Then Tison orders them to stop. He declares that since the 6 gates have destroyed one of their businesses, it is time to show them the full power of the Beekson Group. From that point on, he announces that the 6 gates are to be treated as their top priority target. By every possible means, they are to rise above the 6 gates and bring him Jang Chong's head. In the classroom, while chatting with Jang Mai, Gilsu mentions that it is another chance to see her. Jungmin grabs him and says it is time for Gilsu to repay him, reminding him how he and Jang Mai met, and now it is Jungmin's turn to connect with Jihai. Gilsu starts to wonder, realizing that he has completely forgotten about the person to whom he owes thanks. He suddenly rushes outside, saying he will return after visiting the next classroom. Jungmin is troubled and questions whether he is the person Gilsu owes thanks to. Meanwhile, Gilsu hurries to Yangho's class, thinking that things turned out well thanks to him and that he should tell him what happened and thank him. Yangho's classmates inform him that he hasn't come today. Gilsu is surprised to hear that he is absent. The classmates say they didn't even notice Yangho was missing since he is the type who attends school only when he feels like it, and he is probably passed out at the cafe after playing games there all night. Gilsu searches for him at the cafe but remarks that something feels strange. Even after checking all the cafes, he can't find him. He wonders aloud that although Yangho is difficult to contact, it has never been this bad, and Heesun mentioned he hasn't been to the orphanage either. Standing on a river bridge, he reflects that Yangho has vanished without a trace since last night and questions whether something happened after he jumped into the river. Then an old man approaches Gilsu and asks if he has also come to look for something after being pickpocketed. Gilsu replies yes, and the old man explains that some thugs pickpocketed him yesterday as a group. Though the police found his bag, the wallet was missing. Gilsu asks if the police caught the pickpockets, but the old man says no, as the incident was already over when the police arrived. From what he heard, a fight broke out, and a chase followed. Gilsu becomes alarmed upon hearing this and repeats in shock that a chase followed a fight. He rushes to a police barrier and wonders if Yangho ended up there while chasing those guys. Though he is not certain, he believes even the smallest chance must be checked. Meanwhile, outside a place, 2 men guard the entrance and discuss the new prey brought in recently. One confirms that the men on duty the previous day caught a big fish and suggests the other should come inside later, adding that hunting is most fun when the prey is still lively. He expresses excitement, saying he can't believe it's a big catch. Gilsu overhears them hiding behind a car and wonders if this is the right place. He notes that he followed the tire tracks and found that the bike was left there. He questions whether Yangho might be in the junkyard, but concludes that he can't rush in blindly without any information. He believes there must be a way. He then sees a truck entering the junkyard and hides inside it. Once inside, he cautiously steps out and thinks that he managed to get in by luck and should look around before getting caught. He notices a bike there and realizes it is the same one the pickpocket was riding yesterday. He wonders if there are any clues there. Suddenly, 2 men come out of a tank, talking about how vicious Shincheol is. Hiding behind the truck, Gilsu realizes he almost got into serious trouble. One of the men locks the tank and questions how someone could leave a person like that. The other responds that Shincheol might actually be more excited to fight him in the hunting ground like prey. Hearing this, Gilsu becomes more suspicious, recalling what he heard earlier at the entrance about prey. The men then mention a rumor about a prey from the 6 gates having entered. One confirms that it is true and that the person came in by himself, a yellow-haired guy with tattoos on his arm. The other reacts with disbelief, calling him a lunatic and questioning if he even knows what kind of place this is. Gilsu then strikes one of them, knocking him down. The other tries to hit Gilsu and demands to know where he came from. Gilsu grabs him and replies that he doesn't know who they are, but he's sure he has found the right place and slams him into the tank. He takes a key from his hand and says he needs to find Yang-ho quickly before the others arrive. He opens a tank and calls out for Park Yang-ho, but instead, he is met with the smell of blood and a voice pleading for help. As he approaches the chained figure, he wonders who it is. Then he realizes it is Hyukjin. He rushes toward him and urgently asks why he is in there and how this happened. Hyukjin suddenly warns him to be careful. At that moment, Shincheol attacks Gilsoo from behind, but Gilsoo manages to dodge just in time. Shincheol accuses him of being bold and questions how he dares to touch the prey of the Brotherhood. Gilsoo, troubled, thinks Hyukjin never warned him he was about to be attacked and wonders who Shincheol really is. Shincheol then grabs Gilsoo with his arm on his neck and says it is fine. The more prey, the better. He begins to strike him, using his torture techniques. Gilsoo grabs a weapon from behind and strikes Shincheol on the head. Shincheol says that it is unfortunate. Gilsoo stands on guard, thinking he barely evades the attack by reacting quickly, but questions what kind of place this is, full of murderous tools. Shincheol approaches, saying Gilsoo came into the Beekson group's junkyard fearlessly, so he must be prepared to die. Gilsoo replies that since Shincheol is from the Beekson group too, it is actually Shincheol who should be prepared. Shincheol begins attacking and says he would be grateful if Gilsoo tries his hardest so that he can enjoy the fight for a long time. Gilsoo dodges the weapon attacks, thinking that he has already experienced this kind of weapon during the Heavenly Wind fight and is not afraid. But Shincheol punches Gilsoo in the face and comments that he feels better than any tool. He continues punching him, then delivers a strong blow that causes Gilsoo to fall near Hyukjin. Holding a large hammer, Shincheol says that from now on, Hyukjin is a friend Gilsoo will see often and prepares to strike again. Gilsoo is troubled seeing him approach. At that moment, Hyukjin moves his arm forward and blocks the hammer, breaking his chain. He declares that he is finally free and grabs Shincheol by the neck, shouting to Gilsoo to grab his hammer. Shincheol questions if Hyukjin still has the energy to move. Gilsoo quickly grabs the hammer and breaks the chain on Hyukjin's other arm. Hyukjin then tells Gilsoo to run quickly before more men arrive from outside. Shincheol yells at them, calling them just prey and asking how they dare defy him. They escape from the tank, and Gilsoo expresses concern that Hyukjin can barely walk. Hyukjin responds that he has no choice even if he has to crawl, he needs to escape. As several men come running toward them, Gilsoo prepares to fight and asks what they should do, saying they might have to break through with their bare hands. Hyukjin, already on the bike, tells him to hop on quickly because walking will not work. As they ride the bike together, the men approach and ask where they think they are going. Gilsoo manages to strike down the approaching men, leaving them behind. Then, noticing a blockage at the exit, Hyukjin tells Gilsoo to hang on tight. He rides the bike straight toward the blockage, saying he is making a way out. They manage to escape from the junkyard. Sitting near the river, Hyukjin thanks Gilsoo, saying he was able to escape because of him. Gilsoo replies that it wasn't his intention, but it somehow happened. He then asks Hyukjin what led him to be in such a state. Hyukjin explains that, just as he said before, Jinseng-hai was at war with the Beekson group. The fight continued every day, with both sides suffering heavy damage, but there was no clear winner. When both sides grew tired of the meaningless fighting, the Brotherhood made an offer. They proposed letting the captains fight each other to decide the victor. Hyukjin accepted, believing it would bring an end to the exhausting conflict, and he went to the designated location as agreed. However, that place turned out to be a trap. The Brotherhood's offer to fight fair and square was nothing but lies from those despicable men. That is how he ended up captured. During his absence, Jinseng-hai was taken over. Gilsoo says that now all that remains is the 6 gates. Hyukjin disagrees, saying that now that he has escaped, it is time for a counterattack. Gilsoo asks if he really plans to do that in his current state. Hyukjin replies that some members of Jinseng-hai still remain, and he intends to gather them and launch an assault. Gilsoo tells him to count him in, too. Hyukjin, though grateful, says that he can't involve someone from another school, especially someone from the 6 gates. Gilsoo explains that's not why he wants to go. He has his own reason. The Beekson group has a friend. Meanwhile, Yang-ho, blindfolded in an enclosed space, shouts, asking who the captors are and whether they think they will be safe doing this to him. He demands to know if they understand who he is. When someone removes his handcuffs, he wonders aloud if he is free. After removing his blindfold, he questions what is going on as he notices tanks around him and tries to understand what the place is. The man he had chased earlier is also there, looking scared. The man mutters that he can't believe he is locked up in this place. Recognizing him, Yang-ho says that he ended up there following him and asks why the man is there. Seeing him trembling, Yang-ho wonders why he is acting that way. The man tells him that they need to run. Then, a voice announces a welcome to the Brotherhood's Coliseum. It explains that from that moment on, they are the Brotherhood's prey. The voice declares that they must either escape or knock out the hunters within the given time period, using any kind of weapon available. A crowd of Brotherhood members gathers, armed with weapons. The voice then declares the start of the hunt. The other two Brotherhood members, whom Gil-soo struck while entering the tank, pleaded in front of Choi No-man for one more chance, promising that it would not happen again. Choi No-man says he cannot believe they lost the prey they had caught, and adds that he does not need to explain the price for such a mistake. He orders them to be dragged away, declaring that starting tomorrow, they will be downgraded to prey. They protest, claiming they were simply attacked, and insist that they are not the ones who lost Hyukjin. At that moment, Shin-cheol appears, frightening them into silence. No-man then asks Shin-cheol what happened, pointing out that it seems he is failing to manage the members these days. Shin-cheol replies that the members have grown a bit careless since the occupation of Jinsenghai, and assures that it will not happen again. No-man grabs Shin-cheol by the neck and reminds him that the Baeksan group's plan to conquer Yungung has reached its final stage, and everything will be settled once they conquer the 6 gates. He throws Shin-cheol aside and gives him 1 day to bring Hyukjin back. Shin-cheol responds that he understands. Choi No-man then says they must first finish off Jinsenghai in order to begin the hunt for the 6 gates. Meanwhile, a Brotherhood member holding a hammer chases Yang-ho, but Yang-ho manages to strike him down. Then, other members begin to attack. Yang-ho barely dodges them and clears a path. He mutters in frustration, wondering what kind of place this is, as more enemies keep coming, and it begins to feel gross. The thug guy appears from a hidden spot and comments that, as expected from someone from 6 gates, Yang-ho is quite good. Yang-ho asks if he had been hiding the whole time. The red-haired guy responds that conserving stamina is the key to surviving the Brotherhood Coliseum, wasting it only leads to loss. Yang-ho reacts bitterly, asking if he means to just hide while Yang-ho does all the work. Then he remarks on the word Coliseum, saying he thinks he has heard it somewhere before. The thief explains that this is the Coliseum operated by Baeksan Group's executive, Choi No-man. It serves as the Brotherhood's base, the faction that executes the Baeksan Group's actions. He explains that this Coliseum is a training facility. This maze-like structure they are in is a massive ground where the Brotherhood releases slaves from conquered schools and strengthens itself by hunting them down. Yang-ho, troubled by this revelation, remarks that they're hunting people and calls them lunatics. He asks if there's no exit. At that moment, Park Jin-won, an otaku specialized in combat, begins to attack from above. The red-haired guy grabs Yang-ho and retreats, dodging the sudden strike. Jin-won greets Yang-ho, saying it's nice to meet someone from 6 gates, and that he will call him 6-kun to keep it short. Yang-ho, disturbed by the nickname, kicks Jin-won and demands to know who gave him permission to say something so disgusting. Jin-won replies that, based on that kick, he has completed his analysis. Yang-ho's combat power is just equal to the level of his right arm. Yang-ho tries to kick Jin-won again, but Jin-won dodges and punches him, saying that to match Yang-ho's strength, he will fight using only his right arm. He explains that this is his own rule to become stronger. With that, he punches Yang-ho again. Yang-ho thinks that Jin-won is definitely different from the others, but also notices a clear weakness, since he only uses one arm. Taking advantage of that, Yang-ho punches him in the face and kicks him away. Watching from a hidden spot, the thief remarks that Yang-ho is stronger than expected. Yang-ho tells Jin-won that being cocky while being nothing ends with that strange philosophy of his. Jin-won, surprised, says it's unbelievable and admits he was wrong. Yang-ho tries to kick him again, but Jin-won dodges and responds that even if Yang-ho uses all his strength, he still stands no chance. Jin-won repeatedly hit him and then slammed him to the ground. Jin-won then states that his combat power calculation is never wrong. Yang-ho begins to wonder what's happening, noting that Jin-won's aura has suddenly changed. Jin-won, now hitting him, says that if his calculation was wrong, he will just weaken Yang-ho until the numbers match. The next day, Gil-soo arrives at Jinsenghai and, observing the surroundings, says that he had no idea he would return there again. He notes that nothing has changed and wonders if he will be alright since he had no choice but to come alone. He then notices Hyukjin sitting alone and asks why he is alone and where the other Jinsenghai kids are. Hyukjin explains that they have a problem. All of Jinsenghai's members have lost contact. When he was kidnapped by the Brotherhood, they took his phone. After getting a new one, he tried to call them, but no one answered. Gilsoo asks what they should do, saying they can't just rush in by themselves. At that moment, Sangchul arrives and runs toward Hyukjin. Gilsoo asks who he is. Sangchul hugs Hyukjin, saying he missed him, then asks why he is there. He explained that he was just about to go to the meeting place they had promised, but he had overslept. Hyukjin, confused, asks what he means. Sangchul, surprised, says that Hyukjin told them to gather there today and shows him a message in their group chat. Hyukjin, alarmed, says he didn't send that message. Meanwhile, the Jinsang High members gather at the specified location and express admiration that Hyukjin managed to escape, saying it's time to kill all the Brotherhood guys. Then, Shincheol appears and says it looks like everyone is there. Troubled, the Jinsang members ask how he knew about it. Brotherhood members then surround them completely. Shincheol mocks them, saying they are really stupid, just like their captain, and he didn't expect them to fall for it so easily. They realize it's a trap. Shincheol, expressing excitement at the chance to relieve stress, orders the Brotherhood members to attack. Seeing the messages, Hyukjin says that it is not him. Sangchul asks who sent it then and guesses that the Brotherhood must have set up a trap. Hyukjin agrees and says they have to get there right away, but then his phone rings. He picks up the call and asks who it is and whether the caller is from Jinsang High. He shouts that he is the real Hyukjin and they need to get out. On the call, Shincheol replies, saying that nothing calms him down like the smell of blood. Hyukjin tells him not to lay a finger on them and says that it is he, Shincheol, who wants. Shincheol says they already gave them the standard treatment and blames Hyukjin's actions for the beatings. He tells Hyukjin to come to the junkyard by 8 if he wants to save them. Meanwhile, Yongho and the red-haired guy sit together. Yongho says he can't believe the Brotherhood even has a cell for holding people and questions what is wrong with them. The red-haired guy explains that the Brotherhood keeps their prey locked up to use for their hunt repeatedly and will continue to use them until they can no longer move. He says the Brotherhood avoids hitting vitals on purpose. Yongho asks why he is there and whether he is part of the Beekson group. The red-haired guy denies it and asks why Yongho would think that, explaining that the Beekson group is the sworn enemy of Jinsang. Yongho asks if he is from Jinsang and then questions why he was pickpocketing on the streets. The red-haired guy says he had to follow the Brotherhood's orders for the sake of his school's leader, and the Brotherhood promised to free Hyukjin if they did what they were told. Yongho reacts with surprise, asking if he means Hyukjin of Jinsang High, and says he was once involved in something with him, but didn't know Hyukjin had been captured by the Beekson group. He expresses surprise that the red-haired guy had to do such things for Hyukjin's sake. The red-haired guy replies that Hyukjin seemed like a strange guy to him, but everyone in Jinsang High knows what a great leader he is. He explains that Jinsang High is located near the poverty-stricken neighborhood of Yungung, and many of the students struggle financially at home. All the other schools look down on them because they come from poor neighborhoods. It is Hyukjin who changes everything. He doesn't want them to get bullied for their circumstances, so he rallies the school and turns Jinsang High into one of the powerhouses in Yungung. He says no one will ever look down on them again once they have power, and he will lead them there. He is known to be very strict about rule breakers, but no one cares more about them than Hyukjin does. Yongho thinks that the Jinsang High guys must respect Hyukjin, the same way he follows Jang Chong. It makes sense, and it explains why this guy goes through all that trouble to save his leader. The red-haired guy, feeling frustrated, says the Brotherhood tricked them with sneaky tactics, but Jinsang High isn't done yet. Once Hyukjin returns, they will have their revenge. Then, the Brotherhood members open the tank and throw more Jinsang students into it, telling them to get in already. They mock them, saying they have never seen the holding cell so packed before and add that the next hunt is going to be fun. The red-haired guy asks the others why they are there. They reply that the Brotherhood caught them. Meanwhile, Hyukjin throws his phone in frustration and says he's going to kill them. Gilsoo grabs him and tells him to calm down, reminding him that the three of them can't take on the entire Brotherhood alone. Hyukjin says those guys trusted him to keep them safe, and he can't stay calm while they are being held. Sangchul tries to reason with him, saying they can't just barge in without a plan. Hyukjin responds that he knows it's reckless, but it doesn't matter. He says they can mock him all they want, but he won't sit by and do nothing while his people are being messed with. He tells them they can leave if they want, and says he will fight them alone if he has to. Meanwhile, at night, Shincheol waits in the Brotherhood's junkyard with his members for Hyukjin. One of them asks if he really thinks Hyukjin will come, pointing out that he must know it's a trap. Shincheol replies that fools always look out for each other, and says he just wants to wrap things up before the boss finishes his hunt. When he sees Hyukjin arrive, he says the main event is here. Hyukjin comes holding a stick and demands to know where his guys are. Shincheol mocks him for showing up early, asking if he missed them, and tells him they're all in the Coliseum, it's time for him to join them. Hyukjin reminds him of his promise to let them go if he shows up and asks if he is lying the whole time. Shincheol says it's his fault for falling for the same tricks again. Hyukjin charges at them, shouting that it's all the better he came to beat them anyway and starts attacking the Brotherhood members. Shincheol says it will be fun putting him back in his place, and tells his men that they easily outnumber him and should go get him. Several members rush toward Hyukjin, mocking him and asking what he's going to do all alone. As they all charge, Shincheol laughs and says he can't handle the numbers, then orders them to finish it. Just then, Shincheol notices Sangchul arriving on a bike and wonders who he is. Sangchul rushes in and sprays a fire extinguisher at them. Hyukjin jumps on the bike and says he got there just in time. Shincheol, realizing Hyukjin has company, tells his men not to panic and to shut the back door to prevent their escape. Sangchul moves through them and says they've got it all wrong, it's not an escape. Hyukjin, still fighting, says they're not running away. Shincheol, troubled, realizes they're charging the crate at them. Hyukjin looks back, thinking about Gilsu, and hopes he's holding up his end. Meanwhile, Gilsu, struggling to climb the tall fence, says it wasn't easy finding a way through the back. As he surveys the area, he notes there's no one watching that side and figures Hyukjin did his job. He remembers when Hyukjin said he would fight alone if he had to, and Gilsu replied that he never said he was leaving, just that they needed a better plan. He adds that he has an idea. They can turn 3 people into 2 dozen. Gilsu then jumps down inside the fence and says it's time to see how this alliance plays out. The rescue mission is now underway. Gilsu, hiding in the shadows, spots a tank guarded by 2 Brotherhood members and wonders if that's the place Hyukjin mentioned. He recalls Hyukjin saying to find the largest container building once inside the junkyard, as that's where they keep the prisoners. Hyukjin had also said he would distract the others and keep them busy, but warned him to stay low-key. Handling a few guards might be fine, but it would get difficult if too many came at once. Gilsu grabs his bag, acknowledging that's why he brought something special. He approaches the guards after changing his appearance and greets them while moving closer. He thinks to himself that he's wearing the ultimate disguise for the mission. He didn't want to shave his head, so he went with a bald cap and even dressed in clothes similar to theirs, confident they'll be fooled. One of the guards questions what's going on, reminding him that everyone except the guards is supposed to be hunting Hyukjin. Gilsu responds that Hyukjin slipped away again, and he was ordered to fetch one of the ginseng prisoners to use as bait. The guards, buying his story, open the door and complain about how much trouble Hyukjin causes, then tell him to go in and take whoever he wants. As Gilsu enters, one of the guards stops him, and he briefly panics, thinking he's been found out. But the guard only tells him that he doesn't have the keys to the cells and will need someone to come with him. Gilsu calms down, thinking for a moment he was caught. As they proceed deeper inside, Gilsu looks around and is struck by the sheer size of the facility. He can't see the end of it, and thinks it might be as massive as Tyrone's club. The guard then asks Gilsu if he's new, saying he's never seen him before. Gilsu replies that he only joined recently. The guard says he's been in that situation too and tells Gilsu to let him know if he needs help with anything. He then asks if Gilsu heard about the prey from 6 gates. Gilsu replies that he hasn't heard much. The guard explains he heard the prey beat up half of the hunters recently, but luckily, Jinhwan managed to bring him down. He adds that the 6 gates guys really are as strong as people say. Gilsu worries to himself, hoping Young-ho didn't get hurt. Then the guard asks Gilsu which group he belongs to, group 2 or 3. Gilsu hesitates and then says he's in group 3. The guard narrows his eyes, repeating that Gilsu claims to be in group 3. Gilsu quickly moves forward, thinking he needs to find the prison and break everyone out, wondering where the cells are in this massive place. The guard, now suspicious, quietly equips a hammer and begins approaching Gilsu, asking why he seems to be in such a hurry. Gilsu avoids looking at him and says he was told they need the bait as quickly as possible. The guard suddenly swings, saying he doesn't think so, and accuses Gilsu of being anxious that someone might discover who he really is. He grabs Gilsu by the head, stating that Group 3 was out hunting the other day, meaning Gilsu should have already known all about the prey from 6 gates high. As the guard grabs Gilsu by the head, the bald cap slips into his hand, exposing the disguise. Gilsu then punches the guard in the face, striking him down, saying he has no choice since the guard figures him out. Taking the keys, he says it's better to take them anyway. He thinks he now needs to release everyone from their cells, though he hopes he can find them without help. Meanwhile, Hyukjin instructs Sangchul to turn right and go a little further, where they are supposed to meet Gilsoo. They fall off the bike at a chain barrier. Jinwon is about to jump at Sangchul, saying he's got a big catch and won't let him slip away again. Hyukjin protects Sangchul by grabbing the chain. Seeing this, Jinwon says the chains hurt and asks if Hyukjin is trying to act like a big and brave leader. Hyukjin replies that he has better things to do than stand around yapping. He pulls the chain, dragging Jinwon toward him, then grips his face and slams him to the ground. He picks up Sangchul and says he's sorry for being such a lousy leader, but asks him to hang in there, promising to put an end to the war once and for all. Sangchul asks if Gilsoo manages to do what they planned. Hyukjin says they've done their part and bought him time as promised, and now they have to count on him and hope he delivers. He recalls Gilsoo saying he will find the cells and get everyone out while they distract the Brotherhood, and once that's done, they will meet up in front of the container where Hyukjin was held. Gilsoo tells him he will see him there. As they reach close to the container, they find no one there and wonder why. Sangchul, frustrated, says Gilsoo was acting confidently but couldn't deliver. Then Shincheol appears behind them with his members and says their bike show was entertaining, but it seems they don't have any more shows left. Sangchul wonders how they got there so quickly. Hyukjin tells Sangchul to get behind him and says he will buy them more time. Jinwon appears from behind, saying he's going to kill Hyukjin this time. Hyukjin wonders how he recovered so quickly. Shincheol says he's done playing games and orders his boys to get him. Hyukjin, now troubled, thinks the plan has failed. Then, from above, someone shouts for Hyukjin to move out of the way as a car falls and slams into the Brotherhood members. Another guy, riding machinery, says he's going to bury them all tonight. Shincheol recognizes them and says they're from Ginseng and wonders how they're free, noting that one of them is their mercenary. Another Ginseng member is carrying a car with a crane, and Jinwon, seeing this, says they've got the crane. The guy in the crane says he will show them what happens when someone messes with Ginseng High as he slams another car into them. Jinwon notes that they're now using the Brotherhood's tactics against them. Some members arrive in a car, hooting, and say that their leader is there, and he no longer has to fight alone. Seeing them, Hyukjin says that's just sweet and adorable. Gilsoo jumps in, saying he's sorry for taking so long and didn't realize how far away the prison cells were. Yongho says they can save the greetings for later and that he has a score to settle with the bald guys. Hyukjin says sure, and now that the numbers look about right, declares that the war begins. Then, they begin fighting, hitting the Brotherhood members while shouting that they chose the wrong group to mess with. The two members wonder how the Ginseng students can still fight, since they had already beaten them before locking them in the cells. Another member says he's seen that happen before they were about to defeat Ginseng, but somehow, the students always regain their strength whenever Hyukjin steps forward. Hyukjin then grabs their head from behind, saying that guys like them will never understand, not in a million years, and slams their heads together. A member approaches Hyukjin and asks if he's okay. Hyukjin says he is and asks how everyone else is doing. The member replies, while continuing to fight, that everyone is doing their best now that Hyukjin is by their side. He adds that Hyukjin gives them hope that they can win this fight. Hyukjin then says some of their people are still missing and asks about Seulbin and Chanseok. The member explains that most of them were taken to the cells, but the bigger guys were taken elsewhere. He says he heard they were taken to the leader of the Brotherhood. Meanwhile, Choi Noman tells his two members, whom he gave drugs to, that they aren't even good enough for a warm-up. He challenges them to land just one clean hit and promises to let them off the hunt for the day. As the drugged members, overpowered, move toward him to attack, he strikes them on the face and slams them against the wall with a single blow. Seulbin and Chanseok, witnessing this, wonder if those guys aren't from the Brotherhood and question what's wrong with Noman for attacking his own followers. Noman then says they're too weak, and it's no wonder they let the prey get away. When one of the men pleads and apologizes, saying it won't happen again, Noman grabs him by the face and pours more drugs into his mouth, telling him to come at him again. The man, now even more overpowered, begins to punch Noman, but Noman knocks him to the ground effortlessly. Noman remarks that it's no fun hunting people who don't get any stronger even after being drugged. He then wonders aloud if the boys from Ginseng High would be any different. On the other hand, Hyukjin grabs a Brotherhood member by the shoulder, squeezes it tightly, and demands to know where their boss is. The member screams and tells him the boss is in the innermost corner of the junkyard. Hyukjin throws the member aside and heads in that direction, saying he needs to get to the boss before it's too late. As he moves, a chain suddenly wraps around his leg. Jinwon appears, saying he's got him now and never loses his target. He starts dragging Hyukjin, claiming it's his turn to leave him cold on the ground. Hyukjin realizes he can't do anything with his leg bound and thinks the situation looks bad. Just then, Yang-ho appears and jumps on the chain. He tells Jinwon they have a score to settle. Jinwon recognizes him and asks if he's the guy from 6 Gates High with bleached hair, adding that he's not interested in losers like him. Yang-ho kicks him and tells him to shut up and fight already. Hyukjin uses the opportunity to break free and runs off, thinking it's great that he can keep going now. As he runs, Gilsoo calls out and asks where he's going. Hyukjin says some of their guys are being held by the Brotherhood boss, and that he has a bad feeling about it. He needs to get to them right away. Gilsoo responds that they have already freed the cells and asks if there were more prisoners. At that moment, Shincheol arrives, dragging some ginseng guys along, and tells Hyukjin he's not going anywhere, that this will be his grave. Gilsoo then tells Hyukjin that he will handle Shincheol. As Shincheol charges toward them, shouting who said they could run, Gilsoo blocks his path and declares that Shincheol will have to get through him first. Shincheol warns him not to test his patience when he's already in a bad mood and asks if Gilsoo is really ready for this. Gilsoo replies confidently that he was born ready. Shincheol knees him in the gut and says they'll put that to the test, following it up with a flurry of strikes before throwing him away. Gilsoo realizes Shincheol is incredibly strong, his speed and the weight behind his punches are overwhelming, but he knows he has to act. As Gilsoo charges again, Shincheol strikes him down once more and mocks him, asking where all that confidence went. He slams him to the ground. Gilsoo, frustrated, wonders why none of his attacks are working and questions if Shincheol is unbeatable. Shincheol, noticing the fear in Gilsoo's eyes, smirks and says he didn't realize Gilsoo was his type. He guesses Gilsoo used to be a bullied loser in school who learned to fight in an attempt to erase his past, and tells him he isn't fooled. Then, Shincheol shares his own story. He says he aced his exams, spent his days hanging out with friends, and everyone around him seemed happy. But none of it was satisfying to him. He only felt alive when inflicting pain. That's when he discovered his true nature. Since then, he's treated others like toys, and now the Brotherhood gives him endless prey to enjoy. Looking at Gilsoo, he says people like him remind him of the good old days. He began to crush Gilsoo's face under his foot, saying he always made sure his victims were scarred for life. But Gilsoo grabs his foot and admits Shincheol is right, he used to get bullied and beaten up daily, so much so that he wanted to end his life. As he rises, Gilsoo tells him it's guys like Shincheol who made him change. He grabs Shincheol by the waist and shoves him back, saying he developed a new taste after enrolling at 6 Gates. Then he grabs him by the legs and asks if he wants to know what that is, destroying punks who think they're strong. Meanwhile, Yang-ho struggles in his fight against Jinwon. Jinwon swings his chain at him, saying he will make sure Yang-ho never gets in the way of his hunt again. He usually avoids going after someone he's already taken down, but this time he promises to make it permanent. Yang-ho, dodging the strikes, thinks that if the chain hits him, it could be fatal. But he reminds himself of all the time he spent hanging out with the runaways. He grabs 2 hammers and steps forward, saying he knows how to handle weapons too. Jinwon lashes out with the chain, binding one of the hammers, and says that holding on to something like that only makes it easier to get hit. But Yang-ho smashes the hammer against the ground, breaking the chain, and declares that he's confiscating Jinwon's weapon. Jinwon, surprised, wonders if Yang-ho really just hammered his chain into the ground. Yang-ho then charges in to attack, shouting if Jinwon is done for. But Jinwon tosses the chain aside and says he doesn't need a weapon to beat him. He grabs Yang-ho by the neck, and Yang-ho struggles, realizing the danger if he gets hit again, it might be over. He retreats, skidding across the ground, and decides that he has no choice but to try a technique he's been saving. He recalls a moment during solo training when Seungwoo approached and asked why he was alone instead of training with others. Yang-ho explained that grappling and close contact weren't really his thing, so he preferred training on his own. Seungwoo told him he didn't need to force himself to do what he disliked, but warned that Yang-ho's attacks were too predictable. Without variation, skilled opponents would always read him. He advised Yang-ho to start practicing feints. Back in the fight, Yang-ho launches a kick. Jinwon notices the movement and scoffs that it won't work. But the kick's trajectory shifts mid-motion, landing cleanly on Jinwon's mouth. With his mouth now injured, Jinwon realizes the kick changed direction. Yang-ho used a feint. Yang-ho says he practiced that move thanks to Seungwoo's advice. Yang-ho continues attacking with kicks, eventually knocking Jinwon away. Jinwon tries to land a punch, but Yang-ho dodges and taunts him to reassess his combat power. Then, with one more strike to the mouth, Yang Ho says confidently that the one who stands victorious in the end is the true winner. Meanwhile, as Gilsoo fights Shincheol grabs him by the mouth and mocks him, saying he's getting all sensitive. He then slams Gilsoo's face into the ground, declaring how much he enjoys putting losers back in their place. Gilsoo wonders why Shincheol is so strong. Shincheol continues, promising to show him a world of pain, and lands continuous hits on Gilsoo's face, taunting him by asking how he plans to fight back while being beaten. With another powerful strike, he sends Gilsoo crashing away, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Shincheol calls Gilsoo predictable and says he knows exactly what to do with guys like him. He recalls someone similar from a few years ago, a weakling with a big ego who tried to stand up for others. Shincheol says he made that boy's life a living hell, but the boy kept fighting back. Eventually, Shincheol humiliated him in front of the whole school, but the boy still didn't show fear, just a hollow look in his eyes. Shincheol says it was fun until the very end. Gilsoo, struggling to his feet, asks how it ended. Shincheol reveals that the boy wrote a suicide letter and took his own life, but Shincheol found the letter and destroyed it before anyone saw it. Shincheol, who places his foot on Gilsoo's shoulder and grabs his arm, says that the moral of the story is that losers like Gilsoo need to be taught a lesson. As he breaks Gilsoo's arm, Gilsoo screams in pain. Shincheol laughs, saying the sound of the shoulder popping goes perfectly with his screams, and throws him aside, telling him to sit and writhe in pain. Gilsoo, now screaming and thinking he can't move his arm, recalls the same feeling that the victim must have experienced: the numbness, the hollowness, the desire to die. But then he forces himself up, declaring that this is exactly why he can't give up. Shincheol, kicking him, mocks his persistence and asks if he really thinks he can fight with a dislocated arm. Gilsoo thinks that compared to the pain he endured in the past, this is nothing. Then, with determination, Gilsoo grabs his arm, resets his shoulder, and lands a punch on Shincheol. Shincheol, stunned, realizes that Gilsoo just popped his shoulder back into place. Gilsoo shouts that he'll make Shincheol feel the same horror he made others feel. Meanwhile, Nomon grabs the Ginseng kids by their necks and says it's so easy he's about to start yawning. He mocks them, asking if they're really from Ginseng High, the second most powerful school in Yumong, and says it's not fun at all, but they can't stop now. As he prepares to pour drugs into their mouths, he says he'll start drugging them up first since he's looking for a good workout, wanting to see how far things can go. Just then, the tank door bursts open, and Hyukjin enters, frustrated. He says it looks like he found the right address and orders Nomon to get his dirty hands off them. Nomon, surprised, remarks that he didn't expect Hyukjin to come crawling back. Hyukjin then grabs him by the waist and pushes him back, declaring that he's going to kill him himself. Hyukjin recalls that it was mostly because he saw himself in them. He had started helping them out of sympathy, but to those who had been shunned by society, the small support he offered must have felt like a precious lifeline. Unfortunately, things had not been any better for him. He had been just another underdog in the world. His family had received a redevelopment notice, and suddenly, thugs had started barging into their house. Every day had been a living hell. Just when he could no longer take it, the kids who had followed him at school had fought off the hired goons with him day and night. They had never caved, and eventually, their persistent resistance had worn the thugs down. In time, the goons had given up and left the area. That night, Hyukjin had told the Ginseng kids that it didn't matter where they ended up, they would always be a family. Now, Hyukjin slams Nomon against the wall. Nomon, surprised, remarks that Hyukjin really slammed him into the wall and says he's impressed that sound should be fun. Hyukjin begins punching him, asking if this is fun for him, demanding to know what the point is in all these meaningless fights, and what meaning he finds in them. Nomon throws him back and responds that it's natural selection, the weak get devoured by the strong. It's that simple. Meanwhile, Gilsoo is involved in a fight with Shincheol, who wonders how Gilsoo is still putting up a fight despite popping his dislocated shoulder back in. He notices that Gilsoo seems to be getting stronger. Gilsoo punches him in the stomach and shouts that this is nothing, saying Shincheol deserves a lot worse. Shincheol kicks him powerfully in the stomach and says he knows Gilsoo is barely standing now, thinking the adrenaline must have gotten to his head. Leaping toward him, Shincheol adds that he will knock it out of his system so he can feel the pain again. He then starts punching him continuously. Gilsoo thinks Shincheol is strong, but that only makes him feel even more enraged. He feels more awake than ever. Seeing Gilsoo's eyes, Shincheol wonders why he is seeing that look. He recalls that he had no rivals after entering high school and had taken control of Salmon High on the day he started. But then, a guy who had been in Javelin detention transferred to Samhain High his first impression of Noman Choi. Something had told him Noman came to take his place, so he had moved first by setting a trap. But he had been wrong. For the first time in his life, he had felt frightened. Noman had the look of a predator who never feels any pain. Shincheol now questions why he is seeing that same look in Gilsu's eyes. He punches Gilsu and tells him not to dare, but Gilsu grabs his fist, throws him aside, and moves up on him, grabbing him from behind. Gilsu thinks that he has been training every single day to learn how to turn the tables. Even when things look bleak, there is one thing he has learned from fighting. As he squeezes Shincheol's head, he says hard work always pays off. He shouts that he is not done yet and that he will make Shincheol feel a world of pain. Hyukjin dodges Noman's continuous punches. Noman says that's why Hyukjin is their leader, calling him an interesting one to hunt down and noting that he has lasted longer than the others. Hyukjin guards himself with his arms and says he has plenty of experience fighting big guys. As he punches Noman back, he adds that this is nothing. Noman replies that the punch actually tickled a bit and says he will count it as a valid hit. Hyukjin wonders why the punch didn't even reach him. Noman then punches him in the stomach and tells him he'll have to do better than that. He drags Hyukjin backward with his punches. Hyukjin wonders what's going on, questioning why Noman is so strong. He thinks it feels like being run over by a truck. He notes that Noman doesn't even bother putting his guard up and wonders if that's his way of fighting crushing opponents with sheer physique. Now, with a powerful strike, Noman says it's over. But Hyukjin climbs onto him from behind and says he relies too much on his physique. He adds that he is a specialist in dealing with guys like him. As he squeezes Noman's shoulder, he thinks he has to finish him off quickly. He knows he doesn't stand a chance if the fight drags on and believes this move should work on him, no matter how monstrous he is. Noman, struggling, slams Hyukjin to the ground. Hyukjin says he will never break free from this hold. But then he notices Noman has consumed drugs. Noman throws Hyukjin to the ground and says Hyukjin made him take drugs, so now it's time to put an end to this once and for all.